morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the students at Park Ridge Elementary School and the fabulous Joe Balkunis. Please stand. It's almost there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Balkunis, the proud principal at Park Ridge Elementary School. I hope this finds everyone well and healthy. We want to say good morning, and we want to say on behalf of the entire Park Ridge family and community, we offer our collective love and support to everyone as we are getting through this very challenging time. We also would like to say thank you to the board, to Superintendent Runcie, to district leadership, and all staff who are working so hard to make sure that our children and our families and our staffs have everything they need to get through this time. We are Broward County. We are strong. We've been through a lot, and we know that we have a lot to be thankful for when we get back together. I miss my kids. I miss my Park Ridge community, but I know they are well, and I am so excited to have this chance to say good morning to you with them today here. I want to introduce to you one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, one of my most amazing teachers at Park Ridge, Miss Athena Federici Carlin.
Good morning. I'm Mrs. Carlin, and I'm so excited and honored to be here this morning with a few of my amazing students as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance together. I would briefly like to extend a very warm, heartfelt thank you to Superintendent Runcie, school board members, principals, vice principals, support staff, and all the dedicated department professionals for your hard work to providing trainings and support given to teachers across the district in preparation for online learning. A special shout out to all my colleagues and teachers across the district for your countless hours of dedication to roll out your Canvas courses and create a sense of normalcy for our students to continue to provide quality education at home. Finally, to all the students and families for receiving our information with a positive attitude and understanding the importance of education during these challenging times. Let's continue with faith and hope. We will get through this together. Now, I would like my students to introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Kervin Isma, and the one thing I like about online learning is that when I finish my assignments, my teacher, Mrs. Carlin, comments and messages me back privately. She encourages me to keep going and is always there to help me if I didn't understand something.
Hi, my name is Shoshana Roberts. I've always wanted to do online learning. It's been a fun experience. I'm excited to see my teacher and my classmates, but I wish I could see them in real life again.
Thank you so much, boys and girls. Great job. And now I would ask for everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes.
Thank you so much to everyone. And we are
Park
Thank you, Park Ridge.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, stay safe.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful way to start our meeting today, actually having the voices of our administration, as well as our teachers and students. Ms. Rupert, thank you for bringing that for us this morning. This regular school board meeting will be conducted with board members and staff participating via electronic communication. The meeting is also being streamed online for the public. Due to Broward County Administrator's Emergency Order 20-01, public comments were accepted on the agenda item in the following manner. Any person who submitted written comments regarding noticed agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, Supervisor for Official School Board Records at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted. Therefore, each written comment must have included the person's name and address. Before we begin today's meeting, I would like for my colleagues who are participating in today's meeting to announce their participation. As I call each of my colleagues' names, please respond by saying present. Ms. Alhadef.
Present.
Ms. Bartleman.
Present.
Ms. Brinkworth.
Present.
Ms. Good.
I'm present.
Ms. Levinson.
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Murray.
Oh, my reception is real poor. Good morning. I'm
Good morning. Thank you. Dr. Osgood.
Present.
And Ms. Rupert.
Here, thank you.
Thank you. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In order for us to be able to facilitate recognition of my colleagues as we are moving items, if you would do me the courtesy of when you're motioning something, if you could please just make sure to state your name. That way it'll be more easy for me to recognize who's speaking. At this time, if I could please have a motion and a second to approve the following minutes for the meeting on February 19th, 2020, regular school board meeting, which was added, and the March 3rd, 2020 special expulsions, which was added.
So moved,
So,
Nora.
Dr. Osgood.
So moved by Ms. Rupert and second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes as listed or amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. February 19th, 2020, regular school board meeting. March 3rd, 2020, special expulsions. That item has been added and distributed virtually on April 17th. School board items. GG1, reopener agreement of the collective bargaining agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the Broward Teachers Union Professionals, BTU Education Professionals. That is an added item. GG2, reopener agreement of the collective bargaining agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the Broward Teachers Union Support Professionals, ESPs. That is added. GG3, reopener agreement of the collective bargaining agreement between the School Board of Broward County and the Broward Teachers Union Technical Support Professionals, TSPs. That is an added item. GG4, reopener agreement of the collective bargaining agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the Police Benevolent Association. That is an added item. GG5, 2019 to 2020 COPA salary schedule for Confidential Office Personnel Association, COPA, added item. GG6, 2019-2020 ESMAB salary schedule for Education Support and Management Association of Broward, ESMAB, an added item. And GG7, 2019 to 2020 School-Based Administrators salary schedule of the Broward Principals and Assistants Association, BPAA. That is an added item. EE6, recommendation to approve second renewal and additional spending authority for automotive oils, lubricants, and grease is a revised item. JJ1, First Amendment of the Professional Services Agreement. Construction manager at risk is the project delivery method with CS Engineering Services, LLC, also doing business as CES Consulting. Package A for Cresthaven Elementary School, P.001676. Silver Lakes Middle School, P.002144. New Renaissance Middle School, P.002143. These are smart program renovations related to RFQ 19-018C is a revised item. JJ2, First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement. Construction manager at risk is the delivery method. DL Fields Construction, also doing business as DLFC Architects. The package includes Deerfield Beach Middle School, P.002142. Lions Creek Middle School, P.002141. Monarch High School, P.002148. These are smart program renovations under RFQ 19-018C. That's a revised item. And the final amendment, First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement. Construction manager at risk is the delivery method. Laura M. Perez and Associates. The package includes Sheridan Technical High School, P.002128. Deerfield Beach High School, P.002134. These are smart program renovations related to RFQ 19-015C. That is a revised item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda. Thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Korn, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. I wanted to make sure I didn't interrupt Mr. Runcie. Thank you. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved. Nora.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Aye.
The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items. Those are our single letter items that are on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All the remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items, which are pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, our double letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. Our next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public submitted written comments for each item which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? Our G3 item is already pulled. Items G1, 2, 4, or 5.
Ms. Korn, this is Ms. Brinkworth. I have comments on G4.
Thank you. I
also have comments. I'm sorry. I also have comments on G3.
G3. Okay. We do have audience requests to speak to G4, so we will have comments on G4 from the audience, and I would also like to pull G5 for a quick question. Do my colleagues have any questions? There are no single letter items up until E. Are there any E items my colleagues would like to pull? Seeing none, are there any F items that would like to be discussed? Okay,
Ms.
no
Corn-
F items. How about H1? Yes. Ms. Bartleman?
Are you asking just single letter items now?
I am only doing single letter, yes. So
Okay,
we're up to
sure.
H1.
Okay, I'm good then. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Are there any I items that need to be pulled for discussion?
Ms. Corn, Lori Aldef, H1 and I3.
Ms. Korn,
Yes.
it's Nora. I didn't get to grab you fast enough. F1, please.
Okay. Sorry, I'll slow down. We also have audience input on I3. Any other items through I?
This is Ms. Brinkworth. I have a comment on I3.
Okay. Any K items? K1 or 2?
This is Ms. Brinkworth. I have a question on K1.
Okay. L items? Okay, Mr. Moquin, outside of what we have already pulled in any public comments, are there any public comments for an item that has not already been discussed for, to be pulled from the agenda?
No, Madam Chair. The only comments we got on consent items were for G4 and I3, and those have been pulled.
Thank you very much. At this time, may the chair please have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So
So
moved,
moved.
Dr. Osgood.
Moved
Nora,
by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. At this time, will my board member colleagues please identify those open items that they will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. Let's start with the GG items. Okay, we'll move on to the BB items.
Madam Chair, I'd like a comment on BB 2.
BB2, and that's Ms. Good?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. I can't have my screen on at the moment, so I can't see faces. I apologize.
No, no worries.
Any CC items? Any DD items?
Yes, I have D2, please.
DD2, and that was Ms. Bartleman?
What?
Was that DD2?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's Ms. Bartleman, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
This is Ms. Brinkworth. I have DD2 as well.
Thank you.
Mrs. Alhadeff, DD2 and DD3.
Okay, thank
Ms.
you.
Rupert for DD3.
Okay,
And Ms. Corn, I guess I'll join everyone in the DD2, DD3 chat.
okay.
Thank you.
Do I have any discussion anticipated for our EE open items?
Yes.
Yes. Mrs. Aldef,
Yes.
EE1, EE5, EE12, EE14, EE15, EE18, EE19, and EE20.
Okay, just give me one pause for a second. I just want to make sure that I'm okay.
Donna, it's Miss Bartleman
Yes.
or Robin. I don't like saying it that way. I need EE13. I need EE22, and I need EE19.
Perfect, thank you.
Ms. Korn, Ms. Levinson,
Yes.
I need EE4, EE11, EE18,
Okay,
EE23.
Thank you.
Ms. Corn, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes.
I would like to make a comment, a similar comment on EE7 and EE12, EE14, EE15, EE19, EE22, EE24, EE25, EE26.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Corn, this is Ms. Good.
Yes.
And I just wanted to have a comment, brief comment on EE12, please. Thank you.
EE12, okay.
And Ms. Corn on EE11 for me also.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Corn, I need EE23.
Okay. And I will also be speaking to EE19 and EE23. Any others? Okay, FF1 or FF2? II 1 through 4. Then JJ 1 through 5.
I need JJ4 and JJ5. This is Robin.
Thank you.
Mrs. Alhadeff, JJ1, I wanted to make a comment about Ms. Marte's Smart Reserve update before we approve any of the JJ items.
Okay, so I will look to make that, pull that first from the others. Thank you.
Ms.
Any other
Corn, this is
JJ?
Brinkworth.
Yes.
I have comments on JJ1. It's related to JJ1, 2, and 3. And then comments on JJ5.
Okay. Do you want JJ 1, 2, and 3 pulled together, or you're just going to make the comment on JJ1?
I can just make it on JJ1. That's fine.
Okay, perfect. Any,
Miss-
yeah,
Yes, Ms. Corn, it's Ms. Levinson. I need JJ5, please.
okay. Thank you. Any other JJ items? Okay, how about KK1?
I need, oh,
Ms. Bartleman, did you ask for KK1?
oh, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have serious concerns as well about the capital reserve, and we may want to address it in KK1 if we don't want to do KK1 before we do the J's, because the discussion is in the KK1 item.
So you're asking to speak to KK1 before the JJ items?
Yes, and Ms. Alhadeff can ask her question first instead of just having it not under an item. The issue is going to be in the KK item.
Okay, so when I go to pull them, if I have forgotten, if someone would just bring to my attention, we will pull KK1 before we pull up any of the J items.
Oh, and the EE camera item. There's all these items are going to be under K because it's any item that's coming from the capital budget.
Okay, so I will just ask that Ms. Marte is available. We will pull the KK item earlier than we normally would in the as we go through the agenda. So I will make note of that. Are there any LL items?
Ms. Corn, I'm sorry, this is Ms. Brinkworth. I need to speak to KK1 as well.
Okay.
Excuse me, Ms. Corn, it's Nora. I forgot to pull CC7.
CC7, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any LL items?
Yes. This is Ms. Good. And I'd like to speak on LL5, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
This is Ms. Brinkworth. I have a comment on LL2, please.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just gonna, for a quick recap, I know we have different documents in front of us than we typically would have. Items that have been pulled are G3, 4, and 5. Additionally, open item BB2 will be addressed. In the CC items, we will be speaking to CC7. In the DD items, we will be speaking to DD2 and 3. In the EE items, we will be speaking to EE1, 4, 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. F1 was pulled from the consent. H1 and I3 were also pulled from consent. In the JJ items, we'll speak to JJ1, 4, and 5, KK1, as well as LL2 and LL5. My colleagues have any questions on what is pulled from consent, as well as the discussion points for the open items?
Madam Chair, I thought Ms. Aladaf pulled I3, and I thought you mentioned I1. Maybe I heard wrong, so.
It was H1 and I3.
It was, after you said H1, then I believe you said you didn't say I3, or did you?
I meant to, so I have that listed, and I know that we did pull that from consent. So H1 is pulled, and I also have I3. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, this is Jeff Moquin. I show Ms. Brinkworth is pulling K1. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I have that marked. I'm sorry. I passed it, I guess, because it was under the JJ items. So yes, I have K1 as well as KK1. Anything else that I may have missed?
I'm sorry, Ms. Corn was CC7 again.
Yes, and I have CC7. That's the only CC item I have.
Thank you.
Okay,
And
perfect.
before you close, I just had a mention on LL6. Just a remark.
Okay, I will add that one as well for Ms. Marie for discussion. Okay, so as we begin taking items for the regular school board meeting, staff will read, Mr. Mokonak will read comments for those applicable items. So we can actually begin with our first item. May the chair please have a motion and a second to consider G3.
So moved, Nora.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any discussion from the public? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item G3.
Thank you. To my colleagues, Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on G3 for some follow-up. Mr. Runcie, sometimes Rule 5B of Policy 4002.14 is implemented, and sometimes the hiring process is implemented. And I just had some questions needing some follow-up on who determines what process is utilized, and then what checks and balances are put in place to review what process is used. And then additionally, for the task assignments that are continuing through today's item, what is the plan moving forward for those positions, given our current budget situation and obviously the predicament that we're in with the pandemic? So if you could just provide follow-up to those two, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, will do.
Ms. Corn, you're muted again.
Sorry. Any further comment on G3? All those in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No, that's Miss Levinson.
Okay,
And
thank you.
may I just make a comment, Ms. Corn? I just want to say that I will not be voting for any more of these positions that are supposed to be on freeze. Thank you.
Thank you. And a second, please. Motion and a second on G4.
So move, Nora.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Mr. Moquin, is there any public input?
Before we go into that, Ms. Corn, did you want to recognize the new appointees?
I do. Thank you. Sorry about that. We are very excited to be able to recognize our new appointees. Ms. Bartleman, if you would begin.
I am ready. Zoe Crago, welcome to Broward County Public Schools. She's on temporary assignment working out of classification as Program Manager, Nutrition Education and Training. Oh, I'm waiting for us to clap for her. She's not here. Okay. Shanita Freeman Harris, she is our new route planner. Congratulations. Teresa Hall, she is our Director, Exceptional Student Learning Support Services. Congratulations, Ms. Hall. And Kim Luke, temporary assignment working out of classification as Administrator, Office of the Chief Fire Official. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Without them picking up and us clapping, it's so, I miss that now.
We're very proud of them. We just don't have the opportunity to have them. Our new System Support Specialist 2 is Anna Martinez. Our new task assignment for Manager of Emergency Management and Chief Fire Official is Victoria Stanford. Data Analyst, Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness, Letitia Thomas McLeod. And our Professional Development Specialist, Kimberly Williams. Ms. Murray?
Yes, would you do that for me, Ms. Corn? I misplaced the names.
Happily. We are excited to have our new assistant principal at Watkins Elementary, Ricardo Ricketts.
And welcome to District 5 as Assistant Principal of Broward Estates Elementary School, Kevin Peters.
Thank you very much. So we are
Okay, you
excited.
didn't mention the new AP at Olson.
That was not on my list, and I did not. Did you want to make a mention, Ms. Marie?
Oh, that's why I misplaced my list of names, but it's on the agenda, so I'm assuming that's a person. Okay.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
bring
you,
it
Ms.
back.
Marie. So we are very excited to have all of these individuals in their new positions with the district and looking forward to having them work with us as we move through these unique times. With
Ms.
that
Corn?
said, I went off script. Thank you, Mr. Moquin, for catching that. I will ask now, though, for a motion in a second on G4.
So move, Nora.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, is there public comment on G4?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received two public members who've indicated their desire to comment. The first one is from Joshua Brown from Fort Lauderdale. His comment is, my name is Joshua Brown, an employee at West Broward High School. In short, last month, I had to reach out to my union representative regarding issues with the school not following school board, federal, and state laws pertaining to the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and other pertinent laws and policies require that job coaches be properly trained in order to ensure proper services rendered to persons with disabilities. Despite an assurance by an assistant principal at a meeting on February 24th, 2020, to bring all parties together to discuss my job title and proper training methods, after assistant principal assured me after the meeting that will not be any retaliation due to the fact that this meeting was called. On March 11th, 2020, I received a letter from the principal notifying me of his recommendation that I be released from employment during my probationary period as a job coach. This action is retaliatory and based on my disclosure or complaint to the above parties regarding my lack of proper training. My complaint alleges essentially West Broward High School retaliated against me for whistleblower disclosures I made about the lack of proper or insufficient training to me as a job coach. I have also attached supporting documentation, and I believe the board members received all of that documentation from Dr. Neesmith. The second comment is from Maha Holman of the Holman Law Group. My law firm has been retained to represent Maria Vassal in a pending grievance concerning her termination as assistant head of facilities at North Lauderdale Pre-K through 8 school. As such, I am writing this comment as an objection to agenda item G4, which requests the board to approve the termination of Mrs. Vassal. Given the current state of emergency and the global pandemic our communities are facing, schools have been ordered closed for the remainder of the school year. Life as we know it has substantially changed, which has resulted in sweeping changes on how we conduct business, educate students, and adjudicate disputes amongst parties. This crisis comes on the heels of Mrs. Vassal's March 6, 2020 grievance of her unjust termination. In accordance with Article 5 of the collective bargaining agreement, Mrs. Vassal should have been afforded a Step 3 meeting. Said meeting has not been scheduled and documents requested for the occurrence of a Step 3 meeting have not been provided. Furthermore, the physical occurrence of this meeting would not be in opposition of the CDC's recommendation of social distancing. With there currently being no real timetable for this crisis to subside, it substantially hinders Ms. Vassal's ability to access due process. As such, the board should avoid taking any action on Mrs. Vassal's termination until there is a workable plan in place to allow Mrs. Vassal to access the rights and privileges outlined in the collective bargaining agreement. Madam Chair, that concludes the comments we received for item G4.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, do I have comments? I have Ms. Brinkworth.
And Robin, when you're done.
And Rosalind too.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. So I guess I'll first make a comment based on public comments because I wrote it down while Mr. Mokulin was reading. How does the current pandemic limitations, how do those impact the ability for due process to continue? Maybe it might be a question for Ms. Myrick.
This is Barbara Myrick, General Counsel. I know that the investigations are ongoing, and if this is a grievance process, I'm assuming that it's going through the Labor and Employee Matters Department division under Susan Cooper. And I believe that all the guidelines are being adhered to, is my understanding. They're being adhered to, and they have a right to, you know, to go through the process. So I'm not familiar with this case. Maybe Alan knows more about this specific case, but all rights and due process are available. Meetings are being held, you know, distance learning, but they are being held, and they are having the grievance procedures proceed as according to policy.
Okay, so as far as you know, there is no stoppage of those proceedings going forward at this time.
As far as I know, there are not. I mean, again, I might be wrong. I know that we stopped holding PSC meetings the month of April, but they are picking back up the month of May, as well as investigations that are going through SIU and then therefore to PSC. But not notified. Again, Doug is here. He can probably answer that too. I will ask him to if he has any other input.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Runcie, I just have some questions as I read through several of the cases in G4. I guess, you know, one of the questions that I had was with regard to one of the individuals. It was a concern for repeated failure to conduct required job function that was vital to campus security. And so my question is, at what point do we as a district look to transition someone away from such a vital role if there is a consistent lack of ability to perform that function?
I mean, well, that's why we're bringing this item forward to do that. Maybe I'm not understanding your question. So the individuals fail to perform their duties. It's not a first offense. These are multiple offenses these individuals have. So we're at a point where we think we need to take more aggressive action.
No, I understand that, but I guess my question is that if you have someone in a role that is vital to campus security, on the front line of that, I will say,
Yeah.
how do we, as an entity, maybe transition someone from the front line? I'm concerned.
Well, let me, and I get your question, but we hire people in specific roles. I don't want to get into the situation where someone can't do their role because it's so vital to security, and then we, we try to find them some other role in the organization. If you can't do the job that we provided for you, we will provide warnings, training, and support. And if you can't respond to that, and it's in a position that's related to safety, then we have no other choice but to terminate your employment with the district.
Right, and so this particular individual, obviously we're in progressive discipline. It's not before us for a termination today. My concern is the amount of time that it takes for us to get through that process.
Oh, the progressive, okay.
And if it's when I read what was in the backup, it was a continuation of the same behavior of lack of performing those vital job duties. And if it's with regard to a front line of security and safety on our campus, I'm concerned about the amount of time that it takes to get to a point where that person would not be responsible for that role anymore.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I'll review that again with Mr. Katz. I think that's a very valid concern, and I think in these particular cases, we probably will have less of a tolerance for responding to whatever training and support and guidance we provide after the first initial offenses.
Okay, and then I had a question on another two where we have had previous discipline for similar types of actions. And one of them was a student left behind on a field trip, and another one is one where we're saying failure to adhere to work schedule and recording of time, where we've had previous employees come before us with theft of time. And so I just need to have an understanding of how we as a district are ensuring that we're consistent in what we're applying to our employees.
Yeah, the consistency piece is absolutely something that we look at in terms of current and past cases, and also direction we receive from the board in terms of how we handle particular cases. I know Mr. Strauss may be on the line. He may want to add a little more detail, but I know that's what we try to do when we go through these cases, is try to be as consistent as possible.
Yep. I'm on the line, sir.
Okay.
In regards to the first part, the spring court, the campus monitor, that's obviously, from progressive discipline going from, into the second suspension. So obviously, if the offense, any type of offense were to repeat itself, the most likely, third offense would result in a termination based off of progressive discipline. In regards to the theft of time and versus stealing time. I think there was some semantics there in those words. I know in that case, it also has to have, there was two parts, I believe, to that individual's case. It was the time as well as not doing their duties in a supervisory role. So, which led to that determination. I believe there was also discipline that occurred prior to on that individual. I could have Mr. Chisholm speak further on it if you feel you need more details.
I don't need more details. I just need to make sure that when items come before us like this, that it's very clear to us why one would be recorded as theft of time and one would be recorded as failure to adhere to work schedule. I hear what you're saying about semantics, but I think we need to be very clear about what we're calling it for each individual employee that has that same issue.
And just to that point, Heather, so Alan, I think some of these terms and the way we deal with these cases are determined by the collective bargaining agreements for the unit the individual is in. Is that correct?
I think potentially here, if I recall, on these cases, the situation is one was a supervisor and one was under the supervisor, and they both were doing similar things, but the supervisor, I think we looked at it a little bit differently because they're ultimately the one authorizing that time, so it's a little bit different, and that's why I think the verbiage was a little different for one than the other in that situation.
I'll have to look back, but I don't recall that the verbiage was different, and that's part of my question. In previous items, we've had it written as theft of time, and in these items, I saw it as failure to adhere to work schedule and recording of time.
Ms. Brinkworth, if I may, Eric Chisholm, just to clarify that, on both of those, they were both failure for the work schedule as well as falsifying their timesheets. So on both of those, they were both failure to adhere to the work schedule and falsification of timesheets.
Okay. I'll send a follow-up email so that everyone is very clear about my question. Maybe it's not coming across in this virtual meeting. Thank you.
If I could ask Mr. Katz to speak to the specific question you had on the security personnel and how progressive discipline is being enacted in his department as he's responsible.
Hi, good morning. This is Brian Katz, Chief Safety and Security Officer. To answer the question, we were just having this conversation as part of my organization as far as I think, I have a lot of new managers and new senior managers, and they're following the steps of progressive discipline exactly as they're laid out. We had on our call the other day this exact conversation about when a case is egregious as it relates to an infraction, when we should skip steps of progressive discipline and move to more serious. So that's definitely on our radar and something that we will follow up with the board with soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katz. Ms. Brinkworth, did you have further comments?
No, that's the extent of my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
I have a question about the employees who say that there were issues with due process. Can someone clarify that due process is being implemented consistently? And then my other concern is the whistleblower comment. If the lady, the comment, and Jeff, you read it into the record, that she didn't have due process. She, I think she's the one, the teacher assistant. Before I approve any of these, I need to make sure that you're implementing due process consistently for all of our employees. And I don't want to do something without giving them the opportunity to defend themselves.
So I'm going to speak to the second one first, and that was the job coach. And
okay.
That gentleman,
that's the whistleblower one, right?
Right. That gentleman, I just wanted you to be aware of two things on that case. He did contact the EEO department for the retaliation. EEO did look into it, speak to the gentleman. It issued a statement that it does not qualify under EEO to move forward and therefore denied the claim. Secondly, that is a probationary release. And so when you say, the due process is, the individual was noticed by the principal of their release, which was the letter that I think that was included in some of the backup that the individual sent to the board through Mr. Moquin for that individual. In regards to due process, I think that's related to the second part, which was asked earlier about the grievance and whether or not the grievances will still be heard. And the answer to that is yes, they will still be heard in regard to the individual if they choose to do so. We would just do that like we've done a lot of other things, as I think the superintendent mentioned in regards to our PSC moving to a Teams meeting format. So we would hear the grievance that way as well. So it does not preclude us from continuing to provide the due process for our employees.
Okay, but the employees that are on the agenda today, when you spoke, it sounded like you were talking about the future tense. They all have been afforded the opportunity for all the meetings and everything regarding due process. You had a comment from one of the individuals read into the record that said they were not afforded that opportunity, not the probationary one, the other one. And I have a comment on the probationary one.
Once again, the individual that said about due process did have a pre-D meeting at the school location where they were afforded those opportunities. I cannot speak to the specific timelines that occurred that the individuals, at the last minutes sharing with everybody, whether those exact things were all followed. I know that there was a meeting at the school held with the individual employee per, the due process that's afforded to them, and move forward. I don't believe that the grievance was filed. I can have Susan Cooper, who's on this, to possibly chime in regards to the last situation, Ms. Bartleman.
I think she should, because I don't think I should vote on something if you're not sure about the timelines. You're presenting it to us as fact. The employee is saying, contradicting what we're saying, and then you're saying that you're not sure. So this impacts someone's life. So can we either defer this till we get you can follow up and make sure everything was followed? Or can she come on the line now to assure me that?
Yes, hello, Miss Bartleman. It's Susan Cooper.
Hi.
And yes, I will look at the backup, but I know any employee who is being recommended for any corrective action on G4 has had their right to a representative, through their due process meeting. And then, of course, they do have the right, after you all take action, if you do approve G4, to file a grievance to appeal that process. And we are moving forward, and we will be hearing all grievances via the Teams platform. And any documentation that they need, we will be getting that over like we would in any other grievance meeting. But my understanding is the employees that are presented to you today have, their contractual rights have been upheld. They have gone through a due process meeting with a representative. A recommendation has been made by the administration. And then once you all, approve that recommendation, then we would, of course, hear the grievances. And as I said, we are moving forward to hear the grievances through the Teams process. And we will be sharing documents just as we would in a sit-down grievance meeting.
Okay, but my question is, she's saying, once we vote on this, the penalty, let's say it could be a separation from employment, it could be a suspension. The punishment is, once we approve this G4, the punishment is in place. This person, I want to know that, and I agree they have to file a grievance, and that's our process. But you said it's my understanding. Can someone, the employees' comments as to why they feel they're right here to getting to this step? Can someone say, show me proof, or tell me on this meeting that everything was followed and what the employee is saying is not true?
Ms. Bartleman, this is Barbara Myrick. Susan, I think, would have to answer that, but let me remind you all that first of all, employees often make that statement when they do not like the response that they got or the answer they got through the grievance procedure, but they have the right to grieve and to go to arbitration or whatever their collective bargaining agreement states once you act. And so there are due process issues available to them after you act that are not available to them before you act.
I understand that, but we're in the middle of a pandemic. She's saying that what she was entitled to before we act was not implemented. Once we act, people lose their paycheck. They don't have a job. and then they have to fight to get their job back. My point is someone just needs to tell me, did we follow all of the procedures and all of the rules prior to getting to this point, in light that this all occurred during the pandemic? It doesn't help the employee once they lose their job.
So
And
that would be Susan Cooper that would answer that for you.
And
Yeah,
her
and
answer was, it's my understanding. I need to know that it happened.
If I could, Ms. Cooper, for one moment, just to expand, Ms. Bartleman is referring specifically to the public comment that was stated by an attorney representing the individual that said step 3 was not followed. She is asking for a statement from staff that step 3 was followed.
Okay, I can tell you this step 3 is actually part of the grievance procedure. And I can tell you, as far as due process, I want to keep them a little separate. This employee did have a due process meeting on January 24th, where, these issues were brought forth. Okay, she had a right to a representative, and then, and then a recommendation was made after that meeting. That's the first part. The second part, I will say, we have not had, the grievance meeting has not been conducted yet. We are moving forward to schedule that via Teams. So she will continue to have her due process, and her appeal will be, processed just like we're processing all other grievances through a Teams meeting. So at this point, it's a recommendation. When the board takes action, we will, there's really no remedy when you look at a recommendation. But we do, and a letter that goes out from Mr. Chisholm's office, I know once the board does take action, the employee is told again, and Eric, please advise if I'm incorrect, but I believe they are advised of their right to appeal again after the board takes action. And we, as I said, we are moving forward to conduct these meetings via Teams. And she did have her due process up until this point, and then we will be conducting grievance meetings through Teams moving forward.
That is correct.
So let me just.
Okay, Mr. Go ahead.
So let me just try to clarify. So what I know and understand from conversations and looking at the documentation with staff, due process was followed up to this point. Number 2, this case and the work getting up to this point occurred before we got to the pandemic. So the argument that somehow we're in a pandemic, that due process rights have been not followed is just really misleading and not correct. So I stand by the fact that this was done, and it was done according to the processes that we have. I'll yield to staff to further explain.
I will only echo what you said, Mr. Runcie. To Ms. Bartleman's question, everything has been followed accordingly. Today's recommendation, once approved or not approved, however it goes, but once voted on, those individuals will be notified of their due process. Today is only a recommendation. The March 18th board meeting, this item was on there, and the individuals would have had their due process had this item been board approved on the 18th. So after today, should it be board approved, they will be entitled to the due process. A letter will go out from this office indicating what those things are, and Employee and Labor Relations will be able to hear the actual grievance.
So Eric, what you're saying is what she and her attorney read into public comment is inaccurate, because you followed everything. Is that what you're saying?
I'm absolutely saying we followed everything, Ms. Bartleman, yes.
And what the attorney said today in public comment is incorrect.
I am not going to speak to specifically what the attorney said, but I can 100% let you know that the school district has followed every step up to this point to adhere with the collective bargaining agreement.
The problem is can someone email me and Eric the comment from the attorney again? And then can we wait on this particular one so Eric can verify that what the attorney's saying is incorrect?
Yeah, again, I don't think this is an issue of whether what that attorney said is incorrect. Is that statement relevant to the due process that got the case to this point? And the answer to that is no. What the attorney's pointing out will still occur. That's what my understanding is from staff. So, right. So it's not whether it's correct or not. Is it relevant to the facts of this, right? I mean, people are entitled to their opinion, but they're not entitled to their own facts. And the facts of the matter is we follow due process up to this point.
The reason why it's relevant is because he's saying we did not follow due process up to this point.
And I'm saying that we did follow due process. Okay. So then the only way to resolve is for us to move forward and let the process that has been put in place by the board and the policies that you have determine that.
That is not.
So if you want to, otherwise you'll just sit up here and you will play judge and you will pick, do I want to believe staff or do I want to believe the other person and go and conduct a pseudo trial at this moment? That's not how these items are intended to be.
That is not what I'm asking for. I am asking you, once we approve the penalty, it's done. If they're separated from their employment, they don't have a paycheck, they don't have a job. I'm asking you, because we've gotten just to look at the comment and look at your file and make sure what he is saying happened. And if you guys say yes, then I'm going to say yes. But I don't even have his comment in front of me. I'm asking Jeff to email it so I can give you his exact comment about what he thinks was violated prior to getting to this step.
Just to assist in the process, the statement, that's why I interrupted Ms. Bartleman before, because I believe you're referring to the fact that the G4 statement said, in accordance with Article 5 of the collective bargaining agreement, Mrs. Vassal should have been afforded a step 3 meeting. Said meeting has not been scheduled and documents requested for the occurrence of a step 3 meeting have not been provided. Furthermore, the physical occurrence of this meeting would be in opposition of the CZC's recommendation. With there currently being no real timetable for this crisis to subside, it substantially hinders Ms. Vassal's ability and access to due process.
Thank you, Donna, and thank you. I have the language now. I appreciate that. I need someone to verify. I understand that everything can be corrected by taking this action. The problem is that once the action is taken, no money, no paycheck, no insurance, and if this did not occur, that's devastating to this employee. So I have no problem doing this, provided that what he is referencing was followed, and that's what I need. Something in writing that we definitely followed the step that we did the step 3.
Via the chair, thank you for reading that, and with having that information, we are in a line with what we should be doing. Our next steps will be to afford the individual process, and following that, if an outcome is not suitable for the organization, they will have rights through the arbitration process. So at this point, we are in fully compliance with what they're saying. We will move forward following this board meeting today.
Eric, you did not answer the question. Did the meeting occur, the meeting 3?
So Ms. Bartleman, I think that the question here is, you're asking if we're in compliance, and I know that they have stated that they're in compliance. The question that seems to be lingering is whether this gentleman's statement that step 3 did not occur and that it would be required at this state for us to take action, whether or not he's correct.
Correct.
And so staff at this point is indicating that due process at this stage has occurred. Is that correct, Mr. Chisholm?
Yes, ma'am.
Step 3 occurred.
No, ma'am. Everything that need to have occurred prior to step 3 will take place, has taken place. Today's voting, and then the actual final step that will be heard for her due process will be heard by Employee Relations after today's recommendation is board approved.
Would you, and under normal circumstances, have done step 3 before you brought the agenda item?
No, we would not have.
Okay, that's what I need to hear.
And I can attest to that, because at the point of the process, Ms. Bartleman, it's a recommendation. And once the board take action, as Mr. Chisholm confirmed, that a letter goes out, and I know they've already, put in the grievance, and once the board takes action, we will be moving forward to have a Microsoft Teams meeting with the employee and the attorney and shared documentation, because the board will take action, and, and what they are grieving is a termination. It's at this point a recommendation. There has been no action. Once you all take action, we move forward, as Mr. Chisholm had said, and we schedule, since it is a separation of employment, a termination recommendation, it goes straight to our department, so it doesn't go through step 1 or step 2, and we will be scheduling that. We'll be reaching out to the attorney this week to get it scheduled for a step 3 grievance meeting.
And this employee has been compensated since February, has not lost any salaries, and has been home prior to the pandemic and appropriately compensated at her full salary.
And after today, she will not be. That's why I'm asking this. That's why it's very important to me that we followed everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Then my next question is for the job coach who's saying it's retaliatory. I understand he's under a probation period. And maybe it has to rise to a certain standard for whistleblower status. But did you look at the case to make sure it wasn't retaliatory? Based on
Vladimir is on the phone, I think.
Okay, but there is a difference. The action could be retaliatory, but not rise to the level of whistleblower. So I want to know that this person isn't being retaliated against. And I know we can release them because it's a probation period. I understand that. And I always have issues with just letting people go because we have the right to let anyone go, but I want to make sure that it wasn't retaliatory.
Alan. Hello?
Yes.
There appears to be someone's phone ringing in the background. Could everyone please mute their microphones if they're not actively speaking in the conversation? Thank you.
Alan.
Yes, is someone able to address Ms. Bartleman's comment?
Yeah, this is Vladimir Alvarez. I'm the director of EO and ADA compliance. This gentleman contacted our office, and me personally and one of the investigators have a conversation with him regarding his retaliation complaint. He alleges that he was being retaliated. However, he was unable to identify a class, a protected class. Protected class meaning under the EO, meaning age, gender, disability, sexual orientation. He said that that was not the retaliation that was going on. So if it is not related to any of the protected classes, we do not investigate a complaint, and I make sure that the gentleman understood what was, why I was coming to this conclusion, which he agreed. And then he said that he was talking about the whistleblower retaliation, and I also indicated to him what he needed to follow in order to address that particular part of his complaint.
So if you're not, let me just recap what you said. If you're not a protected class, it doesn't rise to that level. That doesn't mean what happened wasn't retaliatory. It's just that you're not under a protected class. So you referred him to the whistleblower. Does he have any right with the whistleblower since he's a probationary employee, and did that occur?
No, I did not refer him to the whistleblower. He brought it up to me, and then I explained to him that the EO department doesn't handle, there is not a school board policy to handle whistleblower. So I gave him what the law, the Florida statute law, he needed to follow in order to address this issue through the right or appropriate law.
Does he have any rights, though, since he's a probationary employee and can just get dismissed at will, even under a whistle?
Specifically on the retaliation, any employee has the right to file a discrimination complaint or retaliation complaint based on any of the protected classes, even if they are substitute, if they are probation, if they are temporal, they have that right.
Right, I understand that, but if you're not under the protected class, it doesn't mean you're not being retaliated against. So my question is, his only recourse at this point now is to go through the whistleblower. But does he even have whistleblower status? Because his job's not protected. He's a probationary employee. And then did anyone on staff, because he was not a protected class, he couldn't have there was nothing you could do about the retaliation, but did any of our staff just look into the situation to say, hey, maybe an administrator did retaliate against this employee, even though it's not a protected class retaliation?
Well, we, the EO department, did not look into it because it's not the protected class, and that's what we do.
That's my
the
point.
guidelines of the EO.
You don't look into it. That doesn't mean retaliation didn't occur.
Ms. Bartleman, if I could at this moment, I believe that the appropriate staff answered the question regarding if they are in a protected class.
Correct.
Your question is going back through Mr. Runcie, if you could address staff to address Ms. Bartleman's question as it regards to general retaliation and not for those in a protected class. She's looking for staff to address whether or not anyone spoke to his concern as retaliation. Although, Ms. Bartleman, I will take you to his comment, which did speak specifically to his complaint alleging a whistleblower disclosure.
Correct. He did put that in.
Right. So your question is beyond the scope of what his comment was, but your comment, I believe, is asking if anyone looked into general retaliation.
Correct.
Mr. Runcie, is there someone who can speak to whether or not that occurred?
Yes, Mr. Strauss can, because I asked about that question already. So, Alan?
Right. So I know Mr. Chisholm, and when came through, talked to Mr. Fatute in regards to this, and understand due to a probationary release situation, we do not offer the reason why we release individuals, in that regards. So, but Mr. Chisholm did work with the school in processing the probationary release and had discussions with them. And I'm going to say did not feel that it met anything, nothing was fishy in order for them to move forward with that. If there was something that was not correct, then Mr. Chisholm would have pointed them in the proper direction. I could have Mr. Chisholm speak to it further if you need.
Please.
Yes, I did have an opportunity to speak to several individuals when this concern came about. That included the principal at the school, as well as the union representation, as well as Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown shared his concerns with me, and the concerns that he and I discussed were more around would he have future employment opportunity because it was a probationary release. I shared with him that the concern was not disciplinary in nature, and he would be able to pursue future employment with the school district. The concern about him being letting go because he was fighting back with the school or giving them a hard time. I did speak with Principal Fatu about that, and what he shared with me was he does have documentation. Even when we do probationary release, we still ask principals and schools to have some form of documentation, whether it's going to be for cause or without cause. He did say there were some concerns at the location, and he does have documentation around that. I shared with him that the employee believed that there were additional concerns. He said that there were no additional concerns, and he would not necessarily have him having a problem with being an employee in another location, but there were some challenges that he was experiencing at his school. And lastly, in speaking with the union rep, we also spoke about the conversation that they had at the school where they were trying to come to some type of consensus where they could come to a better job with whatever the challenges were they were having at the school. She didn't necessarily say to me anything about retaliation, but she had believed that it was a relationship that had gone bad. And those are her words specifically to that. So Ms. Bartleman, there was a lot of conversations that pursued because Mr. Brown was very passionate about his concerns. So I did take the liberty to speak with those individuals, and Chief Strauss and I did speak about those things, and that was the outcome. And we're here today with a probation.
Okay, I really appreciate you taking the time to look into all of that, Eric. that, I can definitely vote for the item based on what you said. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood.
Yes, I just have a question on G4 on Mr. Johnson from West Glade. And looking through the information there, my office was contacted, and I just want to understand. I received information saying that he had a situation, he saw a therapist, he was diagnosed with PTSD, and that he had a prescription for medical marijuana, but because we've been out of school, he was not able to give that documentation to someone. So I just wanted that on the record, and I would like for Mr. Chisholm or someone to respond as to what took place with that, and if that's our understanding or not, or is he being terminated because he had already signed the last chance agreement and then he tested positive again. I'm trying to understand where the medical marijuana piece comes into play, because this is something that, you know, we're going to begin to see more and more of.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood, for the question. Also, Aston Harry, I'm going to defer to you in a moment for what your office did. I will tell you that Mr. Johnson did test positive as a violation of his last chance agreement. Mr. Johnson did share with with our risk management department that he had a medical marijuana card. He did not produce that card. The request had come prior to the pandemic occurring, and we had requested that he supply that information. Mr. Aston Henry's office was not in possession of that card prior to this item being submitted to the March 18th board meeting. Mr. Henry, if you could give us some additional information on that, that would be very helpful, sir. Aston, if you're speaking, you're muted.
So, Mr. Chisholm, I'm not going to belabor this. I just want to ask this question. If you guys had received that card, would you have still brought forth this item?
That is, so that's what I wanted Mr. Henry to speak about, because Dr. Osgood, when he first tested positive, he was under the last chance agreement, and there was never a mention of a medical marijuana card, and he sought rehabilitation the first time, and he was coming back to work. So several months ago, maybe in November, December was initially when he tested positive. He went out, sought rehabilitation, came back to work, started to work, and on a follow-up test, he actually tested positive. And it was at that point that he said, I have a medical marijuana card. So we were going to be looking for legal's guidance on that, because this is a unique case, but we never got a card that I'm aware of to need to pursue that direction. It's not tested. I don't know if Ms. Myrick wants to speak to it. This is really some uncharted territory that we're just not really very versed on, if you will.
So I'm trying to be fair on where we are, and that's why I asked the question. So if we separated him from this item, if he has that card, give Ms. Myrick a chance to do whatever she needs to do, would that be the best approach for us? Or if we move forward, could we then subsequently have some type of legal issue because we didn't pause for a moment to let legal do what they need to do?
Mr. Henry is here, by the way, now.
This is also Barbara Myrick. There's really nothing for legal to do. It's my understanding, although Aston, I guess, will speak to it. We asked this gentleman for a copy of his marijuana card, and I don't believe he provided it, although Aston can confirm that. And so, as you know, we've kind of talked about this before. The board does not have a policy on the use of medical marijuana by employees, and it's my understanding that given that he had a last chance agreement, well, let me just let Aston answer it, and then I'll come back if I need to address any legal issue.
Good morning. It's Aston Henry, Director of Risk Management. Yes, I spoke to the employee. He entered into a last chance agreement. He did not produce a medical marijuana card. He told me that he does have one, but I've never seen it. He's never produced it. And he did violate his last chance agreement. And that's why this item was brought to the board.
I mean, I guess the other thing I would add to this, Dr. Osgood, let's assume he does go and somehow obtains a medical marijuana card. You can't go get that and then try to go retroactively apply it to some type of discipline issue that you had in the past. I don't see how that works, right? So these issues occurred prior to him having any card or producing such a card. So even if we were to have one now, I don't see how it applies to this case.
Yeah, and Dr. Osgood, this is Jeff Moquin. I can speak from my prior experience that if an individual tests positive, there's an intervention between the medical officer of the testing company and the individual. And if there's a medical reason for the individual to have that substance in their system, then it wouldn't even have come back as a positive. And the process, that is the time at which the employee needs to provide any sort of medical rationale as to why they would have tested positive. That's the point in the process where that needs to happen, and it did not happen.
Okay, and I'm not, per se advocating one way or the other. I'm just trying to understand and respond to some information that was given to my office. And I thank you guys for walking through the steps. And as we continue to deal with this, we'll eventually have to put some policy in place to give us some guidance. Thank you. I am prepared to move forward.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood, I appreciate that you brought this topic up. I think that because we do not currently have something in place, I think this is something that we need to work towards. But I would think that with a last chance agreement in place, it would be the employee's responsibility that if they were then given a prescription or a medical marijuana card that is in violation of the use of it would be in violation of the last chance agreement. Their obligation would be to first address it based on this last chance agreement before then going forward and utilizing because that last chance agreement was in place. So we definitely need to take some action along these lines, but the employee, I believe, does have an obligation to communicate with staff if they have received something after last chance agreement is in place that would then put them in violation of that last chance agreement if they did utilize that medical marijuana license. So with that said, Ms. Myra or Mr. Runcie.
I have a question too, Ms. Warren.
From a time frame perspective, is this something that we're working on actively, or I know we have other things that have been on our.
I guess maybe I'm not understanding. If the individual produces a medical statement of the fact that they need to use some type of substance, right, and it's what's required. Just using common sense, I don't see us moving them into some last chance agreement or discipline based on a violation if those are the facts surrounding the situation at the time. I mean, that just seems common sense to me. So I guess I'm not sure what you're asking at this point, because I don't see how we would be bringing something forward to you if an individual had presented a case where they have medical reasons for what it is they're using, whether they tested for it or not.
Now I'm talking about someone who has a last chance agreement in place and they subsequently receive a medical marijuana card. So if they subsequently receive a medical marijuana card, now there's a conflict between the fact that they have signed something stating to us as the employer they will not utilize something, and now they have a medical marijuana card that says legally they are allowed to use it. That's in conflict with an agreement they have signed with us. So what I'm saying is there should be some obligation on the employee to resolve that last chance agreement, or at least to address it with us before enacting on what the medical marijuana card provides them the opportunity to now do in a legal way.
Ms. Korn, this is Jeff. So in the process, when someone tests positive, the district doesn't know about it yet because the medical officer will work with the individual. So in your example, if they have a last chance agreement and now they've come across a legal reason to have one of the substances in their system, if they test positive through a random as part of the last chance agreement and they produce medical documentation to support why that's in there, it would never come to us as a positive.
I understand that, Mr. Merquin. I understand that from a process perspective, but the individual still signed a last chance agreement with us. So if their circumstances have changed in which the last chance agreement now would potentially not be applicable, I still think that there is a responsibility that be something that is shared, because otherwise there is an expectation that the substance is not in the individual because they have this last chance agreement. They have signed an agreement stating they will not use that substance. So if they are now using that substance, even legally, that's in conflict with the last chance agreement they signed with us. I'm just saying that we need to have a process so that that conflict doesn't exist.
And Ms. Corn, if I may, that's why I brought it up, because according to the information that I received, the individuals say they had been trying to submit the card, trying to bring the card forward, and was never able to connect. But I am prepared to move forward.
Okay.
If I may jump in real quick, it's Aston Henry, Director of Risk Management. I just wanted to mention, on the first time this employee tested positive, we asked about a medical marijuana card. He did not mention that he had a medical marijuana card. He agreed to enter into the last chance agreement, and then he went out and sought and obtained a medical marijuana card.
That's the circumstance in which I was referring to, the fact that we should have a process. So an employee that occurs, they now know I need to now bring that to my employer, and we need to address the last chance agreement. And so that then gives everyone an opportunity who is a party to that agreement to be able to either update it, address it, whatever the next steps are. But there was a commitment made between the employer and the employer, which now may need to be modified based on some action that occurs after the last chance agreement. I'm just asking that staff address that.
Okay, and Ms. Cohen, I'm sorry, after hearing Ashton just say that the employee went out and he did get the card, I guess, I don't know if he's seen it, it kind of takes me back to where I was, and I don't want to belabor the time, but if we have a last chance agreement and the person got the card, went to therapy, all of those things, and we did not address the last chance agreement, or they didn't get back to us in a timely manner. That's what I was trying to figure out, if there was ample time for that card to be shared with us. And if that card was shared with us, would it have changed your decision to bring this item forward? That was the questions that was what I was answering, because I was contacted and informed that the person did have the card and had been trying to get it to someone, and was actually instructed by had conversations with Miss Gilmore, who was very helpful, because when you look at the record, it seems like the person had worked with us for a number of years, and around September of last year began to have these problems, test positive, go to treatment and that kind of thing. So I'm just trying to make sure that because we were closed for the pandemic, it did not put a barrier for the medical marijuana card to be shared. So that was where I was coming from.
No, it did not. Actually, I met with the employee. We instructed the employee to speak with employee relations in regards to the matter. We told the employee that he did violate the last chance agreement. And as a result of that, there wasn't much I could do. I talked to legal about it. Legal also agreed that he violated the last chance agreement. I said, if you want to file a grievance, then I would suggest you go through employee relations. And that's what the employee told me he was going to do.
Okay, I agree with Ms. Corn's comment, because what you just said makes it even more significant that if we have a last chance agreement and somebody agrees to something that they now get medical clearance for, then something has to be addressed in between that time, because now you legally can use a substance, as Ms. Corn said, that you have an agreement that you're not going to use. So now you're caught between a rock and a hard place. Your medicine violates your contract with your employer. So we do have to do something to address that, because that's exactly where we are now. And it doesn't matter how you look at it. If you say, well, the person was using the marijuana and then they got this agreement because of, trying to keep their job, that's kind of meaningless where we are with the law now, because, the citizens have decided to legalize marijuana in some instances, that you can take the medical marijuana. So thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Dr.
Korn,
Osgood.
this is Nora.
Yes, Ms. Rupert?
I have a question on G4 not related to this.
Okay, so I believe Dr. Osgood is done with her comments. So Ms. Rupert.
I'm sorry, did you say go?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. My question, after reviewing the resignations, I saw a significant number of campus monitors resigning, and as well as the safety specialist one was also a recognition. So what I'd like to hear is from Mr. Katz's team, why do we find this happening, and how can we help change from the resignations to retainage of our workers?
Good morning, Brian Katz here. I will defer to Eric Chisholm to look at the list as far as what these specific resignations were about. Again, as we talk about the sheer numbers of staff, it's not a significant number that we're seeing this issue with. For the safety specialist one, that was, so that's not school-based security staff. That's not a security specialist. That's a safety specialist on the safety team. And so that's just, again, sort of probably just a move into another role outside the district. And for the campus monitors, again, I think that the retention issue we're always going to run into is just salary. And so, I mean, again, I think we know what our salary ranges are for our campus monitors. And one of the things we're looking at for next year is obviously we're looking at that model. Sorry, I think you cut out, Ms. Rupert.
Yeah, could you try that again, Ms. Rupert?
There were 15 campus monitors that resigned. So I said, I don't know if Mr. Katz feels that that's a large number. It looked significant to me. But I appreciate what you said, Mr. Katz. And I think we really need to be focusing on that retainage. And as we go forward, I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think that salary is a portion of it. And then I think the other portion is we are now, doing so much additional training than we were doing before. So again, I think we are really opening up those opportunities for movement within the organization in a positive way. So obviously we hope to keep the attrition down long term.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ms. Korn.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Do I have any other colleagues who would like to speak on G4?
Ms. Korn, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth.
I just want to ask a clarifying question. And I'm not sure, Mr. Runcie, who you want to direct to answer it, but my question is for confirmation, have all employees on today's G4 item received the due process steps they are entitled to prior to board action?
Is that something that Mr. Strauss, would you address that, or Mr. Chisholm? I mean, I know we have different areas. Or Ms. Cooper, if someone could please.
That would be Mr. Chisholm would respond to that. Like I believe he already has said that, but I'll have him reconfirm that.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Brinkworth, you're asking for all people on all individuals on the G4 item, not just specific ones, correct?
That is correct. Have all employees on today's G4 item received the due process steps they are entitled to prior to board action?
Yes, ma'am. As itemized in the backup, additional information as provided to board members, it actually itemizes all of the steps that have been taken, and each of these cases have received the appropriate due process prior to my office placing them on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Do I have any other colleagues who would like to speak to G4?
Ms.
Yes,
Corn, I would like,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, when, after everyone spoke, I would like to make a motion to separate out, Mr. Johnson so I can vote the way that I want to vote for that. Please.
Okay. Was that Ms. Bartleman whose voice I heard?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
I just wanted to get a follow-up for Mr. Chisholm. On the job coach situation at West Broward, can you, because I received contradictory information from the union, can you let me know which union rep you spoke to investigate everything that went on there?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Chisholm, your microphone is off.
Allison Clark. I'm sorry.
So if we could, I could ask everyone's microphones to be in mute if you're not Mr. Chisholm, just because I'm hearing some feedback. Thank you.
Allison Clark.
Okay, and the reason had to ask again is because this school in particular had issues with their ESPs right around ESP day. And there are a lot of issues around everything going on regarding employees, not students. I want to point that out in this department. And President Fusco feels that it was not investigated fully and everything goes back to the issues going on in that department. So I needed you to verify that because she offered a total contradiction to what you said.
Yes, I've been in touch with Ms. Clark.
Thank you.
You're very
Do I have
welcome.
any other board members? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood, did you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to separate out Mr. Johnson because the information that I have says that he actually had the card the day that he met with Ashton, and Ashton explained to him that he had to go through the process because he violated the last chance agreement. So in lieu of your comments, Ms. Corn, we don't have something in place that allow us to address that. So I would like to make a motion to separate Mr. Johnson, Bryce Johnson, from this item so that I can vote on it separately.
Second, Ms. Rupert.
So that was moved by Ms. Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there a discussion on the separation? Seeing none, all those in favor of the separation, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So the separation is approved. So I'm going to first go to the separated item for Mr. Johnson. Is there additional discussion on the motion? And is this a motion to defer this individual or a motion to reject the recommendation?
So Ms. Corn, now that we've separated it, I would like to make a motion to defer it.
A motion to defer. Is there a second?
Second. Laura.
Ms. Good.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Dr. Osgood to defer the recommendation on Mr. Johnson and a second by Mrs. Good. Is there discussion?
I have comments, it's Ms. Good.
Yes, Ms. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand, I guess, staff's comments in regard to the process that they adhered to, and I guess the way the events occurred. But I also understand what both you and Dr. Osgood mentioned subsequent to that, and certainly an individual's care with regard to their health can change at any time. So I would support affording the individual a certain amount of time specifically for them to provide the documentation. And I think that should be allowed in this particular case based on what I've just heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to share that I will support the deferment, but for me, if the date by which this medical marijuana card was issued after the date in which the testing for this latest incident occurred, then just having the card presently does not mean that would necessarily apply going backwards. As the employee, if you had signed a last chance agreement and you violated it, and then you go out and get a card, you are still in violation. And that is how my follow-up vote would be if that's the case. I certainly do appreciate Dr. Osgood's intent to defer the item so that we can get that additional information. But I don't want us to put ourselves in a position where employees can make last chance agreements with us, have an infraction that is against that last chance agreement, and then can provide something afterwards that is occurs in terms of receiving it and is active afterwards. I think was there someone else who wanted to speak?
Yeah, Ms. Corn, just to follow up, when I asked the question a couple of times about if the marijuana card had been present prior what they had bought this item for, and I didn't get a response, and it's something that the gray area.
Would you like me to speak in regards to that? It's Aston Henry, Director of Risk Management.
Yeah, I think we lost Dr.
Okay,
Osgood.
I'm
just for a
sorry, I
moment.
was muted while I was talking. So I'm
Okay, sorry.
So if from what I'm getting, and I don't know, I'm not making any accusations, is that the individual had the card at the time they were having the conversation, and they were told that because they had already violated the last chance agreement, now by testing positive, that they had to go through another process. I don't know. It's just not clear to me. So that's why I'm trying to have it deferred so that we can get clarity and understand. And, you know, if it comes forth in this way after that, then I'm cool with it. But I just feel that, you know, a person that works with us that could perhaps have a medical issue or have an issue, especially being diagnosed PTSD, I would just like to have at least another 2 weeks or whatever board time for us to just look at it to, you know, make sure we have everything the way we need it, especially since we don't have a policy. I'm certainly not suggesting that you could just smoke marijuana and then go out and get a card to save your job. But because there had not been prior, it all seems like it started around September of last year. And then it's been just like something happened, and then the person, you know, and I'm probably really sensitive to this because I'm in recovery. There hasn't been like a prolonged history of this. It seems like it started at a certain point, and then you just see the progression. But you also see the counseling. You see something trying to take place. So that's where I'm coming from. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Aston?
Yes, just for clarification, I did ask the employee to produce the card when he came to meet with us. He did not produce the card. Additionally, if the employee had produced the card, I would have taken the matter over to our legal department for some type of decision and clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aston.
Okay, so the deferment will allow us obviously to clarify anything else that may be an open issue. So with that said, all those in favor of deferring Derek Johnson's recommendation, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, so the deferment passes. If I could go back to the amended item now with the one individual removed, all those in favor.
Wait, Ms. Corn, this is Ms. Good.
I'm sorry.
You just didn't state till when it was deferred to, and if you could.
I'm sorry.
Also, do we need to advise who votes yay or nay, since it's kind of difficult to know, or is that not?
Would be very appropriate. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Good. So if I could please have, I believe there was only one voice. So those who voted against the deferment, could you please state your name?
Gloria Al-Hadaf.
Thank you. Those who voted in affirmation of it, I will go down the list. I have Dr. Osgood. Yes, thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, and again, if it's not required, I didn't remember if it was or it wasn't, or in other meetings, if you just put the total numbers, but I just wanted to ask that question, so thank you.
Well, and I wasn't sure who had voted no, I just heard one voice, so I'll just go through the rest of the roll call. I have Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman,
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes.
Ms. Murray, do I have Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Okay, have I gone through the roll call? I didn't even have my list in front of me. I
Didn't call
apologize.
me. Rupert was a yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Thank you.
When it was deferred to, and if you could also,
Yes, so I believe Dr. Osgood referred to 2 weeks, so it would be deferred to the next board meeting, and the next board meeting is scheduled for, 1 second, I just want to make sure that I have it. So the next school board meeting it'll be deferred till May 5th. So I have a vote of 8-1 in affirming the deferment for Derek Johnson. I'm going to now go back to the larger G4 item as amended. All those in favor of G4? Yes.
Okay, so I don't want to prolong the discussion because we're going to run out of time, but I just need to ask on record for Mr. Runcie to please contact Bernie Kemp and before about the West Broward situation with the ESPs, and he'd like to sit down and talk to him and Dr. Wanza before people return, because I feel like it's a he said, she said, but somebody needs to contact Bernie Kemp after this because of what's happened with the situation. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I was just waiting for, this is Ms. Good.
Thank you.
With regard to the dialogue regarding the employee at West Broward High School, I don't want to get into more details about it, but to be honest, I just want to make sure at a time like this, when we're going through this crisis, that we're absolutely sure that the due process that's required of all our employees has taken place. And I know that a great deal of conversation was had today. I wondered if there would be anything negative with regard to tabling this one individual that we've had great conversations about till the next meeting in order to ensure that all the information is shared. Again, a lot of info was placed on the record, so I'm having somewhat of a discomfort at this point in time and wondered if it would be appropriate to table it till the next meeting to afford that chance to get all the information before us before we take a vote. So is there anything that would be negative to not taking action on this particular individual today and deferring it to the next meeting? I don't know who can answer that question. Is anybody there? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr.
So Ms. Good, what, through the chair, what are you asking us to do? This is related to the Brown case?
And I lost the paperwork in front of me, the individual that we've been speaking about regarding West Broward.
Yes, hold
Okay,
on.
so this is the probationary assigned teacher that we spoke to earlier.
Yes, sir.
ESP.
Yes, the ESP. And as Ms. Bartleman indicated, there were some issues there, and all I'm asking for, if we're going to be, I don't know when our next meeting is, but certainly have the opportunity to make sure that we have all our I's dotted and T's crossed. This is a time where I take every decision we're making as far as impacting an employee's opportunity to work very seriously, as we all do. And I just, again, with so much information that's been shared here today, I'm not having the same comfort level that I did when we first started this meeting. So I would ask if there's anything negative in affording the opportunity for a delay so that we have every chance to look at all the particulars in this particular case.
Through the chair, just a clarifying question. On the probationary release, the due process doesn't come into play. As it relates to the 131 days, the process is to serve that individual with a probationary letter, which was done as presented in the backup. There's no grievance meetings or any other type of meetings that the person will be afforded. So this is one of the ones that are very similar to the other probationary releases that are listed there. So they work a little bit different than the other cases. I don't know if that's helpful.
So I'll ask this through the chair then. Mr. Chisholm, the employee in question, their primary function at West Broward High is to do what?
They are a job coach position at the school, which in many instances work directly with our special needs population students. They go on CBI's community-based field trips. They do different things as it relate to the environmental growth and development for those students that are at the school. And I'm pretty sure there are additional duties that they are assigned to partner with the principal.
So deferring and like I think it was Ms. Bartleman who mentioned it, there were some issues just in generally speaking regarding the job functions of many of those employees. And I just want to ask, if we defer it, does it put the employee over the 90 days so that you therefore are not able to eliminate that position based on it's over the designated time frame?
No, it's within. You will be fine. The bargaining unit date, it's still within 131 days.
Then I will, when it's appropriate, ask that this particular individual be separated and deferred to the next meeting to afford me and any other board member an opportunity to look at the situation again. And certainly it's not going to eliminate the possibility of the employee being terminated within the 90 days should it be necessary, but I do not have that comfort level here today. So that's the extent, and when it's appropriate, I'd like to separate and defer him to the next meeting.
I think it would be, sorry.
I'll second your motion.
This is Barbara Myrick. I believe the motion already passed. So since Ms. Good was on the affirmative side of passing the whole motion, she can bring the whole motion back up. It has to be brought up and then she needs to separate.
Ms. Myrick, I haven't taken a vote on G4. I've only taken a vote on the deferment of the first individual. So the G4 item hasn't been voted on yet. So Ms. Good, this would be the appropriate.
I thought it was. I apologize.
That's okay.
Ms. Korn, yes, then I would ask that the individual be separated from the remainder of G4 and tabled to the next meeting.
The individual is Joshua Brown, job coach at West Broward.
Thank you.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Bartleman. Is there additional conversation? Okay, I have some. This is a probationary release. So my concern is that bringing this back at this point would be with some type of additional information for cause. I'm not sure how the action would be different. I support Ms. Bartleman's comments regarding that multiple concerns have been brought up on the campus, potentially in this area. And so I absolutely think that should be addressed. But because this is a probationary release and they are not being released for cause, and we have followed what was appropriate for this type of position, I'm concerned with what we would be coming back with other than the same recommendation, because it's not going to come back to us with cause. So I don't know, Ms. Good, if maybe you could clarify a little bit about what the deferment you think will allow us beyond Ms. Bartleman's request that staff do a deeper dive into what's occurring on that campus.
Well, I agree. All I asked was for additional time to go back and thoroughly review the information that was shared. I get what you're saying, and that's why I asked the question of which would it still be deferred within the probationary time frame? I'm not asking staff to change their decision. I'm just wanting additional time for myself to go back and look in detail more of the information that was shared with the board. And based on some of the comments that were shared today, I want to compare that. And unfortunately, it's very difficult. under this virtual world that we're living in to listen intently to the screen, look at the paperwork, go back and share, go online. It is a great challenge. And I don't want that challenge to somehow taint my decision. And I want to make sure that I have ample opportunity to go back in detail and look at everything. So I'm asking, it's my West Broward High School.
Mrs. Good,
Ms.
you
Good, you're on mute.
mute. You hit mute.
That's what happens when you have also two dogs under the table as you're speaking. So anyway, I just like an opportunity, Madam Chair, as one board member, to go back and look in more detail the information that was shared with me, so that I have a better comfort level based on some of the comments that were shared today. I feel like I need to go back and look at everything that was provided in more with more time. It's a extreme challenge to deal with it while we're here dealing with a virtual meeting and dealing with all the particulars. So I would ask that courtesy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the requested, this would be a deferment to the May 5th meeting of Joshua Brown. Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Seeing none, the deferment passes unanimously. Is there any other comment on G4? Seeing none. All those in favor of G4 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So G4 passes unanimously. Thank you. I want to just finish the G5. Oh no, you know what? We are at our speaker time. So we will come back to G5. And at this time, we will be taking our committee reports. So Mr. Moquin, can you just confirm that there are no listed speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did not receive any written comments for general speakers for today's meeting, just for specific items. We did receive, I believe, 3 committee reports, and Dr. Neesmith is prepared when you are to read those committee reports into the record.
Okay, so Dr. Neesmith, we will now hear committee reports. They each have up to 5 minutes. Are you please able to share those with us?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Muncy. The first committee report is from Human Relations Committee, prepared by the Chair, Myra Roldan. Good morning, honorable school board members and Superintendent Mr. Runcie. On behalf of Myra Roldan, Chair of the Human Relations Committee, I'm honored to come before you today. We would like to thank all members of Broward County Public Schools for their efforts to continue the educational progress during this challenging and acclimating time, and continue to provide additional assistance to our students, their parents, and our communities. We have no doubt that the school board will continue to support the student body, the community, and staff in transitions needed to provide excellence in this educational organization. At this time, we would like to advise that the Human Relations Committee looks forward to working with you within our capacity with great interest and honor to edify the importance and necessity to move forward, especially in times of hardship. In brief, we report that the Human Relations Committee will be addressing the following topics. Number 1, human trafficking. As a committee, we continue to advocate the need to ensure all stakeholders are addressing and informed about the risk that human trafficking impacts on our youth and community. HRC is working with district personnel to gather information on the process of how we are supporting and informing students and staff. We will be following up with the school climate and discipline department on this matter of concern in an effort to address this serious issue meticulously for the safety of this community. Number 2, advanced placement, AP, and dual enrollment programs. These programs are a vital option for students who want the high level of academic rigor. HRC is concerned on what policy or procedure determines what is offered at each school. To ensure that all students' needs are being met, we will follow up on this issue with the appropriate department. We have found discrepancies in policies and procedures in our AP and dual enrollment programs offering from school to school. Also, how does this information provide to parents? Are provided to parents. Parents and students should have the awareness of IE, or I believe it should be IB, of IE pass and fail rates in the school AP programs to determine if dual enrollment is a better option. You can imagine at this time during this crisis, we're also discussing questions on AP exams and receiving HE credits for these programs. Number 3, Human Relations Committee bylaws. Lastly, as a new committee under my chair, the HRC will resubmit our bylaws for approval as the original bylaws remain in draft form. It is the desire of this chair to finalize the Human Relations Committee bylaws prior to the end of the school year. We look forward to working with this board and the superintendent as we continue to support equity and diversity in our public educational system. Thank you. The second committee report is from the ESC Advisory Council, from Jackie Luscombe, ESC Advisory Chair. Since school campuses closed last month, I have maintained close contact with the Exceptional Student Learning Support Division and others to support the difficult transition to distance learning. By sharing parents' perspectives, identifying needs, and representing on issues of concern, advisory continues to play a constructive role in this community effort to keep students learning. Through outreach also to parents of students with disabilities, teachers, advocates, community providers, and others, I've also heard many individual stories in which educators have stepped up to support their students with compassion and creativity, while also juggling personal challenges at home. We're grateful to all who are working hard for our children and demonstrating flexibility and perseverance. There's another group of educators who also deserve recognition, and that's parents. They have now taken on the role of teachers, some of them in addition to the jobs they already have, or while worrying about the jobs they have lost. Parents of students with disabilities have now also become their child's classroom aide, support facilitator, and therapist. Everyone is having different experiences, and there is no blanket statement that can summarize them all. Parents' descriptions to me have ranged from wonderful to a living hell. If parents flag issues of concern, it should not be seen as teacher shaming, ingratitude, or impatience. The disparities that have emerged in the delivery of this new educational model require empathy and collaboration if this learning community is to leave no child behind. Students would benefit from direct audio-visual engagement with their regular teachers and peers, where this is not already happening. Some students are receiving direct instruction, some aren't. Our homes have become classrooms, and parents need teachers in those classrooms with them engaging with students. Parents are in some cases bogged down with their children in downloaded worksheets or lists of digitized assignments, tests, quizzes, and projects. Some are overwhelmed and underwater with the volume and nature of work, given the absence of direct instruction and the considerably challenging circumstances at home. They're feeling the burden of expectation to complete work they simply cannot do. This just do what you can message is an important one for everyone to hear, and social emotional outcomes have to be the main focus. But it's unclear to many what the expectations for success and the consequences of failure are in these circumstances. A number of parents are worried about their children receiving failing grades, even though they are trying their best. They're unclear why grades are even being sought, and they're wanting to balance the need to prevent their children from regressing with the need to also ensure their mental well-being. Speech therapy and other services cannot be delivered with fidelity simply by means of our written Q&A on Canvas, or as effectively with a telephone call. In normal times, we send our children to school to interact with trained professionals. Technology allows us to now bring those trained professionals into our homes, and there has never been a better time to embrace it. The backlog of services and sheer inability of some to engage in distance learning is going to build into a mountain of compensatory services, and a number of parents are now asking about what will happen when summer's ESY extended school year. It is unclear, of course, what kind of conditions we will be living and working under by the summer, and whether virtual learning will still be the only feasible means of delivery. But we are urged for consideration to be given to granting access to ESY for all students with disabilities who wish to take part, and expand it to a 5-day-a-week program through the summer in order to ensure FAPE. It would be unrealistic to expect a perfect system of homeschooling in current circumstances. This is crisis schooling in crisis conditions, where students deserve equity of access to direct instruction and fidelity of services. They need meaningful work in realistic volume that is appropriate to student competency, mindful of circumstances at home, and adapted according to their accommodations. They need human interaction and opportunities to see and hear the teachers and engage with their classmates, not only academically, but socially too. Educators and service providers not already using Zoom or Microsoft Teams to be supported and encouraged to close this gap and to know the value of doing so. It is hard for many parents to understand why this could not be mandated. FAPE cannot be provided without it. Parents may not know what a teacher is going through at home. Likewise, teachers may not have insight into ways in which students' families may be suffering and struggling also. The heavy lifting is not all on one party, but on all of us. Dialogue is crucial, and the social emotional aspect and mental health of all parties must be a priority. Interaction with their instructors can make a difference between a child engaging or not engaging, and in their education coming alive. Most importantly, it can bring back a little of the familiarity students need restore human connections, support our most fragile learners, and put our valued teachers back at the heart of the classroom. We're grateful to everyone for their considerable efforts. And the last committee report comes from Anna Fusco, President Fusco from the BTU. I'd like to give some well-deserved kudos to the rank and file in our district. The first goes to the food services folks who have been feeding many every day, providing important nutrition for many, and the support from campus security monitors and custodians. These work groups helping each other is how our district should be working for all. Next, I want to give props to all of our educators who, I'm sure you will agree, have more than risen to the occasion in the midst of a pandemic to make sure that student learning continues and that the social emotional needs of our students are met, all while learning on the fly to transition to a brand new method to deliver instruction, and we continue to build this plane while flying through the air. Are we going to ask our teachers who are already giving more of themselves than ever before to suffer the uninformed, unresearched, and unreasonable whims of upper management? Our educators made the leap. Our students made the leap and are learning virtually. Many of their parents made that leap. Pretty amazing, right? What I can't understand is if they can make that leap, then why can't this school board? Why do I have to write this report instead of connecting via video? Why is the public being deprived of their voice? Why are those faced with losing their jobs not permitted to plead their case via video? Why is the district so in a rush to fire employees without the fair and proper due process? Why is the district wanting to join the many companies that have had to release and lay off millions of people? Just because you can when you are stuck inside and can't defend themselves. They don't understand this new process to only write in a statement and not able to show themselves for defense. Why the rush, the push through? Yes, we're under quarantine, but the Constitution has not changed. Yes, we're under quarantine, but we have not given up our contractual rights or civil liberties. Yes, we are under quarantine, but board rules and policies have not changed unless that's happened behind closed doors. Because we're under quarantine, our teachers can't meet their students in brick and mortar classrooms anymore. You can't meet in the school board chambers anymore. It was a challenge for them to make that transition to virtual classrooms, but they did it. Why can't you make that leap? I'd also like to give a shout out to the Broward Teachers Union 3 bargaining units, both members and prospective members, for participating in our first ever virtual contract ratification process. Yes, we made that leap too. Approximately 2,000 of them, I assume due to the lack of efficiency in ESS, did not receive their initial ballot instructions in an electronic pen that was sent to their work email and had to request us to send information to an alternate email address instead. BTU's collective bargaining members prevailed because BTU persevered. We, my team, worked around the district's inability to provide work emails for all our employees. Our rank and file showed up online to participate, even though most were insulted by the paltry 2%, and each unit passed by 95% or more. They found it hard to believe that there was no money left to give them a decent raise, and now they'll be hearing you vote during this meeting about purchasing $2 million worth of Apple computers. Why now? I thought there was a budget freeze. Why now are we spending $2 million when we are hearing rumors of layoffs? This is just one more example of the district prioritizing things over people. You've been told this before, this will not happen. People first, in this together, but always people first. And again, that was from President Fusco from the BTU. And Madam Chair, that concludes the committee reports for today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. To the point of the opportunity to be able to do video reports, we are absolutely working on that. We were hoping that we would be able to put that together today, but we are working to make that successful for the next meeting. So our intent is certainly to be able to have our committee reports via some form of video, but we are working on doing that. So appreciate the feedback. And I have actually a question. Are we having committees? I know that there are still obviously sunshine for our committee meetings. Are committee meetings occurring? Because I did not understand that they were at this point.
So Madam Chair, I don't know if Mr. Mocha want to answer, but I'll go ahead and take the first shot. We sent out a memo to the staff liaisons to submit to the committee chairs to inform them that at this present time, committee advisory meetings are suspended. What we're working on is a cheat sheet so that the public can actually log onto Teams successfully and participate at their will in their respective committee advisories. And I don't know if Mr. Mocha would like to add to that.
No, I think Dr. Neesmith, you summed it up pretty clear. Madam Chair and board members, Dr. Neesmith and I had conversations with the general counsel regarding committees having meetings because we had learned that some of our committees were trying to move to a virtual format, and recognizing that in addition to notice requirements within the print media, there's also a requirement that those meetings be made public, and that there's opportunity for public participation. And so Dr. Neesmith has been working with the IT staff in order to develop a process that we could give all of the committee chairs that would accomplish those requirements. And so we intend to have committees begin conducting virtual meetings through Teams beginning in May.
And so, Madam Chair, I do apologize. I do have one more committee report that was just sent or resent to me from the ESOL committee. So if you don't mind, can I go ahead and read that report?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I do apologize. So again, this is from the ESOL committee via Vicky Sadala. So above all, and on behalf of the ESOL families in the Broward County ESOL Steering Committee, we hope that all school board members, Superintendent Rusty, and all of your families are in perfect health. We would like to take this opportunity to make public our recognition as well as the admiration we hold towards the way the school district has organized and implemented the distance education system. Under these unprecedented worldwide circumstances, our students have continued to receive a world-class level of education. The academic pace has not stopped, and the quality content tailored to the interests of each level of education has been upheld to the high caliber we here in Broward have grown accustomed to. I would like to extend a much-deserved round of applause for the ESOL department led by Mrs. Vicky Sadala, who has been of an extraordinary pillar of support, providing the necessary accommodations in the management of online education to all ESOL students and their families. Quarantine has not paralyzed our ESOL students. We are not only continuing to learn, but we are developing significant resilience, which will be vital to them both today and in the future as citizens of the 21st century. The continuous flow of information to families through emails, text messages, and other means have also made confinement and social distancing feel less impactful, as we still feel connected and amongst one another with a continuous stream of helpful information and updates. For many of us who come from foreign lands and who know the vicissitudes that students and their families are facing in other latitudes, we must extend another round of congratulations for the excellent manner in which the county is handling this transition to online schooling. This allows us as parents to breathe a sigh of relief, as we are well aware that our children are in the best hands possible. And this will usher in a feeling of tranquility amongst families across Broward. Broward County Public Schools has demonstrated once again the strength and capacities that it has built to face the adversities that are presented to it, and above all else has maintained the sense of community amongst all of its members. We will not let this pandemic reduce the superb quality of life that is associated with living in Broward. Our sincere thanks to you and every member of the Broward school community who make it possible for our ESOL students to move forward. And that was from Mercy, or again, thanks from the ESOL committee. And I'll go ahead and add to Mr. Mokley's response. Madam Chair, it is our hopes that we could get out that or finalize the cheat sheet, so to speak, for the public and get out a memo to the advisory chairs and staff liaisons for them to submit their advertisement starting next week and begin scheduling resumption of their meetings in May.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just want to caution our even steering committees of our groups that sunshine is sunshine. And so by having these committee reports, it gives the impression that meetings or conversations are occurring. Otherwise, these are chair reports and they aren't actually committee reports. The voice of our committees is critically important, especially in this time frame, considering this is unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this. And so we need the voice of all of those that are being directly impacted in all different facets across the district. So having those committees available as soon as possible, but then also ensuring that these reports are committee reports is also important. Otherwise, we need to make sure that we're differentiating in terms of the voice that we're hearing, because I don't want there to be a sense that meetings are happening, or at least for the public to believe meetings are happening when they are not being facilitated yet. So I just want to be cautious that we're very cognizant of the sunshine as we're going through this process. So thank you very much. So with our committee reports concluded, Mr. Runcie, did you have a superintendent's update that you would like to share with us on distance learning?
Sure, Madam Chair, just a few thoughts. One is, we have about 30 days left of classroom instruction before the end of this school year. I want to continue to commend our parents for taking on this additional work and load with everything else that they have on their plates, with all the other stress and burdens that they're going under. So we appreciate their patience and their support in this journey we're going through. And certainly our teachers who have done an amazing job stepping up to a challenge in such a short period of time. It's really remarkable and a testament to their work in this district. And when I say teachers, I also mean the support staff, the ESPs, the social workers, everyone who's still been engaged now providing services. I can tell you statistically, 98.4% of our students have successfully engaged and logged in to our learning management system. Daily attendance, though, is at 90%, and those are the attendance numbers for our students who are engaged on a regular basis. We are very fortunate here in Broward County to have put in place something that few school districts have done. And as you all know, several years ago, we've invested in two major things. One is a single sign-on process that was able to consolidate all our applications under one platform and ensure that we had a secure way to authenticate teachers and students into a secure learning environment. Secondly was an investment in Canvas, our learning management system, which has enabled us to do blended learning and really actually prepared us for this moment. Prior to the pandemic, we had over 50%, majority of our teachers are actually using Canvas to some degree. And so that put us in a good position to move forward. I think we're going to come out on the other end much better than we were before we started this pandemic. You know, many of our teachers have also gone above and beyond using Microsoft Teams. It's a platform where all participants can see each other, is what we're using today. And this is so important because for so many of our students, just being able to see and connect and hear from their teachers is vitally important to their growth and development. So just to give you some data points I received from staff last night around the use of Teams during the 12 virtual school days that we had between March 17th and April 15th, just that period of time as we collected data. So teachers participated in over 165,000 Microsoft Teams meetings, which averages about to 11 team meetings per teacher, with some teachers participating in over 200 meetings in those 12 days, if you can imagine that. There are also teachers averaged almost 10 hours of audio time across those team meetings, with some of those teachers putting in over 100 hours during those meetings. You know, teachers also average about 3 group calls and almost 20 chat meetings during that time as well, with some teachers participating in over 100 group calls or over 1,000 chat messages. So there's a lot of activities going on out there. We know our students miss our teachers just as much as our teachers miss their students. The time and effort, again, being taken out to make this virtual world work certainly has been commendable for everyone. And we're going to continue to encourage all of our teachers to do some type of video chatting, video conferencing. Those that are having some challenges or are not there yet, we're certainly going to provide training. We're going to provide support and mentoring to make that happen. On our food services, certainly our food service workers, they are clearly essential employees that we need to commend, applaud them for their efforts, being out on the front lines every day, providing such a valuable service as we see food lines grow and grow throughout this country. Broward's no exception. This past week, we increased the number of meals by 22,000 and served over a total of over 154,000 meals. Again, that was up 22,000 meals from the week before. We will be moving towards a model where we'll continue to do grab and go, but we'll actually do that over 2 days rather than the 5 days per week that we have now. That does two things. It reduces the number of trips for families to come, and it reduces the number of days our employees are out there working as well. So more information to come on that later by the end of this week. Also, staff in food and nutrition services, Mr. Woods, Ms. Mulder, working on an opportunity that received information and contact from several sources. Ms. Brinkworth sent some information on it. Some other individuals had received this as well. And Ms. Cope was also contacted about this, an organization called Four Rivers that will work with us to essentially engage restaurants to prepare meals for families. It's a really exciting opportunity, and that would be above and beyond the breakfast and lunches that we're already serving. So more to come on that. Hopefully by the end of the week, we'll be able to finalize that arrangement and provide more communications to the board and our community. Internet connectivity continues. We have issued almost 90,000 laptops to date. And I can tell you, as I speak with my colleagues from all across the country through the Council of Great City Schools and other organizations, I don't know of anyone who's really issued that level of computing devices to make sure that our students stay connected. Also, as you know, we have negotiated two major opportunities for our families to have discounted internet service for low-income families through Comcast and AT&T. It basically is $10 a month for that service. However, we know that there are students out there that have housing insecurity, homelessness, or significantly financially impacted. We have now secured mobile hotspots for continuous free internet service, again, at no cost to those impacted students. So doing everything that we can to make sure that no student gets left behind. Been lots of input and interest and conversations around graduation. I've spoken to many parents, received text messages, social media messages, emails, and we have met with our students. We had a group of students, two students, seniors from each high school work with us to provide a plethora of ideas. So we believe within the next couple of days, we'll be able to finalize the details around how we will actually do graduations. Graduation that will honor the amazing class of 2020 that we have, their resilience, their grit, and their, the hope and dreams that they have for a better future. So we will we'll have some more information coming out on that. This week, we also intend to provide some additional guidance on grading for our schools. I know there's some discussion on that, so that will be coming out as well. One thing, final thing I would say is that, I've had conversations with, our state commissioner, Corcoran, and really trying to impress upon our state leaders in the governor's office that South Florida is unique. And there are some federal funds that have come out, the recent stimulus, about $770 million is coming to Florida, will be distributed across all 67 districts. There's also another $173 million that is going to the governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, where he has discretion. And we believe that those funds should disproportionately come to South Florida for a number of reasons. One, South Florida has the majority of COVID cases in the state of Florida. So we are disproportionately impacted, especially organizations like Broward Schools, where we're self-insured. So there's healthcare cost ramifications associated with that. We have higher proportions of ESE and English language arts students and higher levels of poverty. And we know that those populations can be the most impacted. And so we'll need additional funding and support to make sure that we can minimize potential learning loss for those populations. We're also believe that the Tri-County area will be the last set of schools to come online. So whenever the state decides to reopen, given where we are, we will probably be the last to come online. So our time in this would be extended. So those are three significant points. The last one I would say about funding, we anticipate significant cuts to educational funding in the state of Florida. So just to give you an idea, the major sources of funds in Florida would come from, tourism related activities. So Disney's closed. They account for almost half the 100 million visitors that come to the state of Florida. They furloughed 43,000 employees. The cruise industry is shut down. Our hospitality industry, hotels are in single digits in terms of occupancy. So there are going to be significant impacts to the economy, and certainly education funding is a big part of that. We're estimating our hit could be as large as 20 to 25%. That may seem extreme, but I can tell you last weekend, I heard the governor of New York indicate that unless federal funds are going to arrive to help in that area, they could see their schools in New York cut by as much as 50%. What was interesting about that comment is that the schools in New York are funded at a level of $23,000 per pupil. The state of Florida is somewhere around $7,600, $7,700. So if New York actually cuts their schools by 50%, they will still be 50% higher than where we are in Florida. Just think about that. That's the state that we're in funding in Florida pre-pandemic. So again, we're not going to let up on the fact that we got to do more in this state to just even get to somewhere close to the national average for funding education and make it a real priority in this state. So we'll continue to press on that. So my final comment is that, this journey into distance learning, I think it presents a real opportunity for us to look at innovation, to rethink our century-old public education system. Our difficulty going on this path, as I see it, lies not in the new ideas and things that we need to think about, but it's really about escaping from the old ones, because folks don't like change. Change is difficult, but it's the only way to guarantee progress. I'm excited about the things that we're seeing. I'm excited about how our teachers and staff have embraced this moment, and we will come out of it stronger and better than where we were before. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my remarks today.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a lot of really fantastic updates for the community, as well, obviously, as the board to be able to hear and to have shared. With that, at this time, we are ready to move forward with our next items. So if I could please have a motion and a second on G5.
So moved, Nora.
Second, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Mr. Moquin, any audience input on G5?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item G5.
Thank you. My colleagues have any discussion on G5?
I do. It's Nora.
Okay, Ms. Rupert.
I had a question as to if someone passes away before their supplements get to them, does the money go back to the school? And the reason I ask that is one of my kids' favorite teachers, Mr. Groff from Coconut Creek Elementary School, passed away, and he was a tremendous, tremendous person. But it got me thinking, so I really don't know what happens with that.
Good afternoon. This is Sue Rockelman, Director of Talent Acquisition. So yes, if a supplement is ended, that money does remain in the school's budget. So if a person passes away or they end the supplement, they're no longer performing those duties, that supplement would be delimited, and those monies do remain in that school's budget.
Oh, thank you. That's all, Ms. Korn. Thanks.
Thank you. So my question was along the lines of the supplements in general. How during this time frame, obviously some supplements are ones that we're still carrying through and others are ones that are necessary when we actually have students. So how are supplements being handled at this point?
So currently there should be no supplements, new supplements being entered in. These supplements are mostly ones that were entered in prior to March, the first week in March. And remember that meeting was canceled, so we're playing catch up here. But as of today, I've not received any new supplements, with the exception of some of those teachers that are returning back to work and the supplement is attached to their job. For example, a school social worker that has returned from leave, they have a supplement that they get called school social worker supplement. So those supplements should be far and few between that you would see on upcoming items.
Okay, so for supplements, so for instance, there are some though that are still applicable. So I appreciate the fact that we wouldn't have any new ones coming through, but let's just say we do have a new team leader or something where it's still specific to instruction. Has there been a mandate that none of those are allowed at this point, or is there still flexibility where the district is looking at them if they're applicable based on distance learning?
You are correct in your statement. If they are applicable to the distance learning that the teachers are providing, the schools have a process for submitting them, and then I am reviewing those. And exactly that, if they look like they should be going through, we will have it entered in. If there's any questions, I am reaching out to the school to ask them about those.
Okay.
We are holding off on the ones for 2021. We typically will start sending those to the board around in June, end of May, June. So right now we have asked the schools to hold off on submitting those until we kind of figure out where we're at.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Those were my questions, just more kind of the ins and outs of how we were looking at supplements and the fact that there are still some supplements, obviously, that are applicable. So I appreciate that
Ms.
feedback.
Korn?
Yes, Ms. Murray.
Yeah, I felt that was a vague answer in regard to supplements. We have staff that have various additional compensation for sports, after-school activities, clubs, and that. I want to, and I know teachers have asked me, you know, where does that money go? Are we going to get it? You know, we signed up for it. We're entitled to it. So can you be a little bit more clearer than just saying, like I said, we have hundreds and hundreds of supplements. So it involves sports, after-school activities, special interest. So how are you overseeing that people that they're entitled maybe to get this money, and there's a certain expectation of others that think they should get this money? So how is that being handled?
Hi, Ms. Murray. Good afternoon. Good question, and hopefully I can clarify it. So anybody who is receiving a supplement, those supplements are continuing. So if I was the softball coach, that supplement never stopped. If I was the textbook chair, I'm still getting that supplement. If I was the department chair, those supplements are still continuing. And remember, the schools are supposed to put the supplements in prior to the person beginning in the position. So anybody who is performing those tasks that require a supplement, they are still getting their supplement. I was referring to any new supplements during the shutdown. We should not see that many because during this time period, there shouldn't be any new ones. And typically at this time of the year, it would be rare that you are seeing a lot of new ones on the list anyways. So again, if we do see that the person is definitely performing that responsibility and we need to go ahead and give them a back payment, a retro, then of course we're going to put that through. But the list should be shrinking as the school year does come to a conclusion. Hopefully that helps clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues have additional questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of G5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. G5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on GG1?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Laura.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second Ms. Rupert. Is there any audience input on GG1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on any of the GG items.
Thank you. So I will not ask again collectively for GG. To my colleagues, any comments on GG1? Hearing none, all those in favor of GG1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. GG1 passes unanimously. I'm sorry? Okay, sorry. I think I heard some feedback. May I please have a motion and a second on GG2?
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second, Nora.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any colleague conversation and discussion on GG2? Hearing none, all those in favor of GG2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. GG2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on GG3?
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. All those in, any colleague conversation on GG3? Hearing none, all those in favor of GG3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. GG3 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on GG4?
So moved,
Ms.
Brinkworth.
Korn? Ms.
Second,
Korn?
Nora.
Yes.
It's Ms. Levinson. Could we take through GG7 together?
We can. I thought just based on what the individual agreements were, that we might want them individually. So I would be happy to. I just thought that we might want to do that on these items. So, but I'd be happy if someone wants to have the motion GG4 through GG7.
I move that, Nora.
Second, Roslyn.
Okay, moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Any input, conversation on GG4 through GG7? Hearing none, all those in favor of GG4 through GG7, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. GG4 through GG7 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on BB1 and BB2?
So move, Nora.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, any audience input on BB1 and BB2?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items BB1 or BB2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Good on BB2.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the FSBA for all their efforts. They've been really wonderful through this crisis in providing feedback and follow-up. So I just wanted to do a shout.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Good, for taking the time to recognize them. My colleagues have any additional comments on BB1 and BB2? Hearing none, all those in favor of BB1 and BB2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. BB1 and BB2 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC1 through CC8?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Good. Mr. Moquin, any public input on CC1 through CC8?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on any of the CC items.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes, you do. I basically had a question on which, I unmuted you, which group actually is an essential worker for the definition, and would like to see it. I would like to add an additional line that says serve as, quote, essential personnel, end quote, subject to being held over or called back to a district work location or alternate site at all times. And I did receive this note from Mr. Katz after I sent him my question. And he said that he would be supporting that. So basically, I need to say that essential performance responsibilities, and would change that, add that additional line. Would you like me to read it again?
Could you please, and this is a motion you're making, correct, on CC7?
Yes. Okay, ready?
Yes, CC7.
Essential performance responsibility is adding there to serve as quote, essential personnel, end quote, subject to being held over or called back to a district work location or alternate site at all times. And
Can we please
Mr.
mute our
Katz wanted
microphones
any-
unless we're speaking for now?
I'm sorry, Donna?
Yes, I think we have that, Ms. Rupert. Is there a second?
Second, Haladeff.
Thank you. So it has been moved and seconded. Is there conversation, discussion on the motion?
Yes, Ms. Corn, this is Ms. Levinson.
Yes.
I'd like to have Mr. Katz chime in about this. I guess it's first time I'm hearing this, what exactly this essential person quote means, and just explaining what this is and if it's something that he agrees with the description.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson.
Good afternoon, Brian Katz. Yes, that line, I'm told by compensation and HR that does exist in some of our safety and security roles. I consider it an oversight that it's not in this role. Again, 24/7, our console viewers are working, whether it's a hurricane, no matter what it is, they are subject to that recall. So it was raised by Ms. Rupert, and I don't have any issues with that as an amendment.
Okay.
And so does it, when you say essential person, that applies just to hurricanes or?
No, it's for all circumstances. So again, the essential personnel, that when she said it, I think that's the phrase we're using is essential personnel. So like when we did the shutdown this particular time, we all got together as cabinet members, we determined who our essential personnel were, and having it in the job description for the console viewers makes sense to me as making sure that they're always on that list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from my colleagues on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The motion carries unanimously. Is there any further discussion in general on CC1 through CC8? Hearing none, all those in favor of CC1 through CC8 with CC7 amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. CC1 through CC8 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on DD1 and 2?
So moved. This is Nora.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Mr. Moquin, is there any public comment on DD1 and DD2?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment for items DD1 or DD2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of questions about the closeout checklist improvement opportunity, number 6, listed on the items.
Ms. Brinkworth, for the public, because I pulled both together, I just want to make sure we're referencing DD2, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. So I had questions with regard to final punch list review and approval and buyout reconciliation for CMAR and whether or not those have been fully implemented.
Good afternoon to the chair and the school board members and Mr. Runcie. I'm George Jabon, the chief auditor. With respect to this particular finding that RSM has prepared for us, I did meet with Frank Girardi from Capital Programs, Danny Jardine from Erie, and Ashley Carpenter from Atkins on April 13th as a follow-up from this report, and they confirmed to us that they have implemented those particular items. I wanted to mention that when RSM prepared that, and they are on the phone now, that they viewed those particular ones as more of a best practices recommendation on that end. But we have gotten information from management that they've implemented those. You're referring to the matters on page 13, finding number 6.
Okay, thank you. I was just wanting to get confirmation here at this meeting because I know it was an issue that came up on some of the projects previously with regard to final punch list, and I just wanted to make sure that it had been addressed. And then with regard to e-builder and the change orders, why wasn't it done since May 31st of 2019, the requirement was put in place?
I would like to, I mean, I guess I can answer it going forward based on the meetings that we had with respect to this work, as well as the follow-up meeting that we did get a response that they were going to deal with it going forward. So with respect to your question from the past, I would like to ask either Frank Girardi or Danny Jardine or Ashley Carpenter to please respond to Ms. Brinkworth's question.
Q2 2020. Okay, we're here. Which one do you want to?
This is SOP 1220, correct? That's the construction change management. We have been updating the SOP. eBuilder will be automatically rolled out where we notify the vendors of approved change orders. Right now, we're doing that manually, and we have been doing so for the last several months.
I apologize because I don't have, obviously we're looking at it electronically and I didn't have the ability to make comments in my document, but the notes that I wrote on my own piece of paper was with regard to if the requirement was in place on May 31st of 2019, why weren't they being done that way in eBuilder?
Ms. Brinkworth, this is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. This is in regards to after a change order is approved, just the contractor getting notified that the change order was approved. So they have, they are being notified, they have been notified, and that was done as more of a manual process. The recommendation was that gets kind of tacked on to the end of the automatic workflow of the change orders. So though we did have an automatic workflow for the change orders, that final, notification of the contractor was not part of that automatic workflow, and now it's being implemented. I mean, that was really just that last little bit.
Okay, and so currently it is happening in eBuilder as was required as of the 31st of May back in 2019.
Where are you getting the 31st of May 2019?
I'm trying to find it right now, and the difficulty is when I reviewed my documents, I did it on my laptop, which I'm now using for Teams, and I'm using my tablet, and it's taking forever to.
7. Ms. Brinkworth, you're referring to the point on page 7. Ashley, the response to the recommend indicates May 31st.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So, okay, that's a different finding. Sorry, we thought you were talking about another one. This one is about, all of the different forms that are a part of the change orders being in eBuilder, so they're, easily accessible as a bundle. So yes, when the eBuilder workflow for change orders was implemented, all of this stuff started happening automatically. So all the files, they have to be there because it's part of the workflow. So they're all there, they're bundled. The change orders that were sampled from RSM were change orders that happened prior to the rollout of that workflow. And so we were trying to say that, from May 2019 onward, they are all there. All the documentation is there. But here he is going back for those earlier change orders to ensure that they are uploading all the proper documentation to eBuilder, that it's all there for the change orders prior to May 2019.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is with regard to the item that is the review of the consultant, sub-consultant invoices, found $97,661 of work performed by the ORPM for a design, engineering, and feasibility study. that was not competitively bid as required by the district's procurement policy. So this was with regard to the quote unquote cafeteria study, which I know that Mr. Moquin developed very large spreadsheets and charts for the board to look at, and board members, many of my colleagues and I visited the school sites that were in question with regard to transitioning to a food court style cafeteria. So I guess I'm curious as to how we ended up with incurring almost $100,000 cost for this.
This is George Javon again. I would like to ask either Mr. Girardi or Ms. Maloney to answer Ms. Brinkler's question, please.
Shelley Maloney's not on the team's meeting and not here at facilities. I know that was something that was done through HERE and this is from what I know about it. She has more background on it. But this was something that was done for the study of all the, I believe it was 14 or 15 cafeterias where the architect was designed to go out or hired to go out and do an analysis. I don't have a lot of information on it because I wasn't part of that team. If there's something that we can get for you, I can have Shelley Maloney put a response back for you.
I would just like to have a better understanding, Mr. Runcie, of how they were engaged to do this work for $100,000 roughly. When, I mean, it was pretty obvious from the information that was provided by our own staff where there were issues existing within the schools for the cafeterias that I and my colleagues visited.
All right, well, can we follow up with just maybe something in writing, memo to the board on that?
Yes, we can.
Yes. And then I just want to ensure that there aren't, from this point forward, since this recommendation has been brought forward from RSM, that there aren't any additional instances like this where HERE would have been doing something that would be outside the scope, quote unquote, that would be something that would normally require a different process for bidding.
Yeah. Remember you reviewed that debt.
Someone is speaking.
Who's that?
Yeah.
George,
I'm not sure if that was staff giving feedback or.
this is
I don't know
George
who that was.
Again.
Yeah.
If I may
Can
please.
everyone please make sure their microphones are muted? I know there's about 70 of us on the call, so if we can just keep those. Thank you.
George Chabone again. I do have RSM on the line. What they did is look at all of the payments that HERE and Atkins received. And so they were able to get 100% coverage on all the amounts that went to HERE and Atkins. And they took a look at those, and that was the only one that was in question. I'm not sure if Matt Blondell or David Luther can comment on that. But I did ask that question as well, Mrs. Brinkworth, and that was the only exception to the testing.
Okay, I just want to make sure that given that finding from RSM, that staff is cognizant of what would happen if something is outside of the scope of the ORPM contract, and how we would incur an additional cost, and it would possibly be outside of what policy would require.
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth, I'm very comfortable with that testing because that was my question as well as to whether or not we had completely captured all of the expenses. And during the review of the work with RSM, I'm very comfortable with their work, and that's the only exception from their testing.
I do not know of any other instances where that was done with the PMOR, but what we will do is we will put a summary together and get it out to the board regarding that one item.
Okay, and I just want to say that I'm disappointed that there is this level of cost incurred, and I know in the large scheme of things it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but $100,000 is $100,000, and at this point every penny counts. So thank you for the audit, Mr. Jaboan and RSM, and I appreciate staff's opportunity to speak today to those items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the RSM internal audit report, they found that certain documents were missing and were not being put into eBuilder. What are we doing to make sure that this doesn't happen moving forward?
George Chaboan, Chief Auditor. We did in our follow-up meeting, and I'd like to ask Ashley Carpenter to comment further. There is a review committee that you've put together going forward that would review that. If you could please expand on that.
I'm sorry, can you speak louder? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I didn't get the question.
With respect to the findings on the first two findings, Ms. Alhadeff wanted to know what's being done going forward on that. And during our meeting on April 13th, we were told that there'd be a review committee that's looking into those situations. I was hoping that you could expand on that for the board.
Go ahead.
Ms. Alhadeff, this is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. So with regard to the items number 1 and 2, because that was specifically in regard to change order supporting documentation. So like I was saying, with regards to the May 31st, 2019, that's when the automatic workflow got turned on. So from then going forward, all of the documentation is automatically bundled and put together into eBuilder, and it's put in the right place and it's named the right thing. But, you know, for prior to that, although there weren't a ton of change orders, but for prior to that, the change orders that came through, because they were done more manually, here he is going back to ensure that all the proper documentation is loaded into eBuilder. And then, like Mr. Jaboan said, for other types of documentation, there's a continual process to ensure that they have a checklist and they have a review that goes through each project and make sure that all the documentation for that project is uploaded into eBuilder.
Does eBuilder flag an item if not all the proper documentation is there?
Well, we can easily run reports to see if there are folders that don't have documents. You know, if there's a project that's, let's say, nearing completion and we know that certain folders should have documentation, we can easily run reports to do kind of health checks like that. But I think what Hiri is doing is much more extensive than that anyway, and they are really going through to pick up anything that might have been missed from the early projects.
Okay, and just for a historical perspective, when did the board first approve eBuilder?
I guess it would have been when.
That was your original contract?
Yeah, when the vendors initially came on board in 2015. And from that point, then when eBuilder was built and customized for the district, I think it was, I want to say, 3rd or 4th quarter of 2016 that really it began to be utilized. So things were being uploaded in there, but again, because the maybe the processes weren't set, you know, not all the SOPs were set and everything at that point, I think there were things that were missed. So that's the effort to ensure that everything is in there now.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Alhadeff. I have Ms. Good.
Ms. Korn, could you put me on the list, please? Ms. Levinson? Sure. Thank you.
We're going to come back to Ms. Good. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, since most people have already asked my questions, I'm just going to offer the following comments to share my concerns. We have had eBuilder since 2016, and it comes up in audit exceptions in every single audit. And not only may not be repeat findings, but it's additional findings. And I don't understand how 4 years later we can't get that right. I'm also disappointed in the checklist. The checklist is in response to a finding when we didn't have all the closeout paperwork. So we said we're going to have a checklist put in place so we make sure we have all the closeout paperwork. And that was our response to a finding, and then to find out we're not using the checklist that we said we needed. I'm just disappointed. Somebody needs to be managing this, following up and watching it. And also, are there any repercussions for us with the $97,000 in additional expenditures that should have been bid out? It violates our policy. Are there any repercussions for that? I don't know if it's an attorney question. Does anyone want to answer that?
Yeah, I need someone from staff to be able to provide, I don't know if this is legal, but Ms. Bartleman, could you just restate succinctly the question to make sure that someone from staff?
The question is, under policy, the $97,000 needed to be bid out. Are there repercussions for the board for not following that policy? Are there repercussions for staff? We can't just, we clearly violated our own policy.
George Jabone, I would like to ask one of my colleagues if they could assist me with being able to get that information for Ms. Bartleman. And I guess I'll work with my colleagues to, as a follow-up item to your question, Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah. Shouldn't Mr. Runcie be answering this? This is his staff.
So good afternoon, board members.
So Ms. Bartleman, if staff asks a vendor to do work, we're obligated to do that, notwithstanding what the contract or policy says. If we somehow authorize them to do work in the midst of everything, so we're authorized to meet that obligation if they perform the services satisfactory. If you're relative to policy, we need to look at the context of how this occurred. I don't believe that staff or anyone did this stuff intentionally. So that's why we have these reviews. We're putting in safeguards to make sure that certainly doesn't happen again.
Okay, and then Mr. Runcie, something like the checklist of e-builder not being implemented correctly at this point in the process. How are you?
So wait, so e-builder?
These are ridiculous that they keep coming up. You need to be accountable for these findings. You need to tell me what you're.
I'm sure you do. So e-builder, like any system we have, you look at SAP we have today, it's still evolving, and e-builder will continue to evolve in terms of our use. There are issues that came up before, we've addressed those. They're not all the same. It's as we continue to use the system and mature, or we can have RSM comment on this. They've dealt with large enterprise systems before. I see that we are maturing our use. It is being used more diligently as we have gone on through the project. It was a new system that we've used in this district. And so it's not a surprise to me that there are pieces of it that weren't implemented over time, and we're getting better and better at it. And I think that you see that in terms of how it's being used.
RSM, do you have a comment? Because when you read this audit, this is stuff we should have been doing. It isn't like it's not in the midst of anything. This has been going on for 4 years with eBuilder, and not even have a closeout checklist, Mr. Runcie, which was a response to an audit, a previous audit finding from RSM. Somebody needs to really pay attention to this and follow up, because now we're not even implementing our own follow-up procedures for corrective actions on previous audits. So I guess I'll just leave it at that.
I wouldn't say that's fair. The audit clearly says that we've addressed items that they've brought up before. So that's not fair to make that generalization.
It is on that finding, Mr. Runcie.
Finding, yes.
We weren't closed out. We weren't doing all closeout paperwork. We said we were going to do it by creating a checklist, and now we didn't use the checklist that we said we were going to use. So on that finding, absolutely. And this is
I'll have staff respond, but I wouldn't say that staff is not using a checklist. I don't think that's accurate as well.
It's in the finding. Read it.
Excuse me, this is George Jabone. If I could please provide the board with some information. This is the third audit that RSM has prepared for us. All of the previous findings continually get reviewed. In the back of the report, we'll see that there had been 2 open findings from the previous audits, and one of those 2 was closed. The reason why the second one was not closed is there was a checklist that was implemented in January, and there was not enough data to close out that finding by the time that the field work was done. So I can tell you that we are getting good responses and actions from those findings. So management is addressing all the issues, the responses are correct, and the follow-up does occur. So all of these 7 findings that are on these pages of the report is part of the scope for the next quarter. Thank you.
The checklists are being used, and Danny Jardine could explain it a little bit more.
Yes, ma'am. There's a couple of different things that we've heard about. We talked about the pay application checklist, which was from an open finding a couple of months ago. Earlier this year, we implemented the 2 checklists. One was for a hard bid and a CSMP project. The other checklist is for a CMAR project. Those have been implemented. We're following those, and auditing will come back in another month or 2 now that we have pay applications coming through, that they can verify that we're following the checklist. On the project closeout checklist, when we're completing a project, before we close it out, project completion, there's a checklist. We've incorporated that checklist into the project closeout checklist. So it's in both of those SOPs now. So it's just another checklist that we've included into the process. We've been following the checklist. We do that for the project completion, and we've now included it in the project closeout.
This is George Chabon again. I can see through the meeting list that our RSM is trying to get into the call, so it's possible that they're not able to work out the technology to provide their own commentary.
Ms. Bartleman, did you have additional comments you wanted to share?
Request a code conference with RSM to go over some of this. I'll leave it in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Just real quick, Ms. Korn, it's really hard to hear Ms. Bartleman. It sounds very muffled. So if I don't know if it's, maybe she needs to speak closer to her laptop, but I had very hard time listening to her comments. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Bartleman, just so you know, the next time you speak, you don't need to say anything now, but earlier in the meeting, it was very clear hearing you, and now it's almost as if it's very muddled. So if there's something different, if you could change it back, you were very effective at the very beginning. So thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Korn. I just wanted to make a comment on the procurement of the design and engineering facility scope of work cafeteria study, which has been mentioned. Just going forward, I did not understand that when colleagues of mine had mentioned going to do this cafeteria study, that we were going to be doing a design and engineering feasibility scope that would cost almost $100,000. So I would ask in the future, Mr. Runcie, if board members bring up things that they would like looked at, if we are going to be going out to hire somebody and not doing it on our own, that be communicated to the board, that there will be this kind of expense to do that.
Okay, yep, that sounds fair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with what Ms. Levinson just said. We had numerous conversations over the cafeteria studies and the various options that we all considered. And I think at no point in time did we realize, that a cost would be associated with. Of course, no one does work for free, but I just think in light of what has been noted, I think it's very important that we be apprised of such things. If it's not within a certain scope of work that a certain contractor or a certain staff member has available, that we should be advised. So thank you.
George Chabon again, through the chair. I received a text from RSM that they're trying to make some comments. I was hoping if Mr. Moquin or Dr. Neesmith can check if they can be unmuted.
Hey, Joris, this is David Luker. Am I coming in?
Yes, you are.
Okay, my apologies. I apologize, but missed maybe the last minute of the commentary, but I wanted to respond to the line of discussion around the e-builder implementation and where we are in the process and how that might compare, to our experience in the industry. And I would say that every program obviously varies in its complexity and its use of the tools that they purchase, but I would say we have seen good use of e-builder and increased use of e-builder. I think the nuances that we get into within some of the audit procedures and the depth that we go to in terms of validating some of these control mechanisms that exist within the technology, I think they may overshadow the broad use of the information by the district and its vendors. And so we are pleased with the progress that has been made, and these continual refinements like these issues that we identify will help the district into the future. So I wouldn't say that it's a blatant misuse of the product. I would say that it is experiencing some growing pains, but we have seen a lot of positive movement.
Thank you for that feedback, and appreciate that. I know a lot of conversation has gone on now around e-builder. With that, I don't have any other colleagues signed up. I do have a couple of things. I'm going to start my conversation around e-builder, which is, as much as I appreciate that we're finally there, for me, it's very frustrating that it took us this long. One of the reasons in the document that we had talked about going forward, that full implementation of e-builder is so important, is because we paid for everything that e-builder provides. And to me, this seems like a glaring message that has been shared early on. And for us to just now be getting to this place, or recently, I won't say just now, but recently getting to this place is very challenging. We made the commitment, we gave the direction, and it feels like we're continuing to have to chase our vendor to get this to happen. So that's very frustrating for me. I believe in what e-builder can do, and I think we could have made some positive, from a time frame, we could have done things in a more positive way if we had implemented it sooner. But obviously, at this point, we are where we are. If on document number 4, the contract review, on page 7, it talks about the this is in the response, and it talks about the file migration retroactive projects should be completed no later than the end of April. We are at April 21st. What's the reality of that response being accurate?
Ms. Korn, that migration from the paper to e-builder has been completed for all the old change orders.
Okay, and so are we fully up to date as of today then?
Yes, ma'am. Staff has said have been caught up and we're up to speed.
Okay, thank you. And then my next comment is in the same document on page 11. It refers to the automated e-builder workflow. Approved change order notification is to the contractor is underway, and the rollout is planned for the end of the second quarter 2020. But then the estimated completion date is March of 2020. So I'm a little bit confused regarding those timeframes. I don't know how we can have this completed in March if we're not expecting the rollout to occur until the end of the second quarter of 2020.
On mute.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Korn, I can speak to that. It's Ashley Carpenter. There's actually 2 different, I guess, steps in this finding. So the first one was around the SOP getting updated and submitted to the district for sign off. So Danny can speak to that piece. That was the piece that was for the end of March. And then the second piece was, again, this like notification, that final step of the change order once it's been approved by the board, that the contractor gets notified. And that's the part that's being built into the automatic workflow. And we're on schedule for the end of quarter 2 2020. possibly earlier, but like we said, they are doing that now. They are certainly notifying the contractors. It's just being done in a manual way. Danny, you want to speak to the SOP?
The SOP, we have been working with Ashley staff or the eBuilder staff to work out some updated process and flow charts, and we think we'll be done with that probably in the next week or two. I know the staff has been working very closely with them to make sure that the processes and the workflows are aligned and that things are going to be fully functional and operational when we get it finalized.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I was now going to go to document 5. I don't know. So document 5 to me seems a little bit. Is document 5? Is this where we should really be having this conversation? These are the review comments for the RFQ program manager, scope of work.
Is that, so that's the comments to the RFQ?
Right.
Right, and that was discussed last week when the RFQ was approved. This is the same document that was part of the RFQ.
Okay, it was attached here for some reason. I don't know. It's probably not appropriate to discuss here. Is that correct?
Well, it was discussed in depth last week when the board approved the RFQ.
Well, I know, but we had a different party, Mr. Girardi. We had a different party in the room with you when we had this conversation, correct?
Yes.
That's my point.
That was Shari Francis from procurement and Shelley Malone, 2 of the people that helped build the RFQ.
Right. Well, I just wanted to make sure that number 6 on this item, where it talks about it should include responsibility to execute on program level improvements and changes that are passed down from CPCM and management, was incorporated. But it's attached here.
On Friday, or it may have been Saturday morning.
I saw the list.
The list.
I just want to make sure that one specific thing was there because I didn't see it in this review.
Okay, let me re-verify that. I'll find out where it is in the RFQ. Perfect. And send it out to the board highlighted.
Okay, that was my only comment. With that, do any of my colleagues have any additional comments that they would like to share on DD1 and DD2?
Madam Chair, I have one question.
Yes, Ms. Holodeff.
Are the checklists that we're talking about, are they through eBuilder?
Good. Yeah, yes, they are. They're all through eBuilder.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the one other comment, Mr. Runcie, that I would share with you and Mr. Girardi is accountability. As we go through this and we're seeing things that are reoccurring or things that should not be, issues that we're seeing at this stage in the contract, there needs to be an accountability beyond, all right, well, what can we do to fix it? Accountability means there is someone responsible for the fact that this occurred or continues to occur. And I'd like us to be very proactive in taking those steps going forward.
We will.
Understood.
With that, all those in favor of DD1 and DD2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. DD1 and DD2 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on DD3?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second. Nora.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Murray. Mr. Moquin, do we have any public comment on DD3?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item DD3.
Thank you very much. Now to my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Hold on one second. I'm just checking my notes. So I think a part of this particular item, there was reference to the the need for an assistant chief auditor, and I just wondered if the auditor could speak to that point.
Good afternoon, George Jabot, Chief Auditor. I would like to check to see if the consultant who prepared that report, Ms. Marcia Grayson Carty, if she's able to speak. Ms. Carty, are you on?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I'm here.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Carty, can you kindly talk about your evaluation of that comment for Ms. Good?
Yes. Hello. I guess everyone can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Carty.
Oh,
yes.
Excellent. Okay, I didn't know. So basically, Cummings Grayson performed the audit, well, not the audit, an external quality control review of the internal auditing function and of the chief auditor's office. And we basically found that they were all was well. There was an issue, a letter issued based on the results of how reviews our opinion that the internal quality control system was suitably designed and operating effectively to provide reasonable assurance of compliance with government auditing standards for the period that we looked at, which was July 2016 to June 30th, 2009. There was an additional report or letter issued, and that is more like the management letter. And we did have several comments, one of which is the one regarding the Office of the Chief Auditor, noting that it was in a period of transition by the interviewing process with staff and the organizational chart, and even looking at the folders themselves. What was noted was there were several meetings and different administrative responsibilities that the new chief auditor was not really able to, I guess, satisfy completely. And there was just a need for further guidance and training and coaching to team members. It was noted during our interviewing process. Meeting with the chief auditor, trying to understand that, we realized that he had, I guess, promoted to a cabinet level position, and that had a requirement which included attending numerous meetings, I guess significantly more than what had been done previously. So we looked at other food districts, particularly Miami-Dade County and also Palm Beach County, but the one most relevant was Miami-Dade County, and we noted that in that circumstance, particularly the Office of Chief Auditor did have an assistant chief auditor who could possibly handle more of the administrative responsibilities that we noted during our peer review. So we made a recommendation that there should be a consideration process of adding a new position on to handle more of the staff issues and concerns, meetings, report guidance, reviews, daily operations, and should be entitled like Miami-Dade, the Assistant Chief Auditor. And that was simply a recommendation.
Okay, well, my inquiry was just on that last point. And I was just interested with our auditor, having an assistant chief position is a pretty substantial upper management position. And I wondered, I understand Miami-Dade and Palm Beach, other districts have different types of organizational structures regarding auditing that do not include an assistant chief position?
I really did not extend our review beyond the South Florida area, those three. So based upon that, I really cannot answer it without looking further. There are 67 counties. I could perhaps maybe look at Orange County, a similar size county, and would be able to answer that better.
Well, again, I don't want to do anything that's going to incur any costs, having heard
No,
earlier.
I would not, I actually would not charge you at all for doing that.
Well, I appreciate it.
So I'll
But
mind, go ahead.
if I can finish, I'm sorry. So I just, if it's an issue of further accountability, I can see. If it's an issue of job responsibilities, I believe there may be other ways to handle it. Certainly, I would look to our auditor to provide guidance as well as to, within the structure, if there's an opportunity for a senior auditor position or some other position that can maybe provide him some much needed assistance. I think that would be certainly prudent. And I'm certainly amenable to it. I just don't want to do it just because a neighboring county is doing it. I want to do it because it makes the most sense in our district. And it would provide additional accounting measures and not just additional resources. So I think if it's an issue of additional resources and an issue of management, of timing, of workload, I think that maybe that could be accomplished in a multitude of ways. And so I'll look to get, I guess, further information on this point. But I thank you both for the information.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Thank you, Ms. Good. You had asked for my opinion. I wanted to make sure that Ms. Carty's opinion was stated first. From a practical standpoint, our function is the only one that doesn't have a director level within the district and a director level position. And what happens is there's coaching and training that needs to be done to our team members, and there's quality control that needs to be done. And I'm often in high level necessary meetings. Now, even though that's something that I think that we should do, given the current future economic issues facing the community and the district, I had intended on bringing this up at the organizational chart meeting, but that's not something that I think we can do in the short term. There are other priorities, and I'll have to do the best that I can to address those matters. And in a year from now, or whenever we think the timing is right, that I would ask the board to consider pursuing that recommendation.
Well, I appreciate your input, and I guess you can only be in one place at one time, and so your department should be structured with similar support as any other department. And so if it's something that we didn't do or was not recommended to the board, then I'm certainly amenable to it. I just want it to be done in a more comprehensive way, not just merely for the fact that it's the disbursement of workload, but it's greater accountability and support within the whole department. So I look forward to getting some more details and certainly finding out what other large counties are doing, other large school districts are doing as far as their auditing department and the way it's structured and the kind of support that the chief auditor has within their workload. So I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have additional colleagues who would like to speak on DD3? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of, Mr. Moquin, did I take public input on DD3?
Sorry, Ms. Aldiff would like to speak.
Okay, 1 second. Mr. Moquin, did I take public comment?
Yes, I already indicated that we received no public comment on item DD3.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, Ms. Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So besides an assistant chief auditor, which Miami-Dade and Palm Beach school districts have, they also have an Office of Inspector General. I did notice that we do have a fraud hotline number, which Mr. Jaboen has on his chief auditor page on our website, which provides greater accountability to the district. I also went back and looked at some of the conversation that the board had back in 2016 about implementing a Office of Inspector General for the district. And one of the biggest things that was the takeaway from that meeting was that we had an Inspector General of the United States Department of Education and Plantation, and that the decision was made that we would be putting their phone number on our website specifically, I would think on our main page, which I don't see that phone number of that Office of the Inspector General anywhere on our website. And my ask is that if we could proceed to do that. And I think that would provide the accountability or help to provide accountability for the public to be able to easily access that phone number. Thank you.
Ms. Alhadeff, certainly we can add that phone number. If it was done in the past, it may have fallen off when the other website was updated, but I will follow up to make sure that we add the Inspector General for the Department of Education on our website as well.
Thank you.
Yes, who's speaking?
Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
I just have a question about him, the chief auditor. This is for Mr. Runcie, going to all the cabinet level meetings. If that appears to be part of the problem. Mr. Riley was not going to cabinet level meetings. Why the change? Why is it so important?
Well, let's hold on. So that's not true that Mr. Riley wasn't going. And number two, Ms. Joris goes to all the cabinet meetings.
Okay, but it's interfering with his ability to run the department, and the recommendation is to hire someone beneath him, which will be a cost and an additional administrative position.
Oh, wait.
All his cabinet meetings. So as opposed to
having, you're asking me that he shouldn't come to cabinet meetings?
I'm asking, is it a requirement to be at every one? And remember,
no, it's not. When he can't make a cabinet meeting, he sends us a note and says, I'm busy and I can't come. Or he sends me a note. He's done that often. There's no issue there. We're not making it mandatory, and he could speak for himself on the number of occasions where he has not attended cabinet because he's had work to do. And I said, hey, that's a higher priority. Don't come.
Look, I'm just responding to what was in the audit by a third party.
Right, I'm responding to you, and he's also available to respond to you as well, but he's not forced to come.
And the other question I have more importantly is if he's in, this is my problem with the auditor reporting to you and not reporting to the board. That's a side note because he's participating in everything that he's auditing. But Joris, I don't want to have a six-figure additional chart position because your going to all the cabinet meetings are creating a problem for you to complete your duties as the chief auditor. So Mr. Runcie says you don't have to go to all of them. So where can we find balance here?
Ms. Bartleman, with respect to what Mr. Runcie stated, I do miss several of the cabinet meetings because I'm attending various meetings that conflict with that. There is a significant value to attending those meetings, particularly as we go through the times right now. There are decisions that I can contribute to. I can provide internal control recommendations as decisions are being made throughout the cabinet. My input is appreciated on that front. I'm able to be aware of different matters that are going on that impacts the timing of the work that we do. Ultimately, Ms. Carty's recommendation is done through some peer review work, but ultimately that is a function that I've had in previous places that I've worked at as well. There are things that our team needs to do as far as training and enhancing that this type of role also would allow us to meet as well.
Okay, so I guess I'm not going to approve an additional chart position for a six-figure administrator with the financial situation as it is. So somehow there has to be a balance because a third party clearly stated that your cabinet meetings are interfering with your ability to run the department.
Ms. Bartleman, it's hard to hear you. We're losing you.
Can you hear me now?
A little
I don't
bit
know what
better.
else to do. Okay, so here I'm going to say it again. Can you hear me? A third party said that your cabinet meetings are impeding your ability to do your job. So much so that they are recommending a chart level position to assist you. We are in a financial crisis. We don't have money for that position. So somehow you're going to have to find a way to balance this and make it work. And that is, you don't report to me. You are a dotted line to me. So Mr. Runcie is going to have to figure out how to help support you. And also, if you're making the decisions that you're auditing, how independent is your audit? If you're the one making the recommendations. I get it's being proactive, but then can you go in retroactively when you were part of the decision to audit certain practices?
Ms. Bartleman, Ms. Carty is still on the line. I think that the basis for her recommendation is not, as you stated that, she can comment on her own. But one of the things that I think is important, though, is that such a recommendation be postponed until a future year when the financial situation of the district has normalized. So we, like every other department in the district, will work within the financial situation that we have right now and going forward, and that does involve not adding this type of position in the near future.
And then the question about how if you're involved in the decision making of a process or a practice, that then you have an audit, how independent can you be if the practice turns out to be a failure with problems?
So,
Mrs. Korn, this is Barbara Myrick, if I may make a comment. Mrs. Bartleman, I think that the comments about reporting and whether he has conflicts or not are beyond the scope of this agenda item and would be much more appropriate for when we talk in the near future about the organizational chart again and all those things. So,
okay.
Okay, and I need everyone to please mute their microphones. A great deal of the feedback that we're getting is based on there being.
Ms. Korn, you need to unmute.
I was asking everybody else to please mute their microphones. It's getting very difficult to hear people. So if we could please everyone mute their microphone as soon as they're done talking, that will make it much easier for us to all be able to hear. So I do not have any other colleagues listed. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this time? Okay, so the comments that I was going to share is I certainly appreciate the feedback, the recommendations. This is clearly not the time to be expanding the department. I appreciate our chief hearing this recommendation and understanding that this is not the time to be expanding his. I have not heard a recommendation by Mr. Runcie that this is something we should be anticipating. In the condition as it was provided, it said not only were cabinet level meetings, but also school board regular board meetings were part of what was taking his time. And we're obviously not asking for that not to occur. I think that Mr. Runcie has to be in a position to be able to have organization of his cabinet meetings based on him being able to most effectively do his job. I do not believe it is something that we should be determining who does and does not attend his cabinet meetings. And if he's getting this feedback, he's giving the flexibility and he feels there's maybe some additional flexibility to be giving in the future. That's something for him to consider, but I don't think that's appropriate for us to be making those kinds of individual determinations about who is attending cabinet meetings as Mr. Runcie prepares and plans them. At the end of the day, board priorities is who makes these recommendations about spending and in working with the superintendent. I truly appreciate when we get these types of reports. It helps us to make decisions, but ultimately they do not make our decisions. We do. And our priority is based on the financial situation that we're in, and we are not in one to be able to expand this. So as much as a recommendation may be here, it does not mean it's one that we can afford or one that we are taking any action on at this time. So with that, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of DD3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. DD3 passes unanimously. Thank you. If I could please have a motion and a second on EE 1, 2, and 3.
So moved.
Second, Nora.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any audience input on EE 1, 2, and 3?
Ms. Korn?
Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah, I think, no, I'm okay. I just got it up. I thought you pulled one that I needed to have separated. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Moquin, is there any audience input on EE 1, 2, and 3?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE 1, 2, or 3.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could staff explain the agreement of the increase of the 3%?
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Runcie, Madam Chair, Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. It's good to see you all. I am going to defer the question specifically around the 3% price increase to Ms. Mary Coker, the Director of Procurement.
Thank you. I guess I should turn my camera on. Can everyone see me?
No.
No?
No, but we can hear you, Ms. Coker.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Ms. Alada, for the question. Yes, indeed. We are asking, and with that renewal for 1 year comes a spend authority as demonstrated in the financial analysis worksheet. You may not recall when we brought this item back in, I believe, the item before that we brought provided us with a decrease in cost for paper. We had a different way of the way that we were sourcing the paper. They were drop shipping from the vendors directly to the schools. By bringing them in-house to our warehouse, we were able to buy truckloads of paper. Therefore, through the leveraging of the economies of scale, we reduced significantly the cost of paper. And we hadn't taken a reduction, we hadn't taken an increase in paper, but this year now with the renewal, we are taking the increase. I want to highlight, if I may, on the second page of the executive summary, that even though we are taking a 3% increase, 98% of the spend that we have on paper is for paper dual purpose white 8.5 by 11. The cost that we have is cheaper than the state bid that exists with DMS. Therefore, we're going to be paying $25.41 per ream, and currently Florida State pays $26.65. So in essence, even though we're taking a 3% increase, our pricing is still more competitive than other districts as well as the state.
But with that 3% increase, are you also saying that there's an increase of use of the paper?
No, by no means are we saying there's an increase of use. What we're saying is there's an increase in price. If you look at the financial analysis worksheet, we have not increased the use of the cost relative to the spend in the last couple of years. We've maintained the same historical spend. Therefore, what we're asking for is based on the increase in cost, not in use.
Okay, so for me, I would be looking to decrease the use of paper within the district. You know, as we are moved to digital style of learning, we've found ways to do things more digitally. So I cannot support this item to increase the 3% cost for us to spend on paper in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have additional colleagues signed up. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss this item? Okay, so Ms. Coker, the one thing I guess I wanted to share was that obviously we're now spending months out of school that we had not otherwise anticipated. So I have no desire to do any kind of limitation when it comes to paper. I was in the classroom when we went through these types of things where we would put some type of external limitation, and even more recently that's occurred, and it can be crippling and in a forced format. With that said, I don't see a change in what we're anticipating for usage based on the fact that we should have some kind of stockpiled, right, for where we are not in the classroom right now. So I'm wondering, is it possible that we potentially need less during this period of time because we haven't been using it for the period of time we're now in?
So through the chair, let me start, and then I'll let Ms. Coker add to the conversation. Thank you, Ms. Coker. So I just want to say, generally speaking, based on conversations that we had in APG, and with our direct team. For any item that we're bringing forward for this particular board meeting, we did take a hard look at the spend authority request based on the COVID-19 shutdown. In a few instances, we literally pulled items off of the agenda to allow us to go back and get another months of information before we bring it forward. We still have enough lead time to do that. You'll see a couple of items on the agenda today where we actually reduced the spend. One of those was the oil for transportation. And then there are some items that were coming in and we're using the historical spend. This one, paper, is one of those where we believe that because of low inventories, I'm sure Ms. Coker will tell you a little bit more about that. And the fact that, we really didn't want to risk the schools not having the paper. We conservatively use the historical spend with the expectation that we will continue to monitor this. This is a one-year contract, and we do anticipate that as we get more and better data, we will be able to tighten up the forecast moving forward. But right now, based on the data that we had, we believe that this is the most conservative spend that we felt comfortable bringing forward. Ms. Coker, is there anything you would like to add to that?
That's exactly what I was going to say. And considering the governor's notification about the schools being closed for the remainder of the year, it was a bit of a tight window there to change the item to potentially run the risk. But again, I have to remind the spend authority, should we consume less paper, for sure, that's going to be top of mind to ensure that we're cognizant of that. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess, Ms. Oliver, I'll put you back on the list. I guess for me, and I know I've discussed this before, spend authority is our real true check and balance, right? We want the spend authority to match as closely as possible to what we really anticipate. And to be, in essence, 3 months out of school, and for that not to potentially impact what our usage of paper is and our spend in this area it's just difficult for me, I guess, to get my hands around, unless you're going to tell me that potentially you would have had to come back with an increased spend authority request before this had run out. So, I mean, I could see if we had been that tight, but now going forward, knowing that we've had 3 months of no usage of paper and that we're somehow seeing ourselves forecast to be in that same place, I guess I feel like this is a little bit one of those areas where, and I do appreciate, thank you, Mr. Woods and Ms. Coker, that you are taking into account outside. This is one of those areas where I guess I would have thought we would have anticipated something less.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Coker?
No, Mr. Woods can speak.
Oh, okay,
Go ahead,
Mr. Woods.
So what I was going to say, thank you, Ms. Coker. So this particular bid expires in August, I believe. And if it's the board, we feel like it's a conservative forecast, but if the direction of the board is for us to go back and take a look at the spend request, maybe be a little bit more aggressive, we can do that and come back in May. The caveat would be is that in that item, we will clearly say that there's a high probability that before this year is out, depending on how the volume is for the remainder of the year, we may have to come back to the board within this year's contract and ask for additional spend. So what I'm saying is if the board would want us to be a little bit more aggressive, we have enough runway to defer this item or vote it down. We can come back at the end of May with a very aggressive spend request, with the caveat that within the year, if we don't have enough, we will come back to the board and ask for additional spend authority. That's just one option that I put on the table. Thank you.
And I would.
Yes, Ms. Coker.
I'm sorry. So thank you, Mr. Woods, for that option. And if I may, there may be another option. I would prefer not to have to defer it or come back, considering that this is the time of the year in April, May, when we normally place the orders, since we buy these as truckloads, we bring in a lot of paper, hold the inventory, and then we distribute to the schools as they place orders. So it's important that we have the lead time available to make these purchases. As Mr. Woods mentioned, I did check the inventory before the board meeting to make sure we do not have paper. It seems as if the schools, prior to all of this being out, they began placing a lot of orders to make sure they had supplies in-house. So we currently don't have paper. Therefore, we have to place the orders in May, June, so that we do have them available for August opening. My suggestion, and it could be, again, as conservative as possible, if we were to eliminate the usage of the 3 months that we were taking into consideration, it would be a total of 446 instead of asking for 925. So if you look at page 2 of the executive summary, you will see the current average monthly use, 95, 412. And then we did it for projected spending remaining of 5 months. As Mr. Woods mentioned, this doesn't go into effect until August. Therefore, these remaining months, should you consider that we would not be using them, then we would have a decrease in spend authority that would go from the 925 to the 446, because if you add 477 plus 446, you come up with the 925. Again, we're taking a risk here. And if it's the board's desire to do that, by all means, we can. It just may mean that when we come back in August and we may find that we become short of, or we start trending that we're going to be needing more spend authority, again, we will have to come back to the board and ask for that spend authority. So it's up to the board's will.
I guess I'd like, I don't want to, I know it's going to get more and more challenging as the months ahead of us to be asking for any more money. But at the same time, I feel like if there's areas we know there's going to have to be some places for constraint, it's probably going to have to come a little bit from all different places. So if there's that little bit from this place, it would be an opportunity for us to make a decision then that, what steps we need to take. So I guess I would just look to see if my colleagues have anything that they want to share regarding that. I would be happy to make that amendment that the spend authority be to 446,000 rather than 925, but I don't want to belabor the topic.
I have something to say, Nora.
Ms. Rupert? And then Ms.
I think-
Holyev, did you have more to say? Did you want to share something else?
I just want to say that 9% of the spending breakdown is in other departments, not specifically in schools. So we could look to save and use technology more in other departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert? We can't hear you, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, how about now?
Okay, there we go.
It went on and went off. I was specifically thinking about 504 plans and IEPs, but it goes back to what Ms. Alhadeff just said. If the papers were coming from non-school and they were coming from districts or downtown, I can see that, but I certainly don't want to take any any papers, any pencils for our students that have access for their IEPs and their accommodations, that they can't do it on any other way. So I don't know if that would even come under the ESE district level, but I know it definitely comes from school to school. So I mean, if we're forced to do so, I would support reduction in downtown usage, but definitely not when it gets into the hands of our teachers and our students. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess I'll make the motion. That way my colleagues can weigh in as to whether or not they're comfortable with the number as it is or prefer the reduction. So I would make a motion to reduce the spend authority to 446,000 rather than the 925,000.
So second, Dr. Osgood.
So motion has been seconded, moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
have discussion.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
So worst case scenario, if we find out we need more paper, she has the ability now to stock the warehouse and she can come back for an increase in spend authority. So there's really no danger in putting the schools at risk, correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Ms. Bartleman. If I could make one friendly amendment, I don't know if we can add a sentence or a caveat in the executive summary. I would just like to memorialize the fact that we're being really conservative and there's a probability that we'll come back if the board is open to that.
Well, you have to come back because if we start getting tons of emails that schools have no paper that they need, that's going to be a nightmare for everyone.
So I think the motion, we probably, to Mr. Wood's request, I think he just wants to be able to say that if they do come back at a later date, he can say that this was discussed and acknowledged by the board. And so I think we can go back, Mr. Woods, just in seeing what the dialogue was around this, that the board is absolutely acknowledging that there's not an intent to put any kind of restriction on paper, but rather just to be conscious of spend authority, and that we anticipate if there is a need that you will come back to us with a request.
That works for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Corn?
So with that, I'm sorry.
Yes. Ms. Levinson. May I go ahead, Ms. Corn?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, I could go ahead and support it based on your reasoning, but what worries me is the translation to the schools that they must use less paper. It's been a problem in the past, and I don't want this to be misinterpreted and put out there that in any way they have to use less paper, because it's been a continuous problem in the district, and that's why it worries me to do this.
So I 100% agree with you. I have no intent whatsoever for that to be the message. This spend is still an increase, and it is contemplating the fact that we will, in essence, have 3 months of non-usage of paper. And so.
No, I fully understand what you're saying. I'm more speaking to staff and the translation of this to be that it has nothing to do with using paper, and that we will continue to use our schools to allow use paper the way they always have.
And I think, so to your point, and I appreciate that. So to Ms. Coker and to Mr. Woods, would you be the ones initiating that request in the event that you see the paper going low?
Yes. Yes, the paper is purchased by my purchasing agents, and we actually prepare the forecast based on historical purchases from the schools. And this time around is when the schools prepare, as the year is closing, to making sure that they have the pallets or the supplies that they need for the beginning of the schools. That's why we want to prepare. We have to, again, as I mentioned, based on the lead time, we have to purchase them now so that they're available for August. So we would have that visibility, yes.
If I could amend my, Dr. Osgood, if you would accept the amendment that the spend authority would be decreased to 446,000, anticipating that the board will have a spend authority request increase in the event that the need for paper is beyond what we have available during this contract period. So Dr. Osgood, you're on, did you accept that? Sorry, you're on mute.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson, is that better?
Yes, and my second question would be how you got to the dollar amount you did. I'd be looking at cutting it by a quarter, not by as much as we are. We're talking about March, April, and May not using paper.
And I was just making that calculation right now, if you can see me with the calculator, because originally I had counted the 5 months, because this goes all the way up to August.
Right.
So I'm looking at the difference for the 3 months exactly. Mm-hmm. And I was going to go ahead and make that friendly recommendation, instead of doing it by the 5 months, that we would just eliminate the 3 months from that spend, and it would give us.
Thank you for doing this kind of on the fly with us, Ms. Coker.
So the monthly expenditure is 95,412 times 3. It's $286,000 and 236, and then if we subtract that from the ask, which was 900. 925 minus the 236. It's 638,764.
All right, so I'm going to amend it to 639,000 would be the spend authority request.
Second.
So all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the amendment passes unanimously. Going back to the larger item, all those in favor of EE1 amended as well as EE2 and EE3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. EE1, 2, and 3 pass unanimously. Thank you. If I could have a motion and a second on EE4, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there public comment on EE4, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE4.
Thank you. To my colleagues for EE4, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions on this item. The first being, when you look at the increase, how you came to the spend authority, you have the tremendous increase from 17-18 to 18-19. What about to 19-20? I'm trying to figure out how you came up with this number without including what the trend was to 19-20, which is part of this.
I hope that Marcia or someone from the department is also on the phone.
Ms. Coker, we're on the phone. This is Antoine Hickman, Chief of Student Support Initiatives and Recovery. I also have Sheila Brown on the line, as well as Simone Hollingsworth is available to respond.
So, Ms. Levinson, I'm trying to understand.
Would you like me to repeat the question? Please. Okay. The question is, you're using an average monthly expenditure of $349,294. And based on the executive summary that we were provided with, there was a tremendous increase from 17-18 to 18-19. My question is, why is 19-20 not included in here, since this was a 3-year contract and you could have really zeroed in? I don't know if that 349,000 is accurate, because if we continue to double or to increase 50% or increase 11% respectively in the categories, we'd be looking at needing more than we have. So I wanted to know what the increase was from 18-19 to 19-20 in both of the categories.
I'm going to start off, and then I don't know if the department, the user department, has this information, but I know that when we create the financial analysis worksheet, sometimes when we just break down the monthly usage, it breaks it down within the entire time the bid was used. And sometimes we see the spike where the bid might not have been used at the very beginning, and there's heavy usage at the end. And then when you statistically break that down, you have median. In this case, that's the 349. So there has been a spike. I can probably say that at the beginning, the use was less, and I don't know if the user department can actually speak to that.
No, it's very clear that there has been a spike. That's why my question is, without seeing the most recent year, the last year they have is 18-19. Where is the information for 19-20 in order to be able to, you just used the 349,000 over the 3-year period, but if there has been such a tremendous spike, that will not be enough.
Well, we definitely have that information available. It wasn't presented in this documentation, but it is based on, as you see, as you've already said, there's an increase, a consistent increase in the number of students being identified, the number of services, and the requirements for a higher level of care, such as an RN to provide these services. But to answer your question, we did not include it, but we can definitely get that. That's basically looking at the increase and how we determine the need.
Hi, this
That
is
help?
Sheila. Hi, Dr. Hickman, may I speak? This is
Yes,
Sheila.
ma'am. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so just to address the increase, since 2017, there's been an increase of students with chronic health conditions by a minimum of 11.4%. And these are students who have the following.
That's from 1718 to 1819. I'm asking about from 1819 to 1920.
We'll get that information for you, Mrs. Levinson.
So,
Okay.
through the chair, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Through,
Mr. Woods,
through the
please.
through the chair, Ms. Levinson, I apologize. So as I listen to this conversation, I think that we all realize that this is probably one of those contracts that we are almost guaranteed some level of increase. I know that we've stepped away from contingencies in the recent past, but at this point, I know we don't have the specific data, but it might be possible that we can just create a 10% or 10 to 12% contingency to accommodate for any anticipated increase in spend. So I'll pause there and get your reaction specifically from Ms. Levinson.
I'm not particularly interested in a contingency. I'm really interested in getting the accurate information when we're talking about a 3-year contract. So not just the first 2 years, but the 3rd year as well. So it makes it very difficult to check and make sure that you have the right amount. So I will anticipate, that you're probably going to come back to us, because when you do an average over 3 years and you're averaging from the first year that was very low, we should be shifting it to the heavier part of the contract, average monthly expenditure, which was the 2nd and 3rd years. So I'm just saying I don't have all the data to be able to know whether your average expenditure is correct, but I am guessing that it would be more heavily weighted towards a higher amount than that for what you would need in the next contract. So I'll anticipate that you're going to come back to us, but I'm hoping you're understanding what I'm saying, that 1920 should have been on here so that we could have seen it.
Yes, and just from a financial analysis worksheet, the information that we pull is a conglomerate of all the spend. So to your point, if you would like a follow-up with a trend, with a chart or graph with the trend demonstrating the increase, and obviously the 349 is a combination of all 3 years. But I agree
That's pretty much, Ms. Coker, what my statement is that's not the way you should do it in a case like this when we see it increasing like this each year, the average monthly spend, because it didn't matter what the first year was. That's not what we're dealing with anymore as a district with that number of students. So that's why I'm saying we really needed to see the 1920. I'm not going to belabor the point. I just hope in the future that will be included. And Mr. Woods, to answer your question, I'm not comfortable with contingencies. I just anticipate that you will be coming back to us. However, my second part of the question, I'm not sure that you will be coming back to us, because it says that RNs will be used to do this in addition to these other companies. What I want to know now, with the 3 months where schools have not been in session, I'm anticipating that our RNs are doing a large percentage of this, and we won't need to go out as much in this current year because of that. Is that correct?
So,
Hi, this is Sheila O'Neill Brown. So Mrs. Levinson, to address your question regarding the use of our school board-based RNs. So we have a minimum number of 69,000 students in our district with chronic health conditions. Prior to school closings, we had the support of more than 200 agency partners. helping to support our schools. Currently, we have 35 nurses who are supporting the entire district. So to answer your question, we may need the assistance and support of the nursing agency partners to complete all the tasks that we still have remaining for this school year. Also to prepare for our upcoming school year, with our new normal. This is a new process for everyone, so we may indeed need the services of our agency partners.
What are all of our current RNs doing during this time? And you said 35. We only have 35 district RNs?
School board hired, yes. So what they're currently doing is we are providing resources to our entire district. That looks like, being a COVID-19 resource and educator support. We are still being a liaison to our community partners for our students. We've conducted IEP 504 trainings for our nurses. We don't have the agency partners anymore to support us with those meeting attendance. So our nurses are attending all of those meetings. We are still, again, addressing state mandated requirements to complete this school year. We're also in the process of starting to plan for our school opening, for next year. We are also, creating protocols. We are addressing parent phone calls. We're fielding support for our administrators. So we are still, doing very active. We're still actively participating with all of our duties, that we were doing previously for the district.
And those are the school-based RNs that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened to the agencies that were partnering with us? Hadn't they hired other RNs for us, or no?
No, the agencies have RNs that were working in the clinic. They are also providing supervision for the clinic staff. We are currently not using any agency partner nurses now. No, we're not.
Okay, we didn't have a contract for the year with those agencies?
Well, it's on an as-needed basis as we need those. Our contract actually ends, I believe, in June of this year, this current RFP.
Okay, so that's my question. Why are they not working for us still?
Well, because we're not in a brick and mortar setting, and those nurses and supervisors were caring for students on site, as well as providing supervisory support for the on-site nurses and the health support techs.
Okay, so now they're not doing anything for us. We don't shift them to doing something else.
Currently not at this time, but again, like I stated, we may need their support moving forward. We're still waiting to see, we're still waiting to get directives from upper leadership to see, what our next step is in with the pandemic and school opening, ESY, that sort of thing.
Okay, I'm a little confused about the explanation, but okay.
Can I clarify something for you?
No, I'm just not understanding why everyone who has been working for us still isn't working for us, and we're not shifting it to some of these things that we could use the help with instead of contracting out.
I'm sorry, is your question why we don't have more school board nurses or permanent staff? Is that your question?
No, my question is whoever we have, whether it's ours, whether it's through an agency, some of these items that are listed in here are things that they do. So I'm curious why we don't have any of those agency nurses still with us doing some of these things, so we're not contracting out and spending more this way.
Well, we don't have contracted nurses. We are using school board nurses to complete all of our tasks at this point. And we also are, we're also making sure that we, are practicing social distancing as well.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have to get an explanation afterwards.
Can I,
about
Ms.
it.
Levinson, just for clarification on your point, Ms. O'Neill Brown, are
Yes.
we paying any of those contracted nurses right now?
No, ma'am.
And so we have gone down to a place where we are only using those nurses that are employed by us to continue to do the services, and they're able to cover all of the services that we currently need based on distance learning.
Well, currently, we are able to, but as I stated, as we, progress, we may require the services of our agents, some of our agency partners. We are assessing this daily.
Right, but currently that is the case.
Currently, that is the case.
Does that help, Ms. Levinson?
No. Ms. Corn,
Thank
look
you.
at the chat box. Another employee wants to add something. Ms. Lewis.
Hi, Simone.
Hi,
Would you
Sarah.
like
Hi,
to-
everybody. Thank you, Ms. Osgood. Good afternoon, everyone. And just to clarify for what Sheila's saying and to answer some of your question, Ms. Rich Levinson, this was in the works before our school closures. So we have pending, nursing invoices to be paid. As Ms. O'Neill Brown mentioned, we're not using the contracted service nurses at this point in time, so they're not being paid. We are focusing the efforts on our school board nurses to provide the distance learning plans and to provide telehealth and telemedicine as much as possible in this, isolated state that we're in, and to follow up with those families so that certainly we want to be mindful of not using dollars that don't need to be spent when we can't actually service our students hand over hand. However, knowing that we had met the spending authority prior, but then we're trying to bring this forward, and then school was closed. So that's a little bit of the back history as well, Mr. Levinson.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I do not have any other of my colleagues signed up. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to EE4? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. EE4 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE5 and EE6?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second.
I've got a motion by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Murray. Is there any public input on EE5 and EE6?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on EE5 or EE6.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Aladef on EE5.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Would these cafeteria chemicals disinfect against COVID-19?
So I appreciate the question, and I actually anticipated that question. So the answer to the question is yes. Staff has gone back and verified that some, not all of the items, are Ecolab approved by the CDC against the COVID-19 virus, quote unquote.
Thank you.
Okay, any other colleague input on EE5 and EE6? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE5 and EE6, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. EE5 and EE6 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE7, 8, 9, and 10?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on EE7 through 10, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on EE7, 8, 9, or 10.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth on EE7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I made this comment when I had a phone call yesterday with Ms. Coker and several other members of staff about some EE items, and I just wanted to share with you all, my colleagues, and with Mr. Runcie, where we have the opportunity to have work completed by vendors that we have contracts with that our employees don't typically do. This is an opportunity perhaps for us to get some of those things done. I shared with them that in some instances, there are entities that aren't able to move forward with projects, and we might be an entity that is able to do that and capitalize on the fact that we are able to do that. So if there's anything like cleaning of cafeteria hoods, and there was an E item of bleacher repair, things that are required for us to do that we can do during this time while our school sites are physically closed, I would ask Mr. Runcie to look at those opportunities to move those things forward to both benefit our community and have those vendors actively working to keep their employees employed, and also to get the items done without least interruption to what would normally be a school day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brink. Absolutely. We've discussed that as, with senior staff, and certainly everyone's hearing your comments. It makes all the sense in the world, and we're going to try to take as much advantage as we can of this moment.
Thank you. Any additional comments on EE 7 through 10? Hearing none. All those in favor of EE 7, EE 8, EE 9, and EE 10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 7 through 10 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 11?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second.
Second.
Thank
Ms.
you. I
Horn?
have moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Levinson. Is there any public input on EE 11? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public input on item EE 11.
Thank you.
Ms.
To my
Korn?
colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, Ms. Korn, may I just ask if we could take EE 23 with it since it's the other Montessori item? Because I have similar questions.
Okay, I have very different people signed up for it, but I have no problem with that. So we're moving EE 11 and 23. I think Dr. Osgood.
So moved, that's fine.
And I have a second by Ms. Levinson. Was there any public input on EE 23, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public input on item EE 23.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. So we were talking about the spending authority, and when I look at these two items, there's no rhyme or reason for the spending authority that's been assigned to them. When I look at teachers that have taken advantage on the previous contracts, and it's very tough for us to know, the vast majority of the teachers are being retained, it says in there. And how many teachers are we talking about in the future? I can divide out and see how many you've accounted for, but it's much, much more than has used this contract, either one in the past. The amount you're asking for.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Levinson. On this particular item, we took a look at all of the teachers across all of the schools and on both of them to see which schools needed the early education piece from Summit and which needed the intermediate piece from Barry University. The amounts that you are seeing is a calculation of how many teachers would need to have the training done within the 3-year period for Barry. We actually took a look at a 3-year contract rather than a 1-year because sometimes all the times, the courses go from over 1 year to the next. If we were looking at it as an annual, it would have been about $230,000. And yes, we do understand that the schools are not necessarily using the spend authority to their fullest ability. We do put the funding in the schools' budgets. So we definitely would be willing to take a look at how we should shrink that down based on the amount that the schools are actually sending to training or the amount of teachers that are willing to go through the training. I think those are some very important questions, particularly in this time. I also have Dr. Grant on the line from the Innovative Program Magnet Programs Office, and she has quite a bit of information on the actual teachers that have been going through it. So the other piece, just as far as the timing and the amount, we can reconsider the amount. The classes actually have to start registering now for the online learning in the summer. So that's a little bit of the timing that we would like to take a look at with you all. So Dr. Grant?
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Shernette Grant here. I just want to also add that the spend authority that we're requesting, as Ms. Brown mentioned, is based on the number of teachers across all the Montessori schools that would need to be trained. I do agree that they don't take I don't want to use the word advantage, because the difficulty with the Montessori trainings is that teachers do this on their own time, on the weekends, on, after school, during the summers, and it is a hardship for teachers, but we continue to work with teachers to encourage and support them through this program. We do have a lofty goal of trying to get all our teachers trained, as it is a requirement of our Montessori status as a district. So that number reflects the approximate 6 teachers per school on the Montessori contract, for example, that we would like to see at least trained on average for those schools. We do see where some schools are training more teachers than others. And for that reason, we have sort of also allowed for some flexibility in the contract, where the schools that have more teachers than others can actually get the teachers certified. Currently, we have about 38 teachers that are in training with Barry and with Summit. They're less in Summit, 1 or 2 in Summit. And we have about 52 teachers that have not even begun training for Montessori. And we anticipate those teachers in the next 1 to 3 years, as we continue to work with the schools and work with the teachers to get those trainings done, that will happen. Additionally, I think one of the, we look for the positives in all of these situations. With the COVID-19 situation, we have solicited for Barry to shift to online, much like most schools are doing right now. And we are going to be sort of pressing and hoping that we can continue some of that learning to eliminate some of the barriers for teachers in getting training. We did look at the contract and reduce the numbers from last year. Last year, we actually asked for over $250,000 a year. But the number this year is based more, it's a data-driven number based on the numbers of teachers that are sitting right now that have not yet started training. And in addition, that would also include teachers that are currently in their 1st or 2nd year, and are about to or are going to complete their training in the next year or 2.
Okay, so when I look at Summit, the financial worksheet, there's one person, early childhood amount, $4,800. And when I look at Barry, there's barely more than that. So I know I bring this up every year. There's got to be a better way to figure this out by reaching out to our teachers, perhaps, and finding out who intends to do it so that we can have a realistic spending authority attached to it. I cannot support the numbers that are here based on the worksheets and seeing who has presently taken advantage of it. I am obviously not opposed to training teachers and getting the requirements that they need, but I also am not just going to put spending authority out there hoping that they're going to do it. So to me, there's a problem with the way we're putting this together each year in order to come up with a spending authority.
So I appreciate that thinking, Ms. Levinson. I would agree with you that we work specifically with each individual school and have them commit to the numbers of teachers that they're going to put in through doing a survey of the teachers, and then only put that amount of money into the school's budgets.
Correct.
Because we budget the schools based on the budget guidelines, and the money is still used for professional development, but it may or may not necessarily go to Summit or Barry. And that's a piece that if it's a Montessori school, then we would shift only the dollars to that school based on what the principals and the teachers have committed to.
Right. That is the way I'd like to see it, because that was going to be my next question. What happens to the bucket of money when it's not used? So it still stays in their budget.
It does, yes.
Okay. To me, I have a tremendous problem with that. So I'm not going to be able to support this item the way that it has been written and the amount of money that is attached to it.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Donna?
Sorry, my microphone's unmuted. Are you referring to both 11 and 23 in terms of not being able to support it, or one over the other?
I'm referring to both. There's a combination between the two of spending of just over $30,000, and they're asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Donna,
If I might add, Ms. Levinson, the spending that you are looking, and I do have some data around those teachers that are currently in training. We have about 29 teachers that through surveying principals and schools will be continuing in training for the 2021 school year. And some that are intending to approximately 12, 13, 16 teachers that are intending to start in the 2021 school year as well.
So, Ms. Grant, if they're continuing, then how can these numbers be so low? If they're continuing, it doesn't show that there are any teachers enrolled on these financial worksheets.
So teachers are enrolled, and the data you're looking at for the financial worksheet, and I have more updated information. It still does not mirror 200,000, but we do have, Barry bills us at the end of each semester. So the billing has not gone through for or spring semester for, and I don't know that fall even made it. I am looking at the numbers as we speak. We have last summer we spent $34,000 in summer training alone. I'm sorry, let me just go through. Between May and August of last summer, we spent $34,000. For summer B, we spent $10,000. For fall of.
Are you on EE11, Ms. Grant?
I'm on Barry. I'm giving you Barry numbers.
EE11, okay.
Correct. And the reason why that does not, again, just to say why you have a 20-something thousand is because the invoicing happens at the end of courses. And of course, we got to go through the accounts payable process. But as far as the actual spending, there was 44,000 on average that was spent last summer. For fall of 2019, there was $27,000 spent.
Okay, so the problem that I have is you're asking for $230,000 a year. The numbers that you're giving me nowhere jive with that.
Agreed, Ms. Levinson. And as I mentioned before, those numbers were based on, again, our ambitious goal to get our teachers certified because it is an issue. We have been working very directly with the schools, going into the schools. I personally have gone into some of these, schools to just meet with the school staff and the principal around just sort of putting some love around the folks who need to get these trainings done. So we do have an ambitious goal, and it was based on, and certainly we can make some adjustments and amendments per your recommendation or your concerns to the actual spending authority that's being requested. But we have over 50 teachers still not trained that are in Montessori classrooms that are not, that haven't started. And obviously with a 3-year contract as well, it kind of does not give us a chance to kind of come back and look at those numbers, but we're anticipating over 3 years, if we were to get 50 teachers trained, then that spending authority actually is less than what we will need. But knowing that not all teachers do, and that's how we came to that number, not necessarily based on the fact that we have not been, I want to use the word, as successful as we need to in the past in getting teachers trained at the rate we would like, but we continue to work on it.
So what I'm going to suggest to assist in the spend authority is that we hold this until June, and we take a look at each of the schools and what they are actually going to put through training for next year. And then assign those dollars to the spend authority. And we may have a little bit of a cushion, maybe one or two teachers that might be able to jump in. But instead of going based on an aspirational dollar amount of trying to get everybody trained, I think what I'm hearing from Ms. Levinson is more of a realistic amount and showing with the trend of what actually has been done, how we can get those teachers trained and support them through that training for 1 year.
Absolutely. That's what I'm looking for. I in no way, I totally support the professional development and know that they need to do it. But as part of our framework of total professional development, I don't want money put into there when it could be used for other things when the teachers are not being trained at this moment. So I would appreciate if you could look and do it more from a realistic versus an aspirational estimate.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
And obviously I'd like to hear from my colleagues, what they think about it as well, but that's how I stand on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, Ms. Levinson?
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, so I have Ms. Marie, EE11 and EE23 together.
Oh, and Ms. Korn, I'd like to make a motion at the end, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank
Remind
you.
me if I don't come back to you.
Okay.
Ms. Murray, did you have any comments on EE11? Okay, we will come back to Ms. Murray. So I have Ms. Dr. Osgood.
Certainly, and thank you, Ms. Levinson, for your questions. If we have teachers that are teaching Montessori, it's not optional for them. They have to get the training.
Right.
So we've talked about this before. We just had an item that came back to bite us because we did not make it mandatory. And I know this may not be the item to do that, but I want to go on record and saying that if teachers are teaching Montessori, they have to take the training. So I would be interested in some type of follow-up of knowing what teachers have not taken the training and what schools are those teachers in. I just think it's very critical. And maybe we can work with BTU to help get those teachers where we need to get them as far as that training, but it's not conducive to our students for a teacher to be teaching Montessori and we have not adequately prepared them. So that was my comment. And I'm in agreement with Ms. Levinson's thought about the actual numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Korn?
Ms. Murray?
Okay. I just want to reflect, every year when this comes forward, there's always an issue of the cost of training. Although I think this is a significant increase, and Barry really holds the monopoly on this for our training. So I'm concerned of this increase. But again, if this wasn't available here within the Broward-Dade County line, our teachers would have to go out of state, spend X amount of days, period of time at a university in the northern part of the country to get their certification. So we need to review all these figures. I'd really like to know what the justification, I listened to what was said, but this is a considerable jump. And it's become a very popular program that parents want, so we have to be cognizant of that when we make our decisions. So I would just like a review of these figures. I do support this program, and I have for as long as I've been on the board. So, but the amount bothers me, so I think we need to go back and relook at that and bring this forward at our next board meeting. Can I make that motion?
I'm sorry, ma'am, if I might just clarify for you, it actually is a decrease in terms of the previous ask. The reason why there's a larger number is because we are coming with a 3-year contract versus an annual. In the past, we have done an annual contract. Approximately last year, it was 251,000. This year, the actual annual is 220, 124,000, I believe. It's divide that number by 3. So it's actually a decrease in terms of the ask. And Dr. Osgood, to your point, I do have that data, and I will be sure to get that information to the board.
Miss Murray, you're muted.
We still can't hear you, Miss Murray. Okay, Miss Murray, we're going to come back to you in just a minute.
Okay, no,
there
I
you
don't
are.
know why it keeps, somebody's overriding me. I just want to note that, and this has been an issue before, that we continue to train teachers, but we really need to know how many teachers we're retaining over the period of time, or are teachers coming to us, getting the training, and then leaving the system and going to a different location. So if that is one of the issues also, then we need to look at some sort of a commitment because of the amount of monies that we're spending on training staff. So, and I think we've asked this question before. So I think that the superintendent has to take a closer look at this, something we've never done, but this is a considerable amount of money that we're using to train a very relatively small group of people. So I think it's behooving to us to know what the turnover is, and the teachers that we have trained, are they still with us? Are they going somewhere else? Because I know they have to retrain every so many years. So I think those are questions that also need to be asked as we look at the expense of this program. Thank you.
Actually, through Ms. Korn, Ms. Grant did include that information in the backup.
Thank you. Okay, so I also have now next to speak would be Ms. Alhadeff.
I will tell you.
I concur with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else. I have a comment to share. I concur with Ms. Levinson. I'm looking forward to her amendment.
I sent
Okay,
a message.
I'm going to finish real quick, Ms. Bartleman, and then I will come to you. I think that's whose voice I hear. And then the only other thing was my concern about the actual physical training and what's the potential impact, depending on how long we are in this state, around COVID-19. So, but it sounds like that has already been proactively addressed. So those were really my comments. I'll wait for Ms. Levinson. But before going to Ms. Levinson, I believe Ms. Bartleman wanted to share.
Yes, and I apologize for interrupting. I sent a comment to ask to speak. This goes back to something that Ms. Brown said a while back. If the training money goes in the principal's budgets and they don't use it all, is that money spent on other items each year, or is it returned to the district in past years?
In past years, the money becomes a part of the school's professional development funding. It's in a category for professional development.
Okay, see, so your principals just use it on something else and not for the Montessori. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that most of it is used on Montessori, but it is not, does not have brackets around it that it has to be returned if it's not used for Montessori.
Okay, so
it's used for professional development.
I concur with Dr. If we are offering Montessori magnets and we're telling parents your child's going to a Montessori school, that they have to be trained. The fact that each year I've been approving which have been very expensive items, and there has been no check and balance system, or I shouldn't say that because there may have been, but there's no enforcement getting those teachers the Montessori training. I have a huge problem with that. So Vincent in her motion, but also a way to put some sort of provision in that if you're going to give a school money for a specific purpose and they don't spend, it's returned. It's not like just extra money for them to use.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Were you looking for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think about how much money over the years we've spent and infused into these budgets. and we don't have the number of Montessori teachers trained we need. And we've asked this single board member brings this up about the Montessori teachers, and they're spending it on something else, and we're sitting in schools without Montessori trained teachers, and the money's so even though it is for professional development, that's a good thing, but it's not a slush fund. It needs to be spent on its. So can someone answer how they're going to make sure that doesn't happen in the future?
Ms. Bartleman, thank you for that. To your point, ma'am, in this past 2 budget season, last year and this year, we have actually, based on just the board's concerns and recommendations around how these monies are being used, we have included in the budget guidelines as of last school year some information concerning, or some directives actually, around how these monies are to be spent. And in fact, some of my principals might not be very happy with us this year, because we have actually sort of put in a checks and balance sort of a system where if there's an attempt to use those monies for something else, they have to sort of come through the channels. And they have had many of those sort of requests not honored for the very reason you're saying. So thank you for that. We are going to continue to monitor that spending this way in the now new guidelines for 2021 as well, and to continue to do those checks and balances around how these funds are being spent. In addition, you will notice that the contract of last year sort of gave each school a designated amount of, I guess, teacher slots for training. You will notice that the contract this year reads a little different, where it now does sort of a total amount. Therefore, if we have one school who are that's committed to sending 10 teachers to training, we'll be able to use 10 of those 18 slots. And I use Barry as the example, but obviously this goes for Summit as well. It's the same theory. To training. And if another school only wants 2, they can have 2 or 1 or 1. So we have sort of put into place some steps to, number one, get the teachers trained based on, the schools and what their needs are, and the teachers that have committed. And we have, in fact, implemented a process for ensuring that the monies are being spent in the way they're supposed to.
Ms. Bartleman, does that help?
It does. I just wish we had caught it years ago. But thank you very much. I'm glad you have it in place for this year. Thank you.
And if I might also, I'm not sure if this would be helpful in either moving this item with some amendments forward. That is not necessarily my place, but we do have, as I mentioned, the numbers based on the fact that the bills didn't all come through yet. And if I could suggest, perhaps maybe a different number based on the spending of last year. If that's an opportunity, I'd like to hear from the board if that is something that we could consider.
Ms. Korn? Yes, please, Ms. Levinson.
I actually have something to say.
I would prefer to not do it at this point. I really would like a full analysis. Each year I bring this up, and between the 2 items, 280,000 was allotted for the 1920 school year. And excuse me, not 280. 280 is what was left over. You're saying that some was not input, Ms. Grant, but my guess is there's a good 200,000 left over. I'd like to know where that money went. And I want to make sure that in the future, it is put back in the general fund if it is not specifically used for training these teachers. That's all we approved. That's what these items are for. They're not for other expenses. They're just to train Montessori teachers. If they are not used exactly for that, they should be returned to the general fund. Mr. Runcie, could you chime in about this?
Yes, I would agree with that. Ms. Marte and I, we've been pretty clear that we're going to, in some ways, revolutionize the way we look at the budget. and looking at historical spends, we're going to have to really change all of that, given the fact that we anticipate we'll be facing some significant cuts. We have to change our habits, our processes for how we allocate funds across this system. So I think you're absolutely right.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to just get a follow-up on what happened to the rest of the money this year after you fill in the invoices that haven't been attached to this yet, and know what happened to the remainder of that money, and then have a estimate, as Ms. Brown brought up, about who would actually be doing it. Because I think now that you sweep the money at the end, it's a disincentive, it's a disincentive for them if they don't enroll their teachers, because that's all the money can be used for. So we might have been doing something that was countering helping you all get the amount of teachers that you needed by the way the money was being handled.
I have a
All right,
comment.
so at this point, Ms.
Yeah, I
Corn, may
really,
I make a motion?
yeah, I
Yes.
really appreciate that. Yes. I think we've got some great direction, and we will go back and work with the schools and see who they are committing to training for this school year, and we will go from there.
And I think also, Ms. Brown, when someone commits and says they're doing it, there's a much better chance that they're actually going to do it when you ask up front. So.
We agree. Thank you.
Okay, so which meeting would you prefer? You said something about June. You don't want it May, you want it postponed to June?
No, we can definitely do it in May. That would be fabulous.
Okay, so Ms. Corn, did you say May 5th is the next meeting?
Yes.
May 19th is the next meeting. May 5th is just a quasi judicial on a couple of hearings.
Oh, I have that on my records as being a meeting. Okay, so it would be May 19th.
So in terms of signing up for summer, I mean, I don't even know if they'll have something for first summer, or does that give enough time? Ms. Grant or Ms. Brown?
If I may, the summer amounts are being impacted now more so by the current contract and the budget freezes. So we would like for that to be considered. We do have schools that are anxious and have been emailing me daily about registering their teachers for their summer sessions, but that's a different conversation as it relates to this year's budget. But no, May 19th would be fine.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to defer item EE11 and EE23 to the May 19th meeting.
Second.
Okay, so it's been made by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any colleague input on the motion?
I've been meaning to say something but couldn't get a word in. It's a request for information. Should I wait to the vote?
Not if it's on, is it relevant to the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so please share.
Okay. I wanted Ms. Brown to include any information, since the board has been asking for the last couple of years, and I know that her department has helped in this, with having almost a contract or a promise from the teachers that they would stay at their schools for a certain amount of time. If we ever implemented that, and if yes, did that help our numbers at all? Or did it cost more teachers not to take the training because they didn't want the obligation to stay? Kind of both sides. Do you understand, Ms. Brown?
Yes, I do. And thanks for that question. We have done an analysis, and we do send out notifications to the teachers that are at the end of that 3-year for their certification. I will go back and work with Sue Rockman and staffing and see where we are with those letters and notifications.
Okay, so perfect. If that could be, brought back with this item, it would be terrific.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Corn.
Okay, any additional comments on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. So the item is successfully deferred. Thank you very much. So we will move on now to, that was EE11 and EE23. So if I could have a motion and a second on EE 12.
So moved, Nora.
Second, Alden.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. May I have any public comment, Mr. Moquin, on EE 12?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 12.
Thank you so much. To my colleagues, I have EE 12. I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I had asked staff some comments on this, some questions, and they did provide follow-up. Some of the questions I think were shared with all of you. It was more to do with, what are we currently doing in the district as far as for tree trimming? Was it that the contract expired? And then why would we not go out ourselves for a bid? So I don't know if there's any quick comment that staff could give to the general public as to their responses, but I'd appreciate that.
So absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Good, for the question. I'll start, and we may pull Mr. Sam Bays in if necessary. But we actually brought a related item to the board on February 2nd. And in that item, we asked to the board to terminate the bid effective March 5th because of some challenges that we were having with the vendor, specifically I was being unresponsive to some of our requests. So between March 5th and the pandemic, there was some work that was done, but we were able to accomplish that work by using the 3-bid process, and that information has been shared with the board. I will pause there to see if there's any more specific detail that you would like.
So in using this piggyback from Miami-Dade and also the city of Coral Springs, I just want to get assurances that we're going to have some type of quality control measure. I'm seeing that many of our school sites have issues with tree trimmings. So I don't know what's in place now, but what can we do to ensure that there is a greater quality control measure implemented with this piggybacks?
Mr. Bays, I would like to defer to you around the operations related to quality control.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Woods. Thank you, Ms. Good. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, sorry. I was on mute.
No, not at all. We absolutely have all the same level of quality assurance working with the Coral Springs vendors that we have working with, or any other vendors working with our own. Pardon me. The issues are we did have some non-responsiveness, and we have been doing the absolute minimum to conserve budget in these constrained times, but we will be able to assure good quality using these vendors, and we've been very pleased with the result thus far.
So is there an intent for us to go, are these minority vendors, minority women-owned?
Forgive me, my understanding is one is.
Is it?
One is. And there is the intent by PWS to Procurement and Warehousing Services to go to the market and secure another bid of our own.
Okay, so when would that be done?
Mary, do you wish to jump in?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm sorry that I kind of jumped the gun there. I was trying to talk to myself. So our policy doesn't preclude us, our procurement policy doesn't preclude us from having a piggyback in place at all given times, even though that we may have a bid. So it's always beneficial to have a piggyback. This piggyback is directly with the city of Coral Springs, where there's 2 vendors. And we are actually working on bringing this out to solicitation in the near future.
Also, doesn't this piggyback include Miami-Dade?
No, this piggyback is only with the city of Coral Springs. It's 2 vendors. It's Tree Service and Sherlock Tree Company. We are actually piggybacking from the city.
Through the
Okay,
chair.
when I read
Yeah.
it says piggyback the Miami-Dade County invitation to bid for plant materials and trees purchase delivery. And then it goes on to say the City of Coral Springs RFP for tree trimming.
So through the chair, if I may, what you're looking at there in the interim between the termination of the bid and this new bid, we did some work that required the 3-quote process. So for work that's under $50,000, we're able to receive 3 quotes from vendors, and we go with the lowest vendor quote. So the item that you're looking at that references the Miami vendor was part of the interim 3-quote process that we were utilizing as a stopgap until we brought this bid forward. Ms. Coker, Ms. Bays, please correct any misstatements if I made any.
None at all, sir. That's correct.
So I'm just not understanding why there's any reference whatsoever. I get what you said with the 3-bid quote. I get you're allowed to do that. I just don't understand why Miami-Dade's bid is even in this item whatsoever. You're not piggybacking with them at all, correct?
Forgive me, Ms. Good. Where is it listed?
So maybe I had printed out an agenda with the follow-up that was sent over from.
So I think I know where you're referring to, Ms. Good, if I may. So
sure.
Originally, I guess I understand where you're bringing Miami-Dade. Originally, we brought forth an E item where it was with Miami-Dade. And originally the intent, the item with Miami-Dade was E2, Miami-Dade County User Program, User Access Program, E2. And originally when we terminated the previous vendor or bid, we looked at all the different options that were available, and one of them being Miami-Dade County has this user access program available, and that goes for any contract that they have in Miami-Dade County should we want to piggyback off or should we want to work with. So originally that was the intent, to use this tree trimming vendors that current bid in Miami-Dade has. But as we continued to do research, we found more competitive pricing should we piggyback directly with the Coral Springs bid. But we still will have, yes.
No, and you're totally right, Ms. Coker. So what happened was that I printed out the original informational agenda that Mr. Leo Nesbitt sends out with some of the commentaries, and Miami-Dade was in there at that time. The one that's now advertised just has Coral Springs. So I guess in the middle of between this information shared with the board and this being printed, you all took the Miami-Dade out. So I appreciate the clarification.
You.
And so thank you to staff for answering my questions ahead of time, and just understanding that that we will be going out to bid then sometime in the near future then, Ms. Coker, on this.
Yes, we would like to, just to make sure that we are aligned and more competitive than what we currently have.
And piggyback on somebody else's RFP doesn't preclude you from doing what you're doing within your procurement process.
Correct. Our policy allows us to have a bid for the services, plus it also allows us to piggyback off the same services off any other governmental entity.
Perfect. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so next I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, why don't we employ our own district tree trimmers to save money?
Mr. Bays?
Absolutely, Mr. Woods. Thank you for that, Ms. Alhadeff. That's an exciting idea, and I would dearly love to do it. There are specific training requirements for arborists. We have exactly one in the district. and it would require that we have a whole augmentation of our current grounds department. If you ever watch this work being done, it's very exciting. It's thrilling, actually. People scramble up and down trees. It's also highly dangerous, and it's extremely specialized. We do a great deal of tree removal after a hurricane, but it's done when the trees are either leaning or down, and that's also very dangerous. So we've never been able to gather enough resources to do this internally, but I'd certainly love to explore it in the future.
Okay, great. And then my last question is, how do you decide which schools get their trees trimmed?
Right now, we're doing it on demand to address the worst of the conditions. In a perfect world, this district ought to be trimmed 100% annually. We're running on a program of a fraction of that, 1/3 to 1/4 annually, but it's done on rotation in that manner. Right now, as I said, we're actually doing just the worst cases on an as-needed basis. And the worksheet that you received, there were probably 40 or 50 schools listed there. Those were the worst of the worst.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, thank you. My comment was just similar to the comment that I made before with regard to where we procure outside services and we have an opportunity to use them, something that is already budgeted that we would be required to do, that we look to do it during these times to keep people in our community employed and get the work done while we have the opportunity that our sites are closed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other colleague input on EE12? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE12, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE12 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE13?
So moved, Nora.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Aladev. Do I have any public input on EE13, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE13.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Hold on 1 second. I have EE19 up. Hold on. Which one is EE13? Because I have EE19 up. And I'll tell you my question. Donna. Can you hear me, Donna?
Yeah, no, I can. Just give me a second. I'm going back to it. It's the recommendation 500,000 or less for teacher observations and evaluation software.
So I had a question yesterday in my question and answer period, and they were going to get back to me. I wanted to make sure that because they're going to be new standards, does that mean we have to create a new evaluation device? And because we're procuring it now, will they be able to modify it if necessary based on the new standards? The new curriculum standards and the testing and all of that. I just want to make sure we can modify it.
So if I may, by the chair, it's Heather Parente, Director of Employee Evaluations. Ms. Bartleman, the evaluation system, the elements within the tool are not contingent upon the standards. They're actually just based on effective teacher practices. So there is no impact whatsoever.
Thank you. That's all I needed. You should have been on my call yesterday.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional comments on EE13? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE13, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE13 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE14?
So moved.
Second, Aladev.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Aladev. Mr. Moquin, any public input?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE14.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to the comments that I made with staff yesterday, I don't know if they've been relayed, and for the good of my colleagues and the superintendent, just to ensure that each item moving forward as we go through this period of time in response to COVID-19, that we that staff is careful to lay out for the board any items that come before us that are possibly being impacted by our response, as is this item and another item, and it was laid out in this, but I just want to make sure that we make it very clear both to the public and to the board members that that some of the expenses that we are incurring currently are in response to COVID-19. Thank you.
So thank you, Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. Board Member Brinkworth, thank you for your feedback when we have the discussion. I'll let Mary Coker talk a little bit more about how we've actually enhanced the tracking process for COVID-19. We were doing it since day one, but based on your feedback, we've actually automated some of that. So Ms. Coker, if you're still on the line, do you want to talk a little bit about that briefly, please?
Yes, thank you. Since the pandemic and crisis, I can assure you that we at Procurement and Warehousing Services have began tracking all the spend related, all the sourcing related to all of the PPE, personal protective equipment, which obviously I have to source for the warehouse and the stockroom supporting the schools and facilities and all the different departments. So we created a tracking mechanism to ensure that the orders are being placed, and we worked with finance as well to create an emergency budget fund where things are being allocated to that specific fund. And finally, the purchase orders have been assigned a different, an additional numeric digit that will highlight when we're pulling reports in addition to the comments that are already placed on the purchase orders, that these are related to the emergency COVID-19, and we're being very, very specific and everything that's related to this pandemic. So yes, rest assured that we have, and the intentions are to hopefully once this is overcome, that we can provide a full report to finance and to cabinet showing what those expenses look like and how we were able to mitigate any risk associated to the district.
Thank you very much. That's the extent of my comments.
Ms. Korn? Ms. Aladef?
Thank
Ms.
you. My
Korn, could
questions
you
were
please-
answered.
I'm sorry, Ms. Aladef, 1 second. Someone's calling my name.
I'm sorry, could you just put me on the list, Ms. Korn?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Aladef?
Thank you. My questions were answered.
Okay, well, that was easy. Ms. Levinson?
So I just wanted to make a comment based on what was just discussed and congratulate Mary and the staff for doing what you've done with the COVID notations. Not only is it important to report back to our staff, but when it comes to federal money or state money, we need to be able to show how much that we're spending on COVID-19. So I think since you've set up a system like this, it's going to make it much easier to be able to do that, to be able to lobby the federal government and the state government for the amount of money that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any of my other colleagues have any comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor of EE 14, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 14 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion on EE 15, 16, and 17?
So moved.
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Aladef, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any public input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE 15, 16, or 17.
Thank you very much. And now to my colleagues, I have Ms. Aladef.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On EE 15, with purchasing thermometers, have we thought to possibly purchase more thermometers for the possibility of doing fever checks, temperature checks once we go back to school?
So I know that this item, Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services, I know that this item is under Mr. Moquin, and such are when they are district related. I can tell you that thermometers is definitely an item that is part of this medical and dental supplies equipment catalog bid. That would be more on a school-based or user level. I can tell you that we've added a 10% contingency to ensure that we have funds available specifically for those items that may be destined for the COVID-19. So if it could be relayed from the district down to the schools or the areas, the clinics that would need to purchase, this is readily available to purchase from.
Did you have any other questions, Ms. Olivev?
So you're saying it's readily available, but with everyone probably trying to buy thermometers, you do believe that you would be able to purchase them?
So coincidentally, I have not purchased thermometers. I have been purchasing a lot of gloves and masks and sanitizers, but thermometers are available, and the majority of, there's been an influx of vendors that have reached out to the district, and they've contacted me. A lot of vendors wanting to sell, stating they have supplies, and then they don't. And then obviously we have the vendors that we have on bid, which have been vendors that we've been working with for many years. So I can tell you that to this point, we have not had a shortage in anything related to the needs of the district. I can ensure that we have thermometers if they are if they're asked for, but at this present time, I personally, for the warehouse, am not purchasing thermometers. These are more purchased at the school level, at the clinic from the schools. So again, I have received notification from these vendors that are specifically on this bid that they are fully have full inventory of what they have on the bid. So I want to say yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so then I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my comment was just similar to the previous one, and I just wanted to thank Ms. Levinson for that comment. That was exactly the comment that I made to staff yesterday with regard to the importance of being able to track the expenditures for when funds are coming down from the federal government or the state government, that we are able to identify those expenses associated with our response. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Levinson on EE 16.
Yes, I just had a quick comment. I just would like to confirm that the additional spending authority, it will take care of all the radios and repeaters needed.
Bill Dunn, Chief Information Officer. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional questions, all those in favor of EE 15, 16, and 17, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 15, 16, and 17 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 18?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by
Rupert.
Ms. Rupert. May I please have any public comments, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 18.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Levinson on EE 18.
Sorry, I had to unmute.
That's okay.
I've read this item and it seems to be something that's done repeatedly. And although it's a fairly small amount, I'm questioning it in light of our budget and whether it's something that you need to do every year.
Hello, it's Rick Reynolds, Director at Beacon. And to answer that question, it is required every year because the numbers that we use to evaluate our opportunity for revenue are current numbers. So the audience measurement is something that's happening continually. Most stations check those on a weekly basis, and the numbers and the evaluations that we've gotten in previous years are not much benefit to us as we look for the opportunity for new agreements.
Okay,
Does
thank
that
you.
help? Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Then I have Ms. Olive.
How much money is generated through Beacon sponsors yearly?
Hi, it's Rick Reynolds again. Thank you for that question. And the number does vary from year to year, and some of our agreements involve production work as well as airtime on the station. So we get $15,000 to $20,000 every year with School Duel. We have an ongoing agreement with another group to produce and air programs that brings in about $30,000. And our work so far this year for production and airtime has brought in, I believe it's $165,000.
And what are you going to do with the data provided by RenTrack?
When you have an opportunity to enter into an agreement with someone to underwrite a program or to air something on our station, the first question they ask is, how many viewers do you have? This is the only way for us to provide that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues have any other questions on EE 18? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE 18, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 18 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 19?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by, I heard a second by Ms. Rupert.
I moved it. Robin.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any audience input?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 19.
Thank you very much. So on EE 19, may I please have Ms. Brinkworth?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that part of this conversation is also associated with item KK1.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. So that is my, and I have that note here. I just had it on my next page, so I apologize. Can we actually, I guess I want to table this one, and I'd like to bring KK1 forward.
I'll move to table it.
All right, second, please.
Second, Ms. Brinkworth.
Ms. Bartleman moved, and second by Ms. Brinkworth to table EE 19. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 EE 19 is has been tabled. May I please have a motion and a second on KK1?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any public comment on KK1?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item KK1.
Thank you very much. Now to my colleagues, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to first say that I'm beyond frustrated that several items today are coming to us that are going to deplete capital reserves and actually put us in the negative, especially when staff knew that Northeast High School would be coming either in the March or April meeting, because that was the commitment that was given to the community at the commission meeting in Oakland Park. And so I have a question about number one, RANs. I know that we're looking to go out for COPS in May, and whether or not, because it's not a long enough period of time, RANs don't play into the picture. And then secondly, I guess this is a question for the item that we just tabled, but looking at what is the impact of holding off on some of these expenditures, because I can tell you when the questions were asked last week about unallocated reserves and where we were, knowing that there was $17.8 million left in unallocated reserves, and then on Tuesday seeing the item post for Northeast High School and the item for Driftwood being on there as well, and then this additional 4.5 million, I just have some serious concerns about whether or not we need to do all of it in today's April 21st meeting, and that we can't wait for some of it to happen in May. And what I'm talking about waiting is perhaps the cameras. And while I believe that the cameras are important and they're a security measure that I thought we could capitalize. This is what I said to staff on the phone call yesterday. We could capitalize again for this opportunity while schools are closed. I don't know what the impact would be of holding off. And so if I could get someone, Mr. Runcie, Ms. Marte, someone to talk about how we didn't know or anticipate that we were going to be in this situation with today's meeting, April 21st, with these items that were then going to deplete all of our unallocated reserves, and what would happen if there was an emergency between now and the time that there's an intention to go out for cops. I'm extremely frustrated, and I need some explanations.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? This is Judy Marte.
Yes, I can. Thank you. I can see you as well.
Okay, thank you. So the process of going out for the cops is a little bit lengthy, and as I've indicated in my memo, we actually have our rating call with the rating agency next Tuesday. The prospectus is drafted. I'll be reviewing that this evening. Legal has looked at it as well, so we're ready to go. If your question was, should we issue RANs in the meantime, my recommendation is that we don't need to. The board vote to go ahead and do that, and the fact that we already have a bank that's committed to a RAN as a worst case scenario, which is not going to be the case. The market conditions are still favorable. In spite of the pandemic, we got out early enough with our offering that there is still a significant appetite in the investor market for government bonds. Government issuances, not bonds, government issuances being COPs. So the act of authorizing the district to issue either COPs or RANs constituted budget authority at that point. As to your concern or frustration, Ms. Brinkworth, about the timing of it, we in the finance office started working on this in January. It takes some time. It was our intent to have the item completely done for the February meeting. It was not, and I'll own that. So there was somewhat of a delay. And had the COP authority not been given to us, my recommendation when I became aware of the need to do the matching funds for the E-rate, which I was not aware of at the time, I would have told them that we couldn't do that item.
So the matching of the E-rate funds, when was that made known to you?
I'm going to have to, it was certainly after Mr. Dunn came to the district. Ms. Brinkworth, I have a horrible memory for dates. It was recent. So this is April. It was after the beginning of the year. Mr. Dunn might know better when he told me about it.
Yeah. So through the chair, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. So KK1 helps provide funding for a plan that allows the district to receive over $20 million of goods for an investment of $10
When did
million.
you tell me about it, Philip?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. So because of a number of things, we had to apply for extensions of the government's E-rate program for the 2018-2019 funding year. So I approached Ms. Marte probably in the beginning of February, mid-February. I have to go through my emails at the, in regard to the exact date. But first we identified that we had an opportunity to fully leverage our funds for the 2018-2019 year. Then we had to petition USAC, the organization that administers E-rate, to give us an extension to access those funds, which we have now received. So that's some of the timing issue in that we had to first get the extension before we could bring an item to the board.
So Ms. Marte, my question, thank you for that response, Mr. Dunn. My question is, with these items that are slated for approval today on our agenda, according to the information that you provided on the subtotal unallocated reserve balance, if approved, those items would result in a negative $127,949 balance. Is that correct?
Are you reading from my memo, Miss Brinkworth?
I am.
Then that is correct.
So as a board member, that makes me extremely uncomfortable. I understand the balance of the memo that has, you know, the COPS proceeds and all of that occurring, but given that that hasn't occurred yet, it makes me very uncomfortable, especially the fact that we are in the middle of a crisis. I'm not sure what other implications that might have against our unallocated reserves. If there were to be a failure of some type of system that would be needed to be repaired immediately, if we would have to use reserve dollars to address that. And so part of my question in the KK1 item is, in looking at what is being asked of us today, is there anything that could be deferred so that our reserves would not go into the negative and we would have something remaining for the remainder of April? When did you indicate that the funds would be available to us? Do you have a thought about when, if the COPS are successfully sold in May, when those funds would be available?
So it would be immediate upon sale, but budget authority and funds are two unique items, and I know you know this, Ms. Brinkworth. So we certainly have plenty of cash flow in the district, and the treasurer and I have been monitoring that closely. The budget authority was granted at the time the board approved the action to either go out for Iran or the COPS. So that's why we can book the potential revenue. We're allowed to book anticipated revenue. So when we book the district's budget at the beginning of the year, for example, for general fund, and we say the general fund budget is $2.1 billion, I don't have $2.1 billion. I have a promise to collect that. So that happens every month as taxes are collected and as the FEFP payments are made to the district, we actually collect that money. So at the point the board authorized us to go out and do this transaction, I booked the budget authority. So the accounts aren't in the red or aren't overdrawn. The actual event that funds it is pending. Now, if there were a reasonable concern that those events wouldn't happen, I would understand the taking the position that we're in the negative, because there'd be a risk to that. But because Iran is a guaranteed event and the fallback plan, which is why we did a plan A and a plan B, the actual transaction isn't the event that books the budget. We have budget.
Understood, but I guess my question is, so the RAN is a guarantee regardless of current situations?
Yeah, I already have a bank that's offered to do the RAN. I have a commitment to do it.
Okay, and so I guess for me, I'm just very anxious about current economic stability and where that positions us. And so I'm very concerned about whether or not there is something here that could be postponed to May.
So if Mr. Dunn can postpone his item to May, and that gives and that's the will of the board, then the board, then we should do that if that makes the board corporate comfortable. I do need to say, again, I've gone over this with Omar Shim, who I believe is on the phone with me. Oh, I'm sorry, in the meeting with me. We have historically booked the impact of our COP sales upon authority from the board. This wouldn't be something that we're doing out of the ordinary. I think it's more transparent, Ms. Brinkworth, because we're doing this memo that we started doing about a year and a half ago.
So would you be saying that there is a possibility that in the past our unallocated reserves had been depleted and that the funds had been booked although not received?
So that I will not say, because you've had a historically good fund balance, so I did not say that.
Okay.
So if I
So
may,
you understand my concerns and
I
my
do.
anxiety, and
I do.
I will
And
leave those comments for my colleagues to consider, and we'll obviously have more conversation around the items individually. Thank you.
or mute.
Hello?
There I am. Okay, so I have Miss,
Bartleman?
I have Miss Bartleman and then Miss Levinson.
Okay, so I wanted to ask some questions about this. Number one, last week at the board meeting, I was very concerned as to whether or not we were going to have enough in reserves. And Ms. Marte said we would have enough in reserves, and she gave me the number that we had, after I approved all the items, she said we would have $13 million in reserves, and I asked if that would be enough for a hurricane situation. And we had a whole conversation. And this week, I want to just be clear that I'm reading this. To be clear, the memo, Ms. Marte, on April 17th, after we approve all these items, we will have a negative fund balance of $127,949. I want to know, did you not know these future items were, the items today, which were future items last week, were coming when you answered my question?
so through the chair, I did know these items were coming. I certainly knew Northeast was coming, and I answered it because we had budget authority for the cops. So there is more than enough money.
No, but we don't have cops in hand. On paper.
So it's the same answer.
But my point is, I asked you specifically last week about this and were we going to have enough money? And 7 days later, if you rewind the meeting to last week, this is the first time that I've been on the board in 16 years that I'm being asked to approve items that we're going to have a negative fund balance in capital. So for me, it's frustrating because I just asked this exact question last week. And you can say, yeah, you can say, well, we're going to have cops, so everything's going to work out. But we don't have our cops in hand. We don't know if something's going to come crashing down between now and then because we are in a pandemic situation. And we're going to have a negative fund balance going into hurricane season if we can't get those cops. You just told Ms. Brinkworth that we could get the RANs and that wasn't a problem. RANs are short term. If we don't get the cops, we can't pay back the RANs. Is that correct?
So RANs are a 1-year obligation, renewable up to 5 years.
At the meeting when we discussed RANs and COPS, you said very specifically that once you got the COPS, you were going to pay back the RANs. Is that correct?
I said that, but you're asking me a different question now, Ms. Brinkworth. You made the assumption. I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman. I'm looking at letters and I'm getting confused. I apologize, Ms. Bartleman. I answered the question exactly the way you said. If we issued the RAN, that it was my intent to then use the COPS to pay the RAN off. But now you're asking me if we get the RAN, which by the way, we are not getting, we are getting the COPS. If we had to issue the RAN, if all things went the wrong way and we had to issue the RAN, it is a short-term instrument, short-term being 1 year in the financing world, and we have 5 years to pay it back. So there were two different questions and I'm answering both of them correctly.
Either way, for me, if this was my household budget, we're in a really terrible position. And what you're...
And the other thing I need to remind the board is that we have over $500 million of cash in the capital fund assigned to projects that have contingencies in them that we're closing out and moving forward with. So I'm concerned with
With what? That I'm concerned that I'm looking at a memo created by you that says we're going to have a negative fund balance as of the end of this meeting, that I shouldn't be concerned about that. And then I went because I wanted to make sure I wasn't violating any policies. And I spoke to the School Board Association, and we have a policy for fund balance for general. And if we do not have any policy regarding fund balance regarding capital. So something in the future that I think the board needs to look at, because it's just, we're in the negative. And then here's my other question, and this is more for Mr. Runcie and coordination, like the whole E-rate. You all have cabinet meetings. How come all of this wasn't coordinated so that we don't show a negative fund balance? And then why Northeast was the poster child for this bond?
Ms. Bartleman, you've now asked a couple of questions. Can
I'll
we get,
I'll pause.
can we get answers? Yeah, because otherwise we're going to get lost.
No, I'm so frustrated. Go ahead.
Okay, so can you go back to the first question? Let's get that addressed and then we'll move on to the next one.
Why was this not coordinated? At some point, somebody has to say no to something, so we're not put in a negative position.
Thank you. Ms. Marte or Mr. Runcie?
Ms. Marte already answered that she didn't know about the E-rate, so it's Mr. Runcie's job to coordinate his team members.
So it was explained to you, Mr. Dunn indicated when we identified this opportunity, we received an extension that was discussed and it was coordinated based on the timing of the information. So yes, it was coordinated.
So you were okay at that time, you were cognizant of the fact that you were going to put our reserves in a negative balance, and you said go ahead anyway.
Based on the information that you just heard about how cops are treated when they are approved by the board, I don't think this puts our capital program at any risk.
If we do not get cops, Mr. Runcie, you don't think we're going to be at a
if we don't get funding next year, we won't be able to pay teacher raises, right? So there's a lot of ifs.
There is a huge difference between going on out to a market to get cops from the state. Yeah, you're comparing apples to oranges. You're asking us to go to a market and sell cops in an uncertain time. So you can don't try to put two things together that don't belong together.
Okay, Ms. Bartleman, did he answer your question? You may not agree with him, but did he address your question?
No, he didn't, but I guess I'm going to know that he knew we were going to go negative, and he said, okay. All right, so then here's my next question. I've been asking for months about this capital. Do we need to slow down projects? Do we need to take some things out? So last week, you added Fox Trail Elementary. You moved it up. It was a $627,000 project for a music and art. Was that really necessary? You had looked at the whole big picture and you said, okay, I don't want to put the board in a position to have my fund balance go negative. Maybe I should hold off on projects. Wouldn't a music and art building be the thing you hold off on as opposed to security cameras, which are vital, or Northeast? I'll wait for an answer for that one.
So through the chair.
Yes, Ms. Marte.
I'm going to say it again because there isn't another answer. So had we opted to go for the RAN, the money had already been in the bank. It would have already been a closed transaction. RANs closed very quickly. That was the fallback plan to guarantee we would not have a problem. That plan is still completely viable. Had we already issued the RANs, which the board gave us authority to do at our last meeting, the fund balance would be approximately, 250 million minus the few million that we're talking about here today. The characterization that the fund balance is negative concerns me because it is not. Board gave us authority for these transactions. They are not at risk, and
okay,
making decisions about which projects should go first. Facilities is working through, and as contracts are awarded, they're bringing them to the board.
Okay, Ms. Marte, can I direct you to your memo of April 17th on page 4 of 4? Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, April 17th on page 1 of 2. Subtotal balance negative $127,949. I'll actually put it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman, on page 104.
Look here. I'm showing you the page.
No, I have the memo in front of me, ma'am. Just give me the reference again.
It is your memo, April 17th, 2020, page 1 of 2, and I'm going to just point right here for everyone to see on the camera right here. You are negative in the allocated fund balance.
We can't see you, Ms. Bartleman, just so you know, you're not on the screen.
Okay, hold on. Well, that's interesting because everything is on. So is someone blocking me from the control tower?
Okay, Ms. Bartleman, I'm going to ask you right now that the accusations in this kind of a negative attacking way, it's very difficult. What I need you to do, I shared with you that you're not on the screen.
Okay,
if you would like, we will find a
now?
resolution for you.
Am I on the screen now?
I do not see you.
I see myself. My camera is on.
Okay. So, Mr. Moquin, can we pause for a second? Are you able to work with?
She is on the screen. And I see her clearly.
You do.
I see her.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I see her.
She's not on some of the screens, so I don't know why, because she shows up on my screen, but just with her initials. So, okay, you can point out it again. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I was very frustrated. That's why I can see clearly that I'm on.
Ms. Bartleman, I see what you're referring to, and it's a subtotal. The total that's double underlined is $76,684,423.
Where is that? That's after you get the cops.
Yes.
We don't have the cops in the bank.
We have budget, Miss Bartleman, I'm going to go over the example again. We book and the board approves a budget back in September that has $4 billion in it. Capital funding, grant funding, general fund funding. It is funding authority. The district does not have $4 billion worth of cash in their hand back in September. The money comes in.
We don't
all
even have
of
the,
Medicaid,
we don't even have
all
the
of it
tax
comes in
collection.
periodically.
We don't even have the tax collections at that time. We don't collect them till later in the year. So to say that we can't have a budget is.
In July, when we sell a TAN for 300 million, we book the TAN for 300 million in anticipation of getting, I'm sorry, it's 200 million, of getting the taxes in November. But if I didn't book the TAN in July when we get it, when the board gives us authority and we go forward, I'd have cash shortages.
Right. I understand that. We don't know if we're getting the cops. We can't get the RANs. And let's go to the other question. You put on paper that we are negative as of the end of this meeting. If you're saying we're not negative, you should say that now.
So I didn't say we are negative, Ms. Bartleman. There is a subtotal that says the subtotal unallocated reserve, and then it goes on to explain that the capital reserve, when we issue the COPS, and again, I want to say it one more time, we have authority to issue the RAN. The RAN would have been issued if that was the option to go. There is nothing that has indicated to your finance staff that the COP is not going to be successfully sold.
Okay, so let me just say it this way. If I have bills that I need to pay and I have no cash in the bank, but I've heard that I'm going to be able to get a bank loan to help me pay for all that, but I do not have the cash in hand, I will be negative until I get that bank loan. And
so you're talking about a cash-based basis taxpayer versus an accrual basis entity, which we are.
Concept that until we get those cops, we are negative in this. And that's why you put it on paper. We're gonna, you know what, I'm not gonna argue this anymore. I want to get to the other stuff because you clearly put on paper that we have a negative fund balance and that when the cops are issued, you will be able to change that to a positive.
So I do not agree that I said that there was a negative fund balance, and I guess I want to leave it at that, but I do want to go on record that is not what my memo says.
I am looking at your memo right now. Okay, whatever, let's go to the other thing. So Mr. Runcie, right now, until we get these cops, which weren't contemplated until just a couple of weeks ago, brought to the board, which you weren't sure if you were going to pass it or not. You've been bringing projects without any discussion as to whether or not we should put the priority projects first. You added a $627,000 project last week for an art and music room when you knew Northeast was coming, cameras were coming, Why? And now I'm not voting to put the budget, the capital budget fund balance in a negative. So I'm going to be taking out one of these projects, or I'll just vote no on it, because I think it's a very bad practice to do that. But why would you bring forward a music and art room at this time, knowing that at this meeting we were going to be in a negative?
Well, first of all, I can't predict exactly what's going to be on every meeting, but I do know that we've made provisions to have appropriate cash flow to do the work that we present in front of the board. That's why we bought the COPS in front of you. That's why we bought the RANs. That's why we bring the TANs in front of you every year before we get our tax collections. So yes, we planned all of that out. If you're not comfortable with that process, respect your opinion on it.
Okay, the Fox Trail wasn't a critical need, and you brought it forward knowing that our fund balance is going to be at, according to this memo issued by Ms. Marte, at negative $127,000 and $949,000 until the COPS are issued. Any planner, I mean, to have it in the negative, which I'm not going to.
Ms. Bartleman, at this point, we've discussed this as a board collectively. You have very clearly made the point and your position on it. I'm going to ask you to move on to your next issue.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to just make my statement then. Mr. Runcie, your departments are not coordinated with, you got us in a situation where on paper, we are in a negative until we issue the COPS. Ask repeatedly for you to put critical projects first, safety, security projects first. As of one board member, I cannot vote for the full amount of all the capital projects this board meeting because I refuse to do that and put us on paper in a negative position. And all of the projects here are critical. Yet you insisted last week on moving up a project that didn't need to be done right away, which would have prevented us. So I am extremely disappointed in management, and I will leave it at that. And I will have to vote no on some of the capital projects because I refuse to do this where we're putting ourselves in a negative situation. I would prefer to wait for May when we have cash on hand and then vote for the other items.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Levinson?
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Well, I have a completely different opinion. As Ms. Marte explained, this is funding authority. This conversation is had over and over and over again. The money is just being allocated. We are not writing checks right now for Northeast High. We are not writing checks for all the cameras right now. We are allocating the money. The RAN is in hand, as our CFO has already said, as a backup. The COPS will be coming. Ms. Marte, I have a simple question. Is there a savings anywhere else where you could move it into the unallocated reserve so that we don't have this perceived negative number?
So it's, thank you for the question, Ms. Levinson, through the chair. So yes, but based on the fact that I had budget authority, found it unnecessary. But Mr. Bays has indicated that because of the shutdown, the amount of the maintenance transfer that we have budgeted is likely to be less than the full allocation, which would leave some funds to cover, I don't even want to say the word negative because it isn't a negative, but to address the immediate concern.
Right, it's not, and I agree with you, but I'm trying to allay some of my colleagues' concerns so that it's not repeated over and over again that we're in the negative when we're not.
So I do have some extra funding in the maintenance transfer that I was made aware of when Mr. Whitney and Mr. Shim and I were talking about dollars we need to capture to hold aside to try to help with next year's budget issues.
Okay, so my suggestion would be that there's some sort of transfer made into the unallocated reserve so that this number does not show this way, even though it's truly not a negative number.
We certainly can do that. And we can show on the next capital budget amendment that we did that, Ms. Rich Levinson.
Okay, thank you. Because to me, I have to say, first of all, I have to commend Mr. Dunn, who is new in his area. Whoever dropped the ball, I am extremely disappointed with what happened with E-rate. But that he was able to follow up and make sure that we're able to get this E-rate money, I do not want to delay this anymore. This is a time to be putting the cameras in our schools when the students are not there. And to me, it's very important not to push this off when we have now 4 or 5 months to be able to go out and get this done for when we return to school next year. So to me, because of something that is being completely blown out of proportion, that doesn't even make a lot of sense when you listen to how you're explaining it, Ms. Marte. I think that it's important that we're able to move ahead. The Northeast community has been waiting for a very long time. I know we are all in favor of moving that ahead. Some of the things that have happened were unexpected out there. So it's important that we move that ahead, as well as the cameras and the other schools that are on here waiting. And when you look at a budget our size, and we're having a discussion about $127,000 on paper, I have to say that it's a little bit of a ridiculous discussion at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues, now remember, we're on KK1, so we're not discussing the specific items. Does anyone else have a comment on KK1? Sorry, on the construction items? Okay.
I do.
I'm sorry, who's asking?
Nora.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes, I kind of feel like we were just watching a boxing match. But I thank Ms. Rich Levinson for coming up with the idea to kind of move money around to actually have, what's the better word for it, to actually have the money where we actually need it to be. And I understand what it means to be in the red and not in the red, and people getting alarmed. But I think Mr. Schlevinson had a very good idea. But certainly before we get through those K items, I would like to know the exact amount that could be utilized over there, so everything gives a better, much better view. Okay, thank you.
I can answer that.
Ah, there you are. Hi.
Yes, Ms. Marte.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Rupert, I'm actually texting on my phone with Capital staff. We will make a budget amendment for $1 million. And that's conservative. We think the number of actual savings is much more, but just to put this item to sleep, $1 million is certainly available.
Okay, and that would cover what we needed.
Thank you, Ms. Marte.
And leave over $800,000, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I need to further explore, when we're given our budget at the beginning of the year, Ms. Marte, isn't there always the risk of some type of holdback from the state?
So I was going to let the discussion die there, but there's a whole bunch of things in budgets that are subject to change. So in the case of the question you're asking, Madam Chair, there is always the risk of holdbacks from the state. In 2008, the district had a holdback in general fund of over $40 million. In the area of capital, the amount of impact fees may not be realized. We book and assume in our budget that we'll have successful land sales on an annual basis. Sometimes those don't materialize. In the area of capital, we assume that we'll collect 95% of our property tax values. There are many years that the collection level is less. Is that answering your question?
Yes, thank you. That was to my point. And so we have an obligation, obviously, to deliver these projects in a timely manner, as well as in a manner in which we can cover the expenses. We took action. All of my colleagues did not necessarily vote for that action, but the majority of us voted for it so that we could continue to do these projects in the district. With that said, we have an opportunity right now from a timing perspective to have the greatest timing impact to expedite these projects right now that we had not anticipated. And this is giving us an opportunity now based on action we have already taken. This is not pending action we have already taken, that based on what Ms. Marte has provided to us in terms of how we spend dollars that are promised to us, we are in a similar position with the action that the board took. What is the likelihood that the RANS is not available to us, Ms. Marte?
Zero.
Okay. Zero. So even if the COPS, we had the minimal risk that you've indicated, if that risk was realized, the RANs were still available to us.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that said, to make statements that we are in the negative when we are working in the same premise that we work with all other aspects of our budget based on what we anticipate funding to be, are we anticipating funding that will cover these items?
Yes.
Okay. I fully appreciate that I may have colleagues who are not comfortable for whatever reason with this being treated, the COPS and the RAN being treated differently than in others. But I can tell you that as one board member, I see there being something that is very similar in that we're doing what we have done in other areas of our budget based on anticipated revenue. And so it makes me very uncomfortable to be sending a message out to the public that we are somehow doing something that is unconscionable in that we are putting ourselves in a negative when we know that these funds are anticipated, as are other funds from the other sources that we receive them from throughout the year. For that reason, I am going to support it. I'm very excited that we are again using E-rate, because we definitely walked away from an opportunity that should have been available to us before, which is similar to other types of financial opportunities that we have left on the table, I think. So I'm very happy that this has been brought forward. I appreciate the effort in doing so. And with that, unless I have any other colleagues who have comments, I'd like to take a vote on KK1.
Ms. Corn, I just want to go on record so
Yes,
that I'm
Dr.
on
Osgood.
record. I actually thank the staff for what they've done in forecasting to take advantage of opportunities. When we look at all of the cuts we've endured over the last, I'll just say 8 years that I've been on the board, we look at being in the pandemic and where we are now. We've had challenges and things with funding that we were supposed to get, we didn't get, and we've constantly managed in a way to keep our heads above water and to keep the district moving forward. And as we continue to address these issues as a team, great leaders continue to use collective expertise to problem solve, not to attack. I feel very saddened that my colleague, Ms. Rupert, felt like she was in a boxing match. That's certainly not the spirit that this board operates in. We want staff to be able to come, discuss, present items in a professional manner, and we respond to you in that manner. So as we move forward, I'm just going to remind us that we're all professionals, and it's okay to have a difference of opinion, but the way you go about it and how you present it and what you say is very important. And when you use certain words to create a negative tone or to give a perception that something is that's not, it's very interesting. We all know what budgeting is. It's a projection, and it's all based on what we think and forecast. And that's why we have budget amendments. That's why we have financial processes that allow us to take and give. That's the traditional way that you do budgets. So I didn't want to leave away from this moment not weighing in as a leader and not thanking the staff, especially Ms. Marte, who's done a lot of great work since she's been here, who have come up with ideas and recommendations, work with Mr. Runcie, so that we do have the money to finish the projects, and certainly want to be responsive to the Northeast community who has been so patient through this whole process. Don't want them to think that we don't care about their project and we're not willing to move it forward. So thank you, Ms. Marte and staff.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood.
Sorry. With that, all those in favor of KK1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, do I have somebody else who wants to
Yes,
speak?
I tried like 4 times. I beg your pardon. I just needed to go back to what Ms. Marte said. Were they making a budget amendment or not? That's what I was confused about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to vote on this and then we'll have a budget amendment coming
Yes, ma'am.
today.
Well, I have to bring an item to the May meeting, but it will reflect that the transfer occurred effective today. Staff will make the entry, but you won't get the budget amendment.
Thank you. I didn't want that to go unnoticed. I wanted to make sure that it got on the record, and I so appreciate it. And thank you, Dr. Osgood, for your sentiments. It's ticking up for me. Thanks.
So, Ms. Rupert, because I'm not hearing you ask, and I am hearing the other colleagues, so I don't know if maybe your mute's not going off effectively. In the chat, if you'd like to, I'm trying to watch the chat so that I can see if you'd like to comment. So if I'm not addressing you, please do it through the chat so I make sure not to miss you.
Okay, but you can hear me now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other colleague input on KK1? Hearing none, all those in favor of KK1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. KK1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second to bring EE 19 back to the floor?
So moved. Nora?
Second, Brinkworth. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. I know there is no public input, and I believe Ms. Brinkworth, you had the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So given the previous conversation, the only mention that I made to staff with regard to this, first I want to say thank you to Mr. Dunn for his ability to work through E-rate and make that an opportunity again for us to be able to take advantage of additional funding. And this was one of those items that I had originally asked about yesterday when I had my conversation with staff about expediting during school closures and taking advantage of this opportunity to work with vendors in our community to get the work done because it is important and critical to the safety and security of our campuses. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I have Ms. Aladef.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the Avigilon cameras being programmed to its fullest extent?
So Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. The Avigilon cameras, I believe there are some more capabilities that we can take advantage of. That's also part of the planning that is not reflected in these documents. Chief Katz and I have been talking about ways to better train staff, ways to build out certain enhanced functionality. So we will keep the board apprised of those new capabilities we bring online as we continue down this path of this work.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Mr. Dunn, I know I had made a previous comment in KK1 thanking you for the work and taking care of this E-rate. Although you were not here, your staff was last year. How was this not done last year with the money? Or
so
you might not know the answer to that, but how are we preventing this from happening again, more importantly?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So I think, and my comments come as an outsider to the organization entering now. I've been here for about 7 or 8 months.
Right.
I think there was a tremendous impact to the district in 2018. There was a tremendous amount of work to stabilize the district and restore confidence. So for example, the Office of Safety and Security was spun up and Mr. Katz has done yeoman's work in literally building a department out of nothing, right? So with that said, the IT organization had many priorities that were shifted to help support that work. 1. 2, this was happening against the context of fiscal constraints where I know the IT division had gone through a 10%, I believe, budget cut last year. So I think the thinking was that given the conditions that existed, there wasn't seen to be an opportunity at the time to take advantage of a funding match because they were both cutting and sprinting to do a bunch of different things to obviously restore confidence in the leadership of the district. And I think here we are now in a pandemic and we're back to taking advantage of an opportunity in the crisis, which I think is the lesson learned to your latter question. How do we prevent this? So we have a capital program for all of our infrastructure assets. We've added our cameras, our other safety and security technologies to that capital program. We're depreciating it all according to a schedule. And basically formulas are driving our planning. And if there's tough times, we'll just change an assumption in the formula and our actions will align.
Okay, so you have the checks and balances in place to assure that we are taking advantage at every opportunity that we can of the E-rate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
On the cameras for Ms. Marte, you said that you could transfer the $1 million into capital. I wasn't gonna vote on this item, but Ms. Levinson came up with a good idea to move the money over. So is that gonna occur today? And then the amendment comes, but it's done. I just want to be sure that the $1 million is being moved over.
Ms. Bartleman, you're breaking up. I'm going to try to answer what I think you asked me.
Okay.
So I just want to be very clear with my words. I am not transferring $1 million to capital. I am transferring from another line item within capital. The maintenance transfer is already in the capital budget.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure you don't get that wrong. I am moving from one item to another. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and that maintenance transfer, you're 100%, we don't need that million in the general based on what you have.
So it doesn't work that way, Ms. Bartleman. If I don't have eligible expenditures that are capitalizable, I cannot use it somewhere else in general funds. It doesn't work that way. It's got to be based on capitalizable expenses, including the maintenance of our buildings. So based on all of the work my capital staff has been doing these last several weeks, they have brought to my attention that we won't have as much spend in the area of PPO as we normally do because of some of the weeks that we've been, for all intents and purposes, shut down. Now, work is going on, so please don't, think it's not, but there are some things that we don't need to do. So the money is, quite frankly, it's more than that, but I wanted to be conservative, and you don't need more than $128,000 to resolve the concern today, so $1 million is fine.
Okay, I just wanted to hear that it was safe to do that, and I will, and then the budget item to the state, so, in the next meeting.
The budget amendment will be at the May meeting, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Staff is working on it already.
Okay, so then I will support the camera items because I am concerned about safety, and I have your assurance that all those changes will be made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any of my other colleagues have any additional comments to make?
Yes, Madam Chair, Ms. Good?
Yes. Ms. Good?
Yes, I appreciate Ms. Marte's comments and the comments from my colleagues, especially as it relates to the reality of our funding situation and how, we address this need that we had through our COPS financing and vote that we did a few weeks back. I'm certainly recognized the issue, supported the measure, and the item before us right now dealing with safety and security measures is critical, and I will definitely be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other of my other colleagues? Seeing none or hearing none, all those in favor of EE 19, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 19 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 20 and 21?
So moved, Nora.
Moved by Ms. Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there any public input? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE 20 or 21.
Thank you very much. May I please have my colleagues? I have only a comment on EE 20 noted from Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is it with the Apple computers that the Apple computers has that the Lenovo computers that we approved that they don't have?
Yes, so Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. I can defer to my colleagues on some of the specific business needs or school-based needs that exist for the Apple computers, but I can just say generally in the industry, Apple computers have one primary advantage, that if you're going to learn to code an app for an iPhone or a Mac device, Mac OS, then to do that in Apple's highly in-demand native programming languages, you have to own an Apple device. So that's one of the ways they build in demand for their product, but unfortunately their product is pretty ubiquitous. So you can only code apps for iPhone, iPad, et cetera, using Swift, Objective-C, et cetera, and test them successfully on a Mac product. That's one of the most key differentiators.
And could you speak briefly on the innovative technology solutions for students with disabilities?
Yes, I'm actually going to defer to my colleague, Chief Goal, for a second. And I can certainly speak broadly to some of the innovative technology abilities of things like a Mac device. What I can say briefly before Chief Goal jumps in is that Apple devices are recognized throughout the industry for their accessibility features. These include features such as text-to-speech, speech-to-text. You can reduce contrast, you can reduce motion. In addition, they leverage artificial intelligence so that you can configure your Mac device to highlight different passages of reading and literally turn a knob to adjust the literature for your appropriate reading level. And that's built into the operating system on the Mac OS. So I'll turn it to Chief Goal, who's more of an expert at this than I am.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Ms. Holodev, could you please repeat your question? I'm prepared to speak to the advantages of Apple in general, but I want to make sure I capture your specific question.
What is the specific innovative technology solution in the Apple computer for students with disabilities?
So Chief Dunn's already addressed some of the inherent operating system advantages. So one of the things to understand about the business model between Apple is that they control end-to-end between software and hardware. And that gives them an incredible synchronicity and an ability to build in features. By doing that, they have locked out other vendors being able to bring software or hardware solutions to their environment. They completely control the ecosystem. That makes them highly specialized. So within certain industries, Mac is almost exclusively used. And in other industries, they're very rarely used because of the price differential which is associated with them. Within the broadcast industry, for example, in filmmaking and other domains, you're going to find that Apple is the dominant platform. Within the special ed world, they have had these advantages since the early 90s. In approximately the year 1999, they went to a Unix base, which brought the advantages of mainframe computing to personal device, and that's what their operating system does. We talk about the Apple OS. It's actually what in the 70s was a mainframe brought onto your individual device. They specialize in certain domains. One of them is around ADA compliance and the ability to not have to configure your settings. If you have ever tried to operate in either an Android environment or now with Google Chrome being Android or with Microsoft, there's many settings that you have to set. Apple automatically does many of that on the fly, depending on the use case. And so we use Apple here in Broward in only dedicated circumstances, many of which are within the ESE world, many of which are in our CTE world, but they are not our general operating system devices.
Do you foresee in the future staff bringing, purchasing Apple computers more than Lenovo computers?
So this is Mr. Dunn's domain. I know that when we get to the scale and the discussion of one-to-one devices, the price differential adds up very quickly. And so, Phil, I'll hand it back to you.
Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. We don't currently have a forecast, but we're looking at different models for support. So some organizations support multiple devices in their environment, organize themselves that way. I want to be transparent that that comes at a cost because there are systems that you need to manage those things. And there's a change management strategy you have to overlay to enable that. So we're looking at those opportunities, and when the crisis subsides, we'll be more intently focusing on that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have no additional colleagues listed. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? EE20 and EE21? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE20 and EE21, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE20 and EE21 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE22?
So moved, Nora.
Second, Aldeff.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any public input? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 22.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I just wanted to ask staff that we continue to solicit feedback. In the item, there were 94 responses included as the feedback. And I just want to ensure that there aren't any roadblocks to our school-based teachers, administrators, and those that work in district offices to getting the supplies that they need. So if you could just continue to solicit feedback. And then just as an aside, as you're listing and uploading the surveys and the graphs, if it's not in color, it's very difficult to differentiate the gray scale that is included in the evaluation. So if when you're uploading for the public to view, you could include that color copy to be viewed there, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. Ms. Bartleman?
Okay. I couldn't get to my thing. Go ahead.
Okay. This is the classroom and office supplies and equipment catalog.
I spoke to him about this, about making sure we get the best prices. And he said he's going to put the system in place for next. They're putting it in place now. When will it be ready? Maurice?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. We've actually made some, I'm sorry.
Can you rephrase the question
Yeah.
so people know? Because we had a whole conversation yesterday about it, so they're missing it.
Yeah, so the short story is that Ms. Bartleman had some concerns about ensuring that we get the lowest prices on when we use catalog bids. And what we've done over the last couple of years is continue to improve how we do catalog bids. In some instances, we make sure that the most high demand items are priced similarly across the different vendors within the catalog bid. But we're also looking at when we go out for the next bid, ensuring that we extend that practice. And there's a few other activities that we're doing that will put us in a better position to make sure that we're getting the best out of catalog bids. We view this as one vehicle to procure items when there are, I'm sorry, we view this as one vehicle to procure items when there are a significant amount of items to be purchased. And we try to use it sporadically. But when we use it, we want to make sure that we're getting and ensuring that the lowest prices are being used by the schools and the departments.
Leave it there on the.
Getting a little feedback, so I apologize if I didn't come back clear.
No, you did. Can we just all make sure that we have our microphones on mute, please? A little bit of the conversation is coming through, I think, from maybe a board member or two. So if we could just make sure our microphones are muted, that would be great. Ms. Bartleman, was that helpful? So I'm not hearing from Ms. Bartleman. Thank you, Mr. Woods. Ms. Bartleman, let us know if there's anything else that you wanted to expand on.
No, he took care of it all.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So with that, do I have any other colleagues who would like to speak to EE 22? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE 22, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 22 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 24?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there any public input on EE 24? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 24.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues on EE 24, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question. So our expectation is between now and June 30th that we would have an expenditure, and I believe that the original copy that we had was adjusted to $366,000 for this particular item.
Yes, that's correct. We currently have a bid on the street that we're in the process of executing. In the meantime, we needed funds to get us through the end of this bid. We actually backed the bid down to be a little bit conservative given the pandemic effect on spending for this item.
Okay, and so based on the knowledge that we have today about chillers and their functionality, we feel confident that the 366 will get us through to the end of June.
We feel it's aggressive, but given the conversation and the tone that was made today, we think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Any of my other colleagues have any comments on EE 24? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE 24, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 24 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 25?
So moved.
All right, that was moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Aladeff. Yes?
Could be.
Okay. I looking for any public input, Mr. Moquin, on EE 25.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 25.
Thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth for comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is with regard to whether or not the spend authority for this item has been reviewed prior to it coming to us today, given the cancellations that have occurred. And I'm not sure, maybe a little bit of a puddle jump, but if someone could speak to, because we're getting a lot of emails about it, requests for refunds for trips and where we might stand with dollars that we might have contractually committed ourselves to.
I'm sorry, this is Maurice Woods. I'll weigh in on this. I almost would like to defer to, just give me a second to look at the item. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. I apologize, my computer went off on me. I'm looking at my computer with my items posted.
Do you want us to come back to the item, Mr. Woods?
Yes, because I don't want to hold up the board meeting. So please come back to the item. Thank you.
Okay, can I please have a motion and a second to table item EE 25?
So moved, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Aladeff. All those in favor of tabling EE 25, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 25 is tabled. May I please have a motion and a second on EE? Let's move to EE 27 and 28.
So moved.
So
Nora.
moved.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any public input on EE 27 and EE 28? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on EE 27 or EE 28.
Thank you very much. I have no colleagues signed up. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none or hearing none, may I have those in support of indicate by saying yes to EE 27, EE 28.
Yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. EE 27, EE 28 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on, why don't we move to F1?
So moved, Nora.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Levinson. Is there any audience, sorry, is there any public input on F1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item F1.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert for F1.
Yes, thank you. Looking at this program, and of course, I have the, the honor of having Pompano Youth Treatment Center inside my area, and of course, the Department of Equity and Diversity with David Watkins. But I was reviewing the evaluation plans and was looking at the 2018-2019 school year. We had 52 youths that were served, and as you go through there, 70 credits were earned. 2 students received a standard high school diploma. I'm not going to read it all because you guys already have it, my question going into this was, do we have an opportunity for them to also get an AA? And the fact that there were 2 diplomas and 2 GEDs and 21 industry certifications awarded with 52 CTE courses. Were we equally supporting them earning a traditional 4-year degree or a GED as much as the CTE courses? And if so, is there a need to expound on this? I don't know who to ask, so you guys heard me, yeah?
Yes, we heard the questions. Antoine Hickman,
Hey,
Chief
Antoine.
Support Initiatives and Recovery. Mr. Watkins and I have been reviewing that information, and can we confirm it? Not yet, but there's definitely ideas worth exploring. Mr. Watkins, are you on the line, or are you able to respond?
Yes, this is David Watkins, Director of Equity and Diversity. We do look at our children who are being served in our Pompano Youth Treatment Center. Many of them are there between 4 and 6 months. So one of our primary goals is to assess where they are academically as it relates to their high school graduation and any post-secondary opportunities. And as part of their transition plans, we do coordinate with the local secondary schools, such as a adult and career technical program that many of them transition to when they leave. We're in partnership with our adult and community school, as well as our technical colleges, as well as working with the transition teams in the districts where a few of our kids transition to, where we assist them in enrolling in a post-secondary program in those districts.
Okay, so to have 4 students earn 2 diplomas and 2 GEDs out of 52 kids, and then 52 CTE courses were, I guess, taken, and 21 industry certifications awarded. I think we're doing great on the CTE aspect of it. I just thought it was a low number for the GED and for the diplomas, but you did just remind me that it's for between 4 and 6 months. So you truly don't have those students for a year or for 2 years. But I don't want to belay the conversation now, but would love to sit down with you, Mr. Watkins and Dr. Hickman, and talk about this further to see if there's anything else that we can do to support those kids. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you both for all your work.
Thank you as
Ms.
well.
Corn?
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Murray.
Yes. I'd just like to commend Mr. Watkins. You know, when he took this program over several years ago, I sat on the JJD committee. And at that time, we had young people incarcerated that spent most of their day just sleeping and doing nothing. There was no such thing as a library. But when you go in those facilities today, we have a very vigorous library. The students are engaged. We have students that may be on short term, and in the past, even though they did schoolwork, it didn't get credited. Now we know that no matter what their length of stay, whether it be 30 days or 300 days, that their credits move forward back to their local schools. So we really have created an atmosphere of hope for these young people. And I just have to commend what a great job that Mr. Watkins and his staff have done for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Do I have any other colleagues?
Thank you very much.
In speaking to F1? Hearing none, thank you to all the staff input. All those in favor of F1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. F1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second to bring EE 25 back to the table?
So moved. Aldeff.
Moved by Ms. Alhadeff, second by Ms. Rupert. We already did the public input. So EE 25, Mr. Woods was going to respond to Ms. Brinkworth's question.
Yeah, so thank you, Board Chair. I appreciate it. I'll start off and then I'll bring in Ms. Coker to add any additional information. As it relates to the field trips specifically, I believe that was part of your question, Ms. Brinkworth. The superintendent actually brought this to us a few weeks ago, and we identified a need to engage not only our vendors, So we sent out a formal letter to our vendors asking them to be very collaborative and supportive on helping us receive prepayments back or down payments back for any field trips. But in addition to that, we identified that the refund question was broader than just field trips. There's before and after care programs. There's various events. So we pulled together a small task force who has been working over the last couple of weeks to identify what the dollar volume is for the refunds. And now we're working through a process where we identify cash versus credit payments and determine the appropriate way to refund our families and our parents. And I believe that the refund process will be officially starting within the next couple of weeks as we work through a last few details here. I believe that was part of your question. If it wasn't, I apologize, and I'll just ask you to maybe rephrase the question if I didn't get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Yes, indeed, that was part of my question. The other part of my question was with regard to the fact that this item before us is asking for an additional spend authority, and I was curious as to whether or not, because of the cancellation of events for the remainder of this calendar year, whether or not it had been evaluated as to whether or not that was still necessary.
That question I'm going to defer to Ms. Mary Coker.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Woods. Yes, and I'm going to go ahead and give my same comment from the previous item that we did on paper. When we brought this item originally, we did include, if you look at the financial analysis worksheet, and on the second page of the executive summary, you'll see that we calculated the monthly average use by 15. That includes the months that we haven't used thus far. In speaking with my colleagues, obviously those purchases, the sourcing of whether it be field trips, events, had already been previously prepaid in some events. Therefore, that money is already calculated into the financial analysis worksheet. So in efforts to ensure that we can have this item readily available for next school year, for the 1 year, which is the extension that we're asking for to renew, we can go down and make the calculation and eliminate the 3 months, which would bring it down from a financial impact of $265,000 down to $200,000 ask if we were to eliminate the 3 months, doing so similar to what we did with the paper in the previous item. Again, I have to reiterate the importance of having these, the spend authority available are used by the schools. There's a significant amount of vendors that are used for supporting the schools for all different types of events. And again, we will continue to review the spend and see if in the future, by having reduced it by $65,000, we may have to come back to the board and ask for more money.
Okay, and then thank you for that. And then the additional part of my question is with regard to the contracts that were entered into for some of these events. If we are not able, if we're not able to provide refunds to the families, obviously we're contractually committed, but for the ones that the companies would be providing refunds to our parents, we have no contractual commitment to them. They would be negotiating with us to ensure that in good faith, they would be refunding the monies to those entities.
So I think your question, let me rephrase the question. Are you asking us, is there any contractual language that will obligate our vendors to refund the money to the parents? Is that the gist of your question?
Well, I understand that there might not necessarily be that, and that's why the superintendent did reach out, and you all have been working on that. But my question is actually in the reverse, as to whether or not we have a contractual obligation to contract for a certain number of dollars per year or spend with any of these.
No, we do not have an obligation to contract any limited or specific number or volume. Absolutely not.
Does the volume impact the price moving forward or not at all?
It's not necessarily the volume. It's more so the event, and they're all different events. Some of these are because it's a motor coach. It's the length of, whether, and I don't have the specifics, but it's not necessarily the volume, no.
Okay, and then my last question, and this is probably more of a budget question than it is necessarily for your group, but I'll ask, if, because there are so many different types of events that are covered through this item, and whether it would have been an athletic event or a debate event or wherever the students would have been traveling, the funds might have come from different sources. So parents might have been paying for field trips, but clubs might have been paying for some other event, or a school budget might have been paying. So how are we handling that, especially when it comes to clubs or school affiliated associations that might have been paying for those events?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. And that's part of some of the details that we're working through now. I had mentioned the task force. So we have representatives from OSPA, Portfolio Services, Procurement, and Budget is engaged in those conversations. And those are the types of questions that we're trying to resolve. We have different people working on different pockets. For example, Leslie Brown is bringing the before and after care piece to the table. Our premise is that we need to do as best we can by our parents, given the financial situation that they're facing. So we're working to do that. But those are the types of details that we're trying to resolve, and we're on the tail end of that piece.
Okay, and so where student organizations, clubs, booster clubs, or something like that might be involved in having paid for or contracted for transportation to something, we're looking to have the same level of engagement to see that those refunds are provided as well.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? If I could just this is different for me than paper, because paper is a commodity, right? And this is travel, for a year's time frame. I think at this point we're anticipating next year we should have similar to travel to what we've had in the past. So with that said, I wouldn't be looking to make a change to this, but Ms. Coker, I do appreciate you bringing up the context of the conversation. With that, all of those in favor of EE 25, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 25 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 26?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Rupert, second by Ms. Murray. Mr. Moquin, any audience input?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment for item EE 26.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to comments that I made on previous items with regard to impact from COVID-19, this is again one of those items that we need to make sure we delineate where an expenditure has been increased based on our response. Thank you.
If I may briefly, Phil Dunn,
Yes.
Chief Information Officer, through the chair.
Yes, we're done.
Two things. One, thank you, Mrs. Brinkworth. This is a portion of this expense does entail COVID-related expenses for a number of reasons. There's a slight inaccuracy in this document that I'll ask through the chair if a board member could make a motion to correct the spending authority request to 1.7 million instead of 1.427, bringing the total contract price to 5.2 million.
Can you, Mr. Dunn, can you explain the request, the difference in the request?
Yes, so this request generally represents spending authority and a renewal for our Microsoft licensing reseller, CDWG. This is the apparatus we use to procure Microsoft Office, which includes Excel, PowerPoint, etc. It also includes many SKUs that you don't see listed in the executive summary, such as Microsoft Virtual Studio, which is used for some of our software development, Azure, which is Microsoft's cloud product, and other things. And the discrepancy I'm asking you to correct now represents the addition of 18,000 Teams licenses that provides access to Teams to all of our teachers so that they can conduct virtual instruction. And that is the component related to COVID. The item is drafted, has some modicum of Teams licenses in it, but it doesn't represent the increase in scope that we've deployed rapidly since the onset of COVID.
Okay, so I appreciate that very much. If I could I guess, I don't know if Ms. Coker can answer this question or to Ms. Myrick, but in terms of the backup indicating what this 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 expansion of spending authority would have, do we need to speak to the fact that it's covering these 18,000 team licenses?
So I can go ahead and just speak from a sourcing perspective.
Yes.
When it was identified late yesterday that the 18,000 Microsoft Teams licenses had not been specifically included in this item, we reached out to CDW and obtained a new quote for the additional licenses. With those additional licenses, actually, it brought down our per user license somewhat. So that increase in additional licenses would be, I believe it's $273,000, give or take. Because we don't have an agreement, there's no issues from a legal perspective as it relates to contractually amending any document. It's just the issuance of the quote and the purchase order. And I understand also that Mr. Dunn has verified through his staff that there is funding available.
Okay, so with that, if I could, so the per license amount was reduced, but the overall spend authority needs to be increased to cover the 18,000. And that 18,000 gives us what coverage? Is that, if you just speak to that.
Just briefly, that 18,000 allows us to extend Microsoft Teams licensing. So people, many of our staff members, all of our teachers, all of our administrators can video conference like we're doing now. Prior to the onset of the crisis, we did not procure that amount of licenses for all of our teachers, all of our administrators. And now going forward, since the inception of the crisis, we are doing that in addition to a number of other things in the background. So that's what that 274,000 specifically covers.
So what does this, what capacity would this bring us to with these 18,000?
Yes, so in total, I believe we'll have a little over 20,000 Microsoft Teams licenses for the district. And going forward, it will actually enable, and the superintendent, I just want to give him a compliment, is a visionary in the education world generally. It'll enable us to provide a number of programming opportunities, intervention opportunities, where we start to divorce purpose from place, right? Where a kid, regardless of where they sit, can receive certain services that they formerly, without these tools, without our educators having some of these tools, they could not receive those things.
Okay, and so just kind of a devil's advocate in the conversation, we're obviously in this forced position today. We will not be in this forced position potentially for next year. And so the question is on this spend, this is a spend for next school year, correct?
Correct.
And so what if we're finding that as we're back in a regular school setting, we're not getting this kind of usage, and therefore are we spending the dollars unnecessarily?
So we could reduce the licensing the year thereafter, this renewal period, if that were in fact the case. But again, that's why, and your comment is spot on, and I tried to get a little bit ahead of it. We're talking as a cabinet under the superintendent's leadership about how education will be fundamentally changed. So we have a number of new innovative programming opportunities for kids that platforms like this open up on an ongoing basis.
So it's exciting, but if I could, to Mr. Runcie, my only thought here is jumping to this many licenses and the concept of where education can go. I think there's still a transition period in this happening, and I just wonder if are we jumping with too many licenses, thinking that once we're in a typical classroom setting, we're still going to potentially have this much usage. I understand the goal and the picture of what it could be, but do we really think 20,000 is something that's going to be utilized next year, or is it possible we're maybe jumping the gun a little bit on how much usage we actually will have in a regular classroom setting?
You know, I think given where we are and the experiences that we're having, I would say prior to the pandemic and going to distance learning, yeah, we certainly would have, challenged and reset that number. But I think given where we are in this opportunity to move forward, I really believe our education professionals, we will be at a different place once we come on the other end. I think one of the lessons we've learned from coming into this is that we would even have been in a much better place if everyone had been on campus and was using it regularly. So we need to take that lesson learned into this. And I think part of it is if we make these type of expenditures, then we as an organization, the board, all the way down needs to be committed to ensuring that everyone is going to maximize the use of them and that we don't create these exceptions in the organizations for whatever reasons that may come, because we all know, again, folks don't like change, but when they actually get through that initial hurdle, they're receptive to it. And we've seen that time again, especially with technology and other aspects of our society.
So I appreciate that. This is the caveat I guess I will give is that there are many who will not find the same benefit from this now that they have their students in front of them on a regular basis. I think this certainly expands our opportunities, and it's a path we should continue to go down. And I think we have been positioned, luckily through the leadership that you and your team have provided, to be able to respond as quickly and as thoroughly as we have to COVID-19. But once we are back in the classroom, I'm concerned that this is maybe a little bit aggressive in terms of where we will be. With that said, what I would ask is this, that this component of this spend be looked at so that we do not roll into another year and our usage is half of this or even 2/3 of this. I think we need to be very clear. Is there a way of monitoring the active usage of it?
Yes, the answer is yes, and we will be monitoring that.
I'm going to ask up front that we do that we monitor it, and before this gets rolled into the next year, that this component specifically be addressed, if you would.
We'll bring the usage data back when we go for renewal. That's what you're asking, and that's what we'll make sure that's in there.
I appreciate that greatly. Thank you. I heard another voice.
Yes, it's Ms. Rupert.
Yes, Ms. Rupert. You're on, Ms. Rupert.
Beth, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you.
It keeps doing a weird thing. If we could push it to May, only because had we gotten this information yesterday, it would have been real easy for us to talk about it because we would have had the data in front of us. So I would ask that in the future. I mean, Mr. Dunn, we're always last minute. You can always send the board anything at midnight, 6 in the morning. We're going to take a look at it. So I would have appreciated that, but I agree with what Ms. Korn's saying, and of course what you gentlemen have. But I share her concern. Is there a deadline for this? I mean, obviously not today, but is there a deadline beyond this?
So Microsoft and CDWG have been gracious enough to extend us some complimentary licenses. So there is a deadline. Now, I think that deadline is either in May or June. I have to check. So we may be able to take leave of this issue until then, and we could obviously, ingest some of the data we have today presently on how people are using the platform. But the only caveat is we know most of our educators are leveraging the platform today because we've designed for that. So I don't know how reliable, looking at today with the exceptional circumstance will be into the future in regard to us being in a materially different environment. One last thing really quick. I just want to emphasize that we can pull those licenses back after a year if we had to, A, and B, these licenses are for our pedagogical staff primarily. So when we think about a classroom and a teacher doing all of the great things teachers do in both now a hybrid environment, both physical and virtual, we're talking about the ability to provide telehealth services for some of our professionals. We're talking about the ability to provide live broadcasts of the physical classroom environment to homebound students. And this is just the first phase, the mere substitution of our physical environment into the digital one. This doesn't represent the new tasks and use cases our teachers are already coming up with now as we speak. So I just want to have some consideration of that potential for innovation that we're already seeing against the risk of a year of minimal usage, which we don't expect. And our contract does. I had confirmation our contract expires May 31st. So we would need to execute that extension prior to then.
And Ms. Rupert, to your comments, my thoughts were, what does a regular school year look like before we do a renewal? I don't know that we would be able to get any feedback today that would help us monitor that or gauge it for next year.
Okay, fair enough.
So I appreciate though you exploring that further. I would be willing to entertain then an amendment to this that the spend authority would be 1.7 million rather than 1.427 million.
I make that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the $1.7 million spend authority amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The amendment passes unanimously. If I could please have a vote in support. Is there any additional comments on the item? I know we were getting ready to vote for it. Hearing none, all those in favor of EE 26 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 26 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on item FF1 and FF2?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any audience or public input on FF1 and FF2, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items FF1 or FF2.
Thank you. I don't have any colleagues who have asked for questions. Are there any colleagues who would like to speak? Hearing none, those in favor of FF1 and FF2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. FF1 and FF2 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on H1?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there any audience, public input on H1?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item H1.
Thank you. I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ms. Myrick. Does anybody on the Financial Advisory Committee as a member, do they work for the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive or JP Morgan Securities?
I can't answer that. Maybe Judy can. This came to us. We do contract, although it's winding down with Bryant Miller. They've done some of our employment work before we got, and they're just finalizing some of the cases that they have. But this would be no conflict. I don't think they work on our financial, and I would assume, or on our advisory committee. I'm assuming they're not. But I don't know. Judy would have that information because I don't know who's on there.
So through the chair, Mrs. Alhadeff, I know they do not work for that law firm. I've got to verify if the banker, I believe he works for Wells Fargo, but I'm verifying it right now. So I don't know if you want to table this item and let me just verify. I don't want to misspeak. I know he doesn't work. We don't have anyone that works for that law firm on financial advisory. I just got to check on JP Morgan has a lot of employees that are in this space. I want to make sure we don't have one.
So Ms. Alhadeff, I don't have anyone else who would like to speak on this. Would you like to table the item?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to table the item.
Second.
Second, motion by Ms. Alhadeff to table later in the meeting, and second by Ms. Rupert. Any conversation on tabling the item? Hearing none, all those in favor of tabling H1 to later in the meeting, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. H1 has been tabled. We can take, let's go to II 1, 2, 3, and 4. If I can have a motion.
Moved. Nora.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by
Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Is there any public input on II 1, 2, 3, and 4, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items II1, II2, II3, or II4.
Thank you for the correction. So seeing no public input, I don't have any colleagues who had signed up for these items. Is there anyone who would like to speak to II 1 through 4?
Shoot, I have a little favor. I thought II3 was I3 and I didn't pull it.
That's okay. I3 has already been pulled.
Oh, it has. We're going back.
We are going to, yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. No, I don't have anything else on this one. Thanks.
Okay. So all those in favor of I 1, 2, 3, and 4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. I 1, 2, 3, and 4 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second? Ms. Marte, are you going to need a couple of minutes? I was just trying to buy you time.
I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. Can I have a motion and a second on H1, please?
So moved, Nora.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff, and Ms. Marte, if you could respond.
Through the chair, Mrs. Alhadeff, there are no representatives from JP Morgan on the Financial Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have any other questions, Ms. Alhadeff?
No.
Okay. Any other colleagues with questions on H1? Hearing none, all those in favor of H1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. H1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on I3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert,
Second.
second
Alda.
by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any, I know that there are 2 comments, I believe, audience, public input. Mr. Moquin, if you could share those.
Yes, Madam Chair, we received 2 written comments submitted for item I3. The first comment is by Anna Marie Pierpont from the BTU, from the Broward Teachers Union. Her comment was, please pull I3 for comment. The second comment was received by Ms. Anna Fusco, the BTU president, and her comment is as follows. My public input for agenda item I3. The agenda item needs to be pulled due to no due process. Here is my public comment. This should not have been denied for me to speak virtual. The teacher was threatened by the student more than once to punch his face in. The teacher begged for a threat assessment. He was never made aware of a threat assessment. A teacher threatened by a student and now up for termination for demanding discipline to be done is unacceptable. Please pull the item and ask for a proper investigation. Eric DeLucia has not been given proper due process and has not been provided an opportunity to answer allegations made in the administrative complaint. The administrative complaints before you today go against Broward County Public Schools' own policy 4.9 for corrective action. The purpose of a workplace fact-finding inquiry investigation is to determine if just cause exists relative to an employee's alleged acts of misconduct, and if so, to make a recommendation to the superintendent of schools to determine the appropriate level of corrective action. All such fact-finding inquiries and investigations will comply with the due process provisions outlined in the collective bargaining agreements and state statutes. Just because the district powers that be and the administration feel they have a DOA timer running and must terminate this employee for 2 instances back on September 26, 2019, and another on November 14, 2019, where it is alleged 2 different students had difficulties in class before May 9, 2020, it does not mean the district's processes and due process can be ignored. September, a student was out of his seat. Teacher corrected student. Student statement says teacher was inappropriate. Mr. DeLucia and his representatives were not made aware of the problem at that time. In November, student did not have school ID badge on and teacher attempted to correct student behavior and student reported teacher for inappropriate behavior. Neither of the above situations followed BCPS policy 4.9 or the EP contract. There was no investigation or opportunity for accused to know the allegations against him prior to February 28th, the first notice of board meeting. Who investigated? What meetings with the accused? Where are the due process letters from admin for teacher to tell his side? Also, these charges will be presented to the school board on Tuesday, April 21st, 2020 at 10:05 a.m. at Kathleen C. Wright Administration Building, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Pursuant to Florida Chapter 120, you may request a formal hearing, provided that you request said hearing in writing to the superintendent as set forth in the notice section of the administrative complaint. And this new order of business leads one to believe they may face their accuser. However, I, President Fusco, have been told that neither I nor my member be present physically, virtually, or telephonically. How is this due process? How is this right? Due to the seriousness of the potential outcome, I am requesting that this item be pulled until a proper investigation by SIU following normal procedures can be conducted and the member can receive due process. That concludes Ms. Fusco's comments.
Thank you very much. So those are both of the public comments that were shared. I do have my colleagues who would like to speak to this. I will start with Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So was there workplace fact-finding and was there a thorough investigation done?
This is Barbara Myrick. I'll address some of this. Alan, if you will jump in if I leave something out. The answer to that question is yes. This was not an SIU investigation. It was a workplace investigation through Susan Cooper's office and through the principal of the school. Every investigation does not go through SIU. That is in 4.9. and an investigation was completed through that process.
Were the findings reviewed with the Employee and Labor Relations Department?
Susan or Eric would have to answer that.
Yeah, I can answer that. It's Susan Cooper. Yes, it was reviewed with us, and we also do review documentation with our attorney, Doug Griffin, when we are moving in, with a recommendation such as this, because he does prepare the administrative complaint that has been presented to you today.
Were the findings from the Employee and Labor Relations Department sent to Mr. DeLuca?
We don't make findings, Ms. Aladeff. We assist the school site with the collection of information throughout, the investigation to ensure that people are, witnesses are spoken to, and then we review all of that information, and and we look at an employee's past, if they have any past corrective action. If we do feel that it is, it is severe, as I said, we review what the investigation has shown by way of witness statements and documentation. And we, engage others as well with a recommendation, so we're all on the same page.
So if it was severe, which he is being terminated, so I would consider that severe, would that warrant SIU to then complete a thorough investigation?
No, it would not. When they have the investigations going on at the school, everything does not automatically go to SIU. I think it should be known that the reason why the recommendation is coming forth for termination, that this employee has been engaging in these similar types of behaviors for about the last 5 years, to the point that he has been and currently is on probation from the Florida State Department of Education for the same type of behavior that he exhibited in middle school. It's my understanding that he was moved to high school thinking that he probably would engage in that type of behavior with older kids, and he did, obviously. And, I think the concern that this office has is, and I don't know who else, but I will say for this office, is that if you have a teacher that has a 5-year history of making these kind of remarks and bullying children, in high school, one of these kids is going to haul off and hit him back. Now, and my problem with that is the kid would then be arrested, not him. And I just don't think it is fair that we have teachers that ridicule students like this pattern has been for this individual going back to 2015, when we are trying to teach our students respect and patience and kindness. And so the termination is coming because he's on the state probation. He's on probation from the state.
And after the vote today, would he receive further due process through DOA?
Yes, he can. I don't know if he did. He probably did request a hearing through DOA. Yes, he is entitled to that.
And DOA could overturn it?
Yes, sure. They overturn other things. Sure.
Okay, that's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
That's just for your information, Ms. Aladeff, that is the process of the due process, is that after it comes to you and the superintendent's recommendation, then the employee has the right to ask for a hearing before the Division of Administrative Hearings.
Thank you. Can I, Ms. Brinkworth, I have you listed?
Can you add me to the list too? It's Rupert.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for asking some preliminary questions. I just want to ask for confirmation that 4.9, policy 4.9 was followed.
Well, 4.9 mainly discusses investigations that SIU investigate. They're in 4.9. I believe there's a statement, and probably Doug or Susan can answer this, Susan Cooper, that 4.9 does not relate to investigations that happen by schools. 4.9 addresses investigations that that occur by SIU.
That is
So,
correct.
Ms. Myrick, if I can also add, I have the policy up. So within policy 4.9, section 4.3 identifies 3 different sections as it relates to the types of workplace fact-finding investigations that can occur. Special Investigative Unit is just one of them. When you look at section 5, which identifies a lot of the guidelines in terms of timelines and such, the entire section 5, those guidelines are only applicable for SIU investigations in accordance with policy 4.9.
So part of my question, obviously, we've received some emails from the individual alleging that, you know, statements are typed and unsigned by students, that the probation violation has not been investigated by the DOE at this point. I believe it was sent to all of my colleagues, so you all have received an email. I know that the union has also made allegations that 4.9 has not been followed and that a proper investigation has not been done. And so I'm just trying to get clarification from staff about what has happened in this process with this particular employee.
This is Susan Cooper. I can address that. As far as, you know, the statements that were typed, what we have started doing, and we've been doing this over the course of this school year, is student statements can be identified through their handwriting. So through advice of legal, and we've been doing this throughout the year with any site investigation. When we do have student statements, they are typed up, student number 1, and we coach the folks and we prove things that, you know, it's written verbatim. You know, if you have younger children, you know, the grammar's not going to be there, but we do furnish them when we do conduct a due process meeting, that any, you know, evidence against that person is shared at that meeting when we talk about the allegations. Sorry, Barbara.
No, that's all right. I was just saying, Mrs. Brinkworth, if he has asked for a hearing, a due process hearing, which I'm assuming he has, the original statements will be given to him pending, you know, what happens at this meeting. But during the investigation, we do that for all types of investigation. It has been our recommendation for years that, and what the school keeps is a copy of the typed investigation or wherever they are stapled with the handwritten note statement, sorry, not investigation. So he will be entitled to those if he goes to a due process hearing. At this point, is not entitled to know who the students are necessarily.
I'm not suggesting that right now, but I'm just asking some of the questions that were raised. And so can someone confirm whether or not there has been a request for a DOA proceeding?
Barbara, do you know?
Let me ask Doug. He's in the next room.
Ms. Korn?
Yes, Ms. Cooper, we're waiting for Ms. Myrick.
No, it's Lori Rich
Oh, sorry.
Levinson. I think the last paragraph says that he requested a hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Myrick?
Ms. Myrick, you'll have to unmute yourself. I muted your microphone while you stepped out of the office.
This case was supposed to come before us at that March 18th or 17th meeting. And so we believe that he requested the hearing prior to that. Let me just look at the.
Ms. Korn, through the chair. Ms. Myrick, I believe
Yes.
that the last paragraph says that he did request the hearing when you're talking about.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I can't look at that at the same time as I'm looking at this. And then a question that I have with regard to what happens, what I want to say first is, please don't think that my questions in any way think that I condone a behavior where comments would be made to students as are alleged in the documents that we received. So I just want to say that first and foremost. But what I'm most concerned about is that the proper process is followed, and because we've had items before us today where items have gone to an ALJ and we have our determinations have not been upheld and we have had to reinstate people with back pay. I just am concerned about some of the other difficulties that have been raised, especially with regard to EEO and accommodations for ADA. So can someone just, I don't know if it's something that needs to be looked into further just to make sure that every I has been dotted and T has been crossed. I'm just concerned about some of the allegations that have been presented.
I can tell you that the EEO allegations have been looked at by the EEO department and they have been unfounded.
Ms. Myrick, if I could chime in?
Sure.
Mrs. Franklin, this is Mr. Strauss. I did speak with the school to confirm that in both instances, the September and November, the proper notices were given in regards to pre-D meetings, and every pre-disciplinary meetings and everything that would occur. And as well, in regards to the comment about teacher requesting threat assessments, I did also speak with the principal, where the principal explained to me that threat assessments were done when requested and the results were unwarranted or low at best. So there was communication between the school with the teacher every single time along the way to do things properly in regards to not violating his contractual rights. And ultimately, as Ms. Myrick has explained, with the item that's here before you, he, once he has the opportunity to go to the DOA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And I apologize not being able to be on my usual ability to prepare for meetings, but it like my colleagues have said already, using one for our talking and then using another computer, you're trying to pull up the backup and then you're trying to read everything kind of in real time. It's kind of a handicap for this. So my questions, I think Ms. Brinkworth had asked and you guys had answered about investigations, SIU. I didn't hear, and it probably was, I just didn't hear it, if this went at all to professional standards.
It did not.
And was there a reason why?
So once again, this is Mr. Strauss. So once again, this was not an SIU case. The SIU cases are what goes to professional standards. This was dealt as a corrective action with employee relations. So therefore, it would not go to professional standards.
Okay.
Mrs. Rupert, this is Jeff. I can just confirm that that's part of the policy. The Professional Standards Committee is under Section 5, and as I stated earlier, Section 5 is applicable to SIU investigations only.
I get it. But I do know that sometimes it kind of is muddled and it goes back and forth. My take on that, but I do appreciate you. And really echoing Ms. Brinkworth, I am not condoning any of these alleged behaviors or comments. What I also can't condone is to blame a teacher and employee for not being able to prove himself during a very tough time period. This is a really tight time period, and of the backup that I was able to get before my own computer crashed, was a lot of it had to do with his prior situations. And I understand that. And I agree very much with what Ms. Myrick had said. This goes back many, many years. It's a pattern. However, they didn't pull his license. They didn't stop him from teaching. He was fined. He was paying his fine. There was enough time for the state to do something. So to me, I think this is an overcorrection, and that's just my standpoint. I will not be supporting this today because, in fact, I wish I didn't vote to terminate anybody else today, because this is a hard enough time for us to all get through. And quite honestly, to terminate somebody and they would be without insurance and a possibility of a job, I can't think about that. But for me, all my questions were not answered, and it's not staff's problem. It's just the fact that not having a black box and having the ability to get back and forth with our material, it does lessen the effect for me, because I go through that box like a fine-tooth comb, and I feel like I do not have enough information with me trying to run back and forth to print a paper or two to come back on this issue. There's a lot that's not said in this that perhaps was in my backup that I didn't read, and I apologize if my board members are like, she's missing the whole thing. But for me, on the information that I have, I will not be supporting termination today. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert, if I may respond, obviously you can and will vote your conscience and what you want to do. There were two incidents this fall that occurred. That is what this charge is primarily about. One happened in September.
September 26th and November 14th. I did do that. I saw those too.
And then when you say that the state hasn't done anything, the state, we send them the information, but the state generally always waits until we do what we're going to do before they take action, unless we don't take any action, and then they will follow up. But it's not unusual that that the state has not taken any action at this point. I mean, that's
no,
just not
and
unusual.
I do concede on that point for you. However, they did take an action to actually fine him, which I find kind of irregular myself.
And he's on probation. He's currently on probation for the same behavior.
But they did not take his license.
No, that's true.
And from reading, they felt that we hadn't made our case at that point. So that makes me a little bit reticent with this. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate our whole team. And I don't want to at all appear like I'm disrespecting you or anybody. For me, I will not be able to support this. But thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Hold on, I'm getting everything unmuted and done. Hold on. Okay. Good. Can you hear me, Donna, and see me?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay. I have concerns. President Fusco has made many points that I do not believe I've gotten full answers to. I have concerns about, is it normal for, I know in the past, Ms. Myrick, you've written letters to this employee. Is that normal? I cannot vote on this today because I'm not going, if I do not support anyone who treats children terribly or is unethical. I just want to put that out there as well. I'm not defending his actions. What I am speaking to is I will defend an employee if due process isn't followed. And based on all of the allegations made by Ms. Fusco, I have serious concerns as to whether or not it was. And I have concerns about past cases and letters written, and there's just so much more to this story that I don't think I need to go into here. But I think we need to pull this item at this point and make sure that Mr. Runcie goes through this case point by point, answers all of Ms. Fusco's concerns, demonstrates that absolutely due process was followed, and then brings that back to me and the board to make a decision. So when everyone's done, I'm going to ask to table it. Thank you.
Let me just make a couple comments, and then since you brought it up, I certainly wasn't going to.
1 minute, Miss Myrick. Miss Myrick, it's hard to hear you. Can everyone please mute their microphones other than Miss Myrick? Thank you.
Yeah, and if this is the letters, I just need to hear your side, Miss Merrick. It'll make me feel better as well.
About 2 years ago, I didn't even know this guy was on probation, and I got notification from the Attorney General's office sent me a letter because Mr. DeLuca had accused the principal at the time at Ramblewood of violating his HIPAA rights in disclosing his medical information. So I got that and I needed to look into it. It was at that point that I found out that there was this Tallahassee, the Department of Education case, and Charles Whitelock was the attorney who you know is local, who was represents DOE in many of these cases. And he sent me much of the information. And basically what was proven at is that it was Mr. DeLuca that disclosed his information, and he used that as part of his defense during the trial with DOE. So all I did was look into that issue. I did have a conversation with his then principal, who was still principal at Ramblewood at the time. And the only thing that we had done and what was done for that is that his computer was taken when he was, suspended, I guess. And so that was my communication with him, was about that issue. He continued to somewhat harass me about responding, and I responded to the Attorney General and gave him all the information that I had and what I had gotten from Mr. Whitelock as well as from the principal. And I didn't hear anything else from the Attorney General. They dropped the case because there was no allegation. I mean, there was no evidence that anybody had violated Mr. DeLuca's HIPAA rights. And so that was my involvement with Mr. DeLuca, because the Attorney General wrote to me, investigator, not the Attorney General, but one of her investigators, one of her attorneys. And until this issue came up, I have not communicated, with Mr. DeLuca. So that's it. I don't see, and I'm not trying to disagree with Mrs. Rupert, but I don't see where it clearly says that, where it says in his the final order from, or in the recommended order from DOA, that we didn't prove any case. The problem we didn't do is we really didn't take it the case, and that's why at that time DOE went ahead and did it, because we didn't. I think we gave him a letter of reprimand or something at that point. And so DOE took it and found enough issues that they suspended him. And coming out of what we see out of DOE being suspended for 2 years and $3,000 fine and having to take courses is nothing to sneeze at. regarding any level of discipline. And the fact that he was on probation, not suspended, he was on probation, that he could not adhere to the probation. He, if these allegations are true, which we believe they are, he has violated his probation from the state. Because he has not adhered to the policies and the ethics code. And I believe, after looking through this case, and just for you to know, Mrs. Fusco asked for this case to be pulled the day before it was supposed to go in March. And it was going to be pulled, and then we canceled canceled the board meeting. So Mrs. Fusco has done nothing about giving us additional information in this last month. Again, she asked last night whether we could pull this case, and we agreed. I talked to the superintendent, and we agreed that it was not going to be pulled. But she had a month to provide whatever information she had, if all this information is so serious, and she didn't. She waits till the 11th hour and provides information to you for you to begin to question your employees. It's my understanding that the state has gotten involved in this case, and that they did come down and interview some students. But we don't know. They don't tell us what they're doing with the cases. We provide them all the information all the way along, and they just do their thing up there. I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have comments. I know Dr. Oz would like to speak. I would like to speak, and then we can go around again. Ms. Aladeff, I believe, has additional comments. Dr. Osgood?
Hi, thank you. And looking at what's presented here and being somewhat aware of some of the different elements and different things, do we know where the state was here in February? And I know they interviewed a lot of students. Did they give us anything from their finding, or did they say where they are with this?
No. And it's my understanding that they don't tell us up front what they're doing.
Okay. Another concern that I have, and I don't see it per se in here, but I actually know from actually being at a family gathering and having one of my little cousins kind of just blurt out something about one of her teachers, just in a conversation, jokingly, not really characterizing it that she was per se telling on somebody, so to speak. I am concerned about disparaging marks to students, and I see the history there of that. I am also just as concerned if proper due process wasn't followed. We're making a recommendation here today to terminate this employee who is already on probation with the state. And it's difficult, for me in a bigger way, because I don't understand when we have like multiple infractions like this. In my opinion, it seems like when people have disciplinary problems, they end up in District 5. I'll just say it like that. At Piper, if comments is made to the wrong student, it's going to be an issue. And I'm going to be very upset about a student being arrested. It's this whole acumen of emotional intelligence, knowing how to manage our emotions and what to say and how to say things that I will admit, even as adults, you have to work really hard to contain yourself with it. So I'm kind of at a rock and a hard place. One side of me wants to wait for the state to really, see what they come back with. And by them coming down and interviewing some of the students, and I know that there's other things that are going to come forth. Hearing the union say that their union didn't get an opportunity to work through their investigation process is a concern. If that's the case, I wouldn't want to deny them that opportunity. So I'm going to ask that question outright. Was the union allowed to do their regular process and go through their investigation? being that we were out of school because of the COVID?
Again, this investigation was done way before COVID. This investigation was completed back in January or February. Again, because this whole administrative complaint was to come to you mid-March, and he was served with that administrative complaint at least 2 weeks before that, because he had already requested he has 15 days to request a hearing, and we've been serving these complaints to people. So we know when we come before you to make sure we know that if they have asked for a DOA hearing or not. I don't know what the union's investigation is. I mean, certainly they are entitled to do whatever they want. I don't know what their investigation process is.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't know they had an investigation process.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Corn. That concludes my questions.
Ms. Corn, can I just say one other thing? Because I know I made a mistake several times. I used the term suspension when I meant probation. So he is not suspended according to DOE. He has been on probation for 2 years and was afforded all of his due process rights. But I just want to make the record clear if anybody misheard that, because I did misspeak. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless my other colleagues have any comments, Ms. Olive, I will come back to you for another round. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak?
Well, the last item is voted on, which we haven't got there yet.
I want to come back when you're done, Donna. I presume Ms. Alhadeff.
Okay. So I, like my colleagues, am very concerned when there's ever a question regarding the process that we've taken, whether it's policy 4.9 has been followed or the due process has been followed. The due process, I have to rely on staff. I think we've had multiple people now respond. Was Mr. Griffin specifically involved in this, Ms. Myrick?
I don't believe so, not in any time of the investigation. I think he was informed or when it was going on, and it was, I mean, he's here, he can come talk. His computer is delayed. Let me ask him to come and answer that question.
Thank
Doug,
you.
can you come in here? Doug? They asked if you were involved, how you were involved in this. Okay. I don't know how, sit down there and answer.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Griffin.
Hi, Ms. Corn.
Hi.
And for everybody else, I'm Doug Griffin, Assistant General Counsel. I understand you had a question for me.
Yes, could you just explain how you were specifically involved in this investigation and in the recommendation specifically?
So I was not involved in the investigation itself.
Okay.
We don't really do that function. I received the corrective action report, and Andrew from our office prepared the complaint.
Okay.
I also worked with Ms. Myrick in evaluating the aspect of the DOE probation violation and how that impacted on the recommendation. It actually ended up resulting in a higher discipline recommendation for you. Originally, it came in as a suspension, but they didn't know about the probation at that point in time. We discovered the probation and then took it from there.
Got it. And so did you review the recommendation then made to the superintendent and support that recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. And so you haven't asked for us to have any delay at this point. You've supported this going forward to the superintendent and then to the board?
Well, I have supported that, yes.
Okay.
When Anna called yesterday and was asking for a continuance, I did, to put that request forward to see if the administration wanted to postpone, but I support it moving forward.
Okay, so you don't see concerns regarding the district following 4.9, that one specific paragraph, or any other due process related to this issue?
Right. This is a school site investigation, which is exempt from most of 4.9. I've heard the discussions here. I'm not concerned with procedural violations at this point. And I'll say it this way, the union has not brought any specific violations to my attention, and I'm not individually aware of any at this point in time.
Okay, and I know COVID-19 obviously is something that we're dealing with now. This was active prior to the state that we're in now.
Right.
Has the union and the individual teacher had the opportunity via email, phone call, or prior to COVID-19, an in-person meeting to speak about questions they may have had or access to the information that could be made available?
So when it's a school site investigation, the process is that the employee is given a 3-day notice. And they come in with their union rep if they want the union rep. They're given copies of the statements, redacted, as you heard from Ms. Cooper.
Right.
And then they have the opportunity to give their side of the story if they choose to do so.
And that occurred.
And again, that is my understanding that did in fact occur. I wasn't personally there, so I can't tell you with absolute certainty, but
Okay.
That is my understanding.
Okay. So if you don't mind, I'm going to move on to somebody else to ask the question. Through Mr. Runcie, who on staff would be able to verify that that took place on behalf of the teacher having the ability to be able to get the information, although redacted, and share their story at the school level?
Ms. Corn, that's me, Mr. Strauss.
Yes.
I did speak with Principal Hodigan this morning to confirm that for both instances, the September and November, that everything that Doug just explained, that all of that occurred, that they had the ability to meet with the union reps and everything that Doug just explained, and those occurred for both the September as well as the November incidents.
So they were offered the opportunity and availed themselves of the opportunity in both cases?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm asking these questions because just because someone says that we haven't done something doesn't mean that it's now cloudy. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding why my colleagues think that the meetings did not occur. If this does not fall under 4.9 with SIU investigations, then the other things that are stipulated there outside of the one paragraph, which is the investigation at the school site level, have occurred. I absolutely want to ensure that we do not infringe on anyone's rights. And I certainly don't want this to go above us and then it come back and say, well, you all didn't dot your I's and cross your T's. Every employee should have that ability. But at the same time, to not move forward on an action when we've done those things, to me says that we're not holding up our end of the bargain, which is the employer has responsibilities on behalf of everybody else, including students. And so when we have this type of behavior that is alleged and investigated and found to move forward with the superintendent's recommendation, I feel that it's our responsibility to do so. These are not actions that I would be comfortable with any teacher, with any of my children. And for that reason, I would not be comfortable with this individual in a classroom with anyone else's children behaving in this way. In addition to the fact that this is someone who was already on probation, and not only is it someone who previously was on probation, but is currently on probation. And is currently on probation at the very tail end of it, where the classroom management piece of courses should have already been completed. So if there was going to be some type of intervention and some positive results of that, here we are at the end of those 2 years when that classroom management should have occurred. And so we should be at the place where that individual is in their best position for this not to reoccur. Obviously, the process is not over. This is another step in that process. The individual teacher will continue to have the opportunity. But these types of allegations and having a teacher, and I know we've brought up the COVID-19, but I'm sorry, this type of behavior doesn't afford you a job in any circumstance, whether it's COVID-19 or the students are in a classroom. So whether he was at this moment teaching via distance learning, it doesn't matter, because if you are doing something this inappropriate and it's while you're on probation, I don't know why we continue to afford you the opportunity to have a job and not move forward with the due process. So with that said, I believe that due process is very important. This is a step in that due process. And I'm concerned that we are somehow making it more important that this individual continue to extend their period of time when a great period of time has occurred and opportunities have been provided for information to be shared both ways. And now we find ourselves allowing this individual to take the next step in that due process. I don't see where a further delay provides that individual any benefit. And I don't see why we would, in this case, provide a benefit beyond the due process and the contract provisions that are being applied. So, Ms.
Can you add me
Holiday?
to the list, Ms. Corn?
I'm sorry?
Can you add me to the list, Rupert?
Yes, I have Ms. Olive.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on document 4 and 5. There is this affidavit, and it's signed by the SIU detective. And so my question is, we have SIU involved in, I guess, serving this administrative complaint, and we've looped them in the process, but not in the investigation process. So could staff explain that?
We use, this office uses SIU to serve administrative complaints. That's one of the things they do. They're sworn officers, they can do that. They, it's akin to a subpoena service. So that's very different than being involved in that's very end of the process. This was done 2 weeks, probably around March 1st. So it was at the very end of the process. That's a different role and a different function that SIU does, opposed to being part of an investigation. They weren't part of the investigation. They simply served like a due process would serve a subpoena to somebody.
Right. I guess what I'm struggling with is that we didn't have a higher level of investigation completed. It was done at the school level, where there seems to be a discrepancy, whether these things were actually said by the teacher, or is this just hearsay? And I would have liked a higher level of investigation done, because what I'm concerned about is that we set a precedent that our students, whatever they say, are directly going to affect the teachers, and I don't want to set that cycle up for our teachers to be in, and that's what I struggle with the process that seems to take place with Mr. DeLuca. So
let me just say that even if SIU investigated, they would probably not have done anything differently. It would have gone probably to PSC, but that's the only difference. They would have gotten the same statements from the same students, interviewed the same students as the principal and the AP, and Alan, you maybe can respond to that. But what occurred would not have been done any differently, except by a SIU investigator opposed to a principal who they have received training in investigations. And so Alan, you might want to speak to that.
Can I just finish?
Sure. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. So I would just like to say that I just feel that his due process did not happen. And when we go to terminate someone, I would personally like to see this being brought to a higher level than just administration doing their investigation. So I can't support this, and that is the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes. Can you see me and hear me? Can you see me?
I see you. I don't hear. Oh, there you are. Yes, we can see you.
I'm just going to do that from now on, just in case. So emails. I actually believe this is a question again of he said, she said. And Ms. Fusco, to me, has presented sound evidence. As a matter of fact, they never got due process.
Robin, may I interrupt you? And I'm sorry to do this.
Ms. Myrick?
Yes.
Ms. Myrick, I'm going to let Ms. Bartleman at least finish her initial comment, and then I'm happy to have you respond. But I need Ms. Bartleman to be able to at least share.
Okay. Yep.
Great.
Okay.
So Ms. Pierpont explained that they had a meeting with Goodwin, and at that meeting, they did not have the correct statements. They gave the September statements again, and then they never had a second meeting. They have, for every step of the due process that you say you have, they have counter information. So for me, I need Mr. Runcie or SIU or someone else to go through this and make sure it's right. And if the state is conducting their investigation, why wouldn't we wait and eventually they're going to publish the results of their investigation and wait for them to see? Because when Ms. Fusco tells me something, I listen to it. I don't just dismiss it. I go through what she has. We have multiple emails. And so you're asking me about due process, and other employers are watching this as it pertains to due process, not excusing the behavior. If he needs to be fired, I will fire him the next meeting. But there is no harm in going back and looking at everything. Also, the comment was made that the item was going to be brought in March. She started calling us in March, the week that item was put on the agenda, Ms. Fusco. Right. And then right away, shortly thereafter, 19 happened. And right away, she started working with Mr. Runcie. Right away, they started doing the MOU for how they're going to teach online, working with all of her teachers. She's been going nonstop, and her staff, working with the teachers, working with staff. So she has to say that she just comes the last second. I think she has an excuse this time for everything she's been doing. So I would like Mr. Runcie to go back and have SIU or another party look at this, and you can bring it back the next meeting. But I need that level of comfort for me. So that's what I'm going to ask for, a motion to defer this until the next meeting. That's my motion.
Okay. Second motion by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Aladev. I do have other colleagues that have asked to speak, but I'm going to ask, well, I'll go back to them, but I'm now asking for comments specific to the motion. Any comments on the motion to defer to the next meeting?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think with Robert's rules now, if you have a motion to table, you can't take any further comments. So.
Okay.
At all. No, I'm just saying, I wanted to speak, but unfortunately now there's a,
I'll remove my motion, Patty. I'll remove it so you can speak. I apologize.
Can your second be removed, Ms. Aladev?
Yes, I'll remove my second.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman, I will come back to you.
Okay.
And so thank you, Ms. Good, for the comment. I'm going to go to Ms. Rupert, and then I have Ms. Good and Dr. Osgood. Or Dr. Osgood, do you still need to speak?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm sorry. Dr. Osgood, do you still need to speak?
Maybe.
Okay. All right, for right now, we'll just go with Ms. Rupert.
Ms. Bartleman just covered my idea, so we're good.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Ms. Good?
Yes, there we go. So thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just saying it because there was a motion to table and I wanted to at least have a brief opportunity to make my comments. Reading the administrative issue here, not the administrative issue, but the punishment against the employee, the allegations are troubling to me. I agree that we don't want anyone to speak to our students in this fashion, if in fact it occurred, and it troubles me. It troubles me greatly.
I guess what I wanted to know, and I may have missed it, and I've been trying to read through the documentation, and I don't want to add anything new based on what was shared. The allegations that the employee spoke in inappropriate manner with students. How did the complaint get filed? I can't find that in any of the documentation. So was the complaint filed by students? How did the complaint get filed? Somebody could share that with me?
You're speaking about from this, Mr. Strauss, once again, Ms. Good. So
Yes.
from the issue that occurred in the classroom, the students complained to administration.
Okay, I couldn't find the connecting
Because
dots
when
here.
you read in, I believe, the second incident, I want to think the November incident, I think it kind of speaks to where he called security to remove the student. And I think through that discussion, that also prompted the inquiry for that.
Okay, I did read that about the security, but I did not see in here how we got from point A to point B. So thank you for clarifying that. So as I was stated, it's very troublesome. I continue to, obviously Ms. Fusco has reached out to every one of us. And she was troubled by this being presented. I will tell you though, I think it is critically important that during this time that we make sure that we have, again, our I's dotted and T's crossed. I think that if the matter was tabled, it would only allow us an opportunity to further, strengthen the outcome. If in fact, I want to just make sure that everything was properly processed and followed. And it appears that, we can't, I know that we keep saying that the COVID crisis is ongoing, and yet we continue to move this district in a manner like we have, especially as it relates to discipline. And I concur, but we really cannot also just dissect that situation, because people are going through a lot of personal challenges right now, whether it be union members, our employees, our teachers, our staff. Everybody is working in the best interest of everyone involved. And so I'm not going to say that things weren't done appropriately. I'm not going to get into inserting myself as far as divulging information, but I do want to make sure that everyone's been given ample opportunity to provide. It's obviously been noted here today. Information will need to be shared if something new is going to be added. And if there are problems with the process, then I'm sure that will be highlighted as well. So I will be, again, supporting tabling this issue. And I will tell you though, and that's why I wanted to know how it was reported. We continue to tell our students to report situations of bullying, inappropriate behavior, and if it was the students who were the ones that advised of this behavior, I just want to make sure that that's validated if in fact it did occur. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me the opportunity.
Thank you. So I have Dr. Osgood.
And as we're going through this, if we're going to defer this, I also need Mr. Runcie for you to tell me the process for my students, because I have a couple of students that have had situations where they've walked out of class because of stuff that was said to them, or they've, like one of them in one incident that got me kind of aware of some of this, where a student ended up cursing this teacher out and was given a referral and was suspended. So as we're waiting for this investigation, my students are having like these suspensions and those things on their record. So if this comes back, and this teacher is found warranted, those suspensions or whatever are still in those kids' records. And I don't like to really bring kids into these kind of things unless I just absolutely have to, but it's like two sides to this. So that's my concern is about the behavior in the kids, okay? From what I'm hearing, this followed a process that we have in place for administrative investigations. You know, maybe it should have followed a different process, because if one of my kids started using the P word with a teacher or something on the campus, we would say that they're igniting a riot. They would get a threat assessment, and they would follow this whole discipline matrix in this process. So when I'm trying to balance being fair to a teacher and being fair to this kid, because of the way these things are coming forward, I'm now put in a dilemma that I don't feel like the process is fair to the students in this incident. So I'm at a really difficult place, because if it was my kid, I wouldn't have wanted this teacher to even be in the classroom this long with my kid with this behavior, or the allegations of this behavior and these investigations going on. So if we defer it, we'll get more evidence. You know, we feel one way or the other. But if the decision of the board is to defer it, I just ask that we talk to the kids. Don't bring this back without really getting information, more information from the principal. Like, I know stuff that's in the file that I don't even see in the backup information that we have here. I don't know who makes the decision about what to include and what not to include. So I'm going to just leave it there.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go back to Ms. Bartleman. I know she's going to make a motion. I'm going to share one more quick comment. Mr. Strauss, if you could, I know that you said that you spoke to Ms. Hodigan about there being 2 meetings and the due process was provided September and November, but additional information was shared that at the November meeting, only the September allegations were discussed. Did you get into that level of detail with the principal?
The statement I have is that Mr. Goodwin met with them every time union requested, and they received all information. So that's what I asked. I asked about both incidences, and that's the response I got from the principal.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So
Ms.
I guess
Ford?
in this case, I will defer to allowing there to be some additional time. I will tell you, I don't think anything was violated in due process here, but at the same time, I certainly don't want there to be the possibility of a misstep along the way. So with that, if my colleagues want to defer it, I will not. I'm not going to vote against that. Did I have another colleague wanted to speak?
I wanted to I have a question for Miss Myrick real quick, because I heard her say something and now I have a question for her.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman.
Can you see me, hear me? Well, you can hear me. I hope you can see me.
Yes.
Miss Myrick, did staff bring this to you as a suspension recommendation or a termination recommendation?
I didn't see what staff's recommendation was. It was discussed with Doug and I and Andrew regarding the probation from Tallahassee. And I think, as Doug said, we informed the school of that. So I don't know where it got switched, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, because that's also part of the due process issue, is that it was brought forward as a suspension and got switched to a termination.
Well, that's up to Mr. Runcie. That's Mr. Runcie's authority to do.
He can.
What I was going to say earlier.
So I guess that's part of the reason they don't know where that call was made and why, when they're saying due process, it wasn't followed. So that's why. And I would like to
let Ms. Myrick finish that response.
Sure.
Well, due process was followed when he got his notice, when he had his meetings, when he did all that, and they made a recommendation. Mr. Runcie makes the final recommendations to you, as he does after PSC. He sometimes lowers them, he sometimes increases them. The recommendation came to you. And I want to go back that, all of this information that not you, Ms. Bartleman, but you as a board are bringing in, that whether somebody came to one meeting in November and brought the wrong information, that's all evidence that should be presented at a due process hearing. This is not a hearing. This is for you to either accept or reject the superintendent's recommendation. And bringing all this stuff in does nothing but muddle the eventual hearing and muddy the waters, the eventual hearing when we have a due process hearing. And, if all this information was available, before he asked for a hearing on March 5th, I just got the notice. If all of this information was available before, and Ms. Bartleman, you said that Anna was emailing you all before the March meeting, nobody brought that information to us. I didn't see any of those emails that we didn't provide due process to the teacher in November. None of that came to this office. So how do we make reasonable choices and advise the superintendent about what he's supposed to do if we don't get that information? Your role as a board member is to accept or reject the superintendent's recommendation. I don't know what you want to go back. For him to look to see that due process occurred, he certainly can do that. But we're not going to go back and interview students. We can't do that now. Everybody's on lockdown. How are we going to be able to do that? Depending on how many students are interviewed. We're not going to wait for DOE to do their thing. They're 2 or 3 years behind. They're farther behind than we are.
Okay, so Ms. Myrick, I know. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ms. Martleman?
Yes, one more question. So Mr. Runcie, did you change the staff's recommendation from suspension to termination?
What the recommendation we put forth was termination. That's what I recall. So when we have these terminations, number one, we go through and, the first thing I do is to try to ensure that there are no procedural violations, that there are no policy violations, because we know that this is what you're going to ask. So we've already gone through all this. So whether there are technicalities that occurred, the fact of the matter is we looked at the facts around this case, the procedures were followed, and this is the right recommendation to make to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Thank you. You've answered the question, so that's perfect. Ms. Bartleman, can we take action, please?
Yes, I am. Oh, and also, you can speak on a motion to defer. You just can't speak on a calling the question.
Thank you.
For Robert's rules. Yes. Okay. All right. So I'm going to make a motion that we defer this to the next meeting, that Mr. Runcie goes point by point with the due process violation allegations and presents to us that it was followed. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Wait. Okay. Well, since we can speak to it, I'm going to, because you've now indicated that there are due process allegations. I don't even know where you're talking about that.
His emails. Okay. I want Mr. Runcie to double check to make sure all of the due process was followed, that what they're saying is that they covered crossed all their T's and dotted their I's. If you don't want that the way I worded it, I need him to do that and come back to me at the next meeting.
We did that the first time they asked for it to be pulled back in March.
Yeah. Okay. I do not, with everything that has been sent to us, I do not feel comfortable at this time. You've heard multiple board members say they want to make sure that everything was done. So that's my motion, and we can vote it down or vote it up. It's fine.
Okay. Second by Ms. Rupert. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss the motion?
Yes, I'd like Ms. Bartleman, this is Ms. Good, to restate her motion entirely, please. Thank you.
I'm gonna change it because I think the way I phrased it was upsetting to some. So my motion is that Mr. Runcie go back and review the file, make sure.
Ms. Myra, can you mute your microphone, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. My motion is that Mr. Runcie go back. We've got numerous emails, and the union has brought up multiple issues regarding due process violations, and that he double checks into what they're saying occurred, and he ensures that everything was followed in due process before he brings it forward to the next board meeting.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion on tabling, deferring the item until the May 19th? Is that correct, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair, the next regular school board meeting will be on May 19th. And to that point, I just want to for the record's sake, the G4 item that was deferred as well, I just want to make it clear for the record that that will come back on May 19th as well, not on May 5th.
Yes, that was my error. Thank you very much for that. Any
Oh,
further
yes.
discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Ms.
Ms.
Good?
Yes. So I said earlier, I support tabling the item. What I'm concerned about is certain references that were included in that motion. In regard to, certainly we want the item tabled so that Mr. Runcie can go back and ensure the process was followed. But I think there was other references noted in that motion. So is there a problem with that? Especially speaking to specifically violations. I mean, obviously if when the item is deferred and Mr. Runcie goes back and checks it, if there's issues, he's obviously going to have to modify any recommendation. So
To your point, Ms. Good, Ms. Bartleman, as the maker of the motion, to make it as clean and succinct as possible, the motion, as I understand it, is to defer I3 to the March 19th meeting. I'm sorry, May 19th meeting, and that you, at that time, want Mr. Runcie to bring it back with a confirmation that all due process has been followed.
Yes.
Yes, and I accept that.
Ms. Good, is that clean enough?
yes, and I can support that. I know
Okay.
that's what she meant, but there was other references. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
Thank you. So with that, I have one dissenting. Ms. Levinson, can you confirm that was your dissension?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And so all others were in favor. If I can please have a motion and a second on.
Ms. Horn, I'm sorry, I was a no as well.
Dr. Osgood?
Yeah, I was a no as well.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Ms. Corn, my mute button was on, but I'm a no vote on that too.
Okay. All right. So I believe I have 6 in favor and 3 that opposed. The motion still carries. So with that said, I have a motion and a second, please, on JJ 1, 2, 3, and 4. No, sorry, 1, 2, and 3.
So move, Nora.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by?
Ms. Good.
By Ms. Good, thank you very much. Any public input on JJ 1, 2, and 3, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items JJ 1, 2, or 3.
Thank you so much. Now, my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on these items, I just want to say that we, as a board, gave careful consideration to the use of CMAR on appropriate projects. And part of that consideration was due to cost impacts and to be consistent with my previous comments with regard to changing projects that wouldn't necessarily have originally been slated for a CMAR type of delivery. I will not be supporting these items today. I just also want to say that, originally we were told that we weren't going to use CMAR. Then we had a conversation about why we would use CMAR. We agreed that a CMAR contract should come before this board for the special instances where it would be considered the best delivery method and recommended to us by staff. And then the CMAR contract was brought in the summer. There was some question about the audit committee reviewing the CMAR contract. I believe 3 board members were out of town when that item came before the board. I was one of those board members. And so I just want to make sure that that we are using the CMAR contract that provides for the best financial situation for our taxpayer dollars that we're expending. And as you can see in these 3 items, there is an increase to the professional services agreement on each of these items, and therefore I will not be supporting them today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also, on JJ 1, 2, and 3, have Ms. Olivedeff.
I just had a question. We talked about it in detail before to Ms. Marte. Do you expect to have the COPS executed by the May 19th regular school board meeting?
Hi, through the chair, Mrs. Alladef, they are scheduled to go to market May 12th. We have a ratings call April 27th, and I've confirmed with bond counsel, PFM, and our treasurer that they are scheduled to go to market May 12th.
So would they be would it be executed by May 19th, or it takes more time?
No, it'd be executed May 12th, and then we just have to make arrangements with the chair to sign off on the documents, which I'm quite confident we can get done before the 19th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other colleagues.
I
Anyone
do.
else would like to speak?
I
I'm
would
sorry?
like to speak.
Okay, Ms. Levinson?
And Bartleman when she's done.
Yes, I'd like to know why the decision was made to move these from design bid build to CMAR and what the difference, this is obviously the difference in cost in the PSA, what the difference in cost would be in the construction.
I don't know if Mr. Runcie wants to answer this one or he wants me to answer it on why we made the change.
The change to CMAR for this particular one?
Yes.
Yeah, so we had conversations as we looked at the status of the work, and we restructured these in order to try to create a vehicle to enhance minority and small business participation on this, right? And so when we had this conversation, we discussed it as a workshop. Some of the safeguards we put in place, because there were some concerns, is that we would do these in such a way that we would not exceed the estimates that we have put out that Atkins has already set. So those are parameters that we've used for every contract that we've had, and we will put those in place. And we also indicated to the board, should any pricing come back that falls outside that range, we would move forward with that. I don't know, Frank, did you want to add anything to that?
No, you said it right there. We did make the statement that we had pricing in mind, and if we did fall out of that pricing, that we would change it.
Well, it wasn't just a statement. It was something I brought up at a board meeting, guaranteeing that if we made these shifts.
That is correct, and that's what we'll have in place, and the board will see that you have this. We have the documentation of where Atkins estimates are, and if it's outside of that range, we will not bring it forward. And when we bring an item forward, we'll let you know what it is and where it falls.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so.
Ms. Korn?
I have Ms. Bartleman. Yes, who's that?
It's me.
Oh, okay, yes, I have Ms. Bartleman.
I concur with Ms. Brinkworth's comments. I also think that this is the appropriate time, because we are on the JJ items, to apologize to Ms. Rupert and the board if it felt like a fighting match. It is no secret that I have been incredibly frustrated with this bond, from the needs assessment to Leo Bobadilla and everything else, and I get very passionate. I understand the budget issues. I understand the actual budget and what's in the bank, and I just want to say that it's very frustrating to me as we go through this. And I think that's all I want to say. I am not going to be supporting these items.
Okay, thank you. To any of my other colleagues, any comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of JJ 1, 2, and 3, please indicate by saying aye.
Nora?
I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I was not going to support these items, but since we will now have the money, I will be supporting them, and especially since the majority of these items are in the Northeast area, which I represent, and we've been waiting a very long time for this. So thank you so much, and I will be supporting them.
Thank you. All those in favor of JJ 1, 2, and 3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. So for clarification, those who are in opposition was Ms. Levinson, yes?
Yes.
And Ms. Bartleman, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, thank you.
Passes 6-3. Were there any other no votes? Okay, so it passes 6-3. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by?
Second, Alda.
By Ms. Alladef. Thank you. Was there any public input on JJ4, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment for item JJ4.
Okay, so to my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Hold on, I'm just getting it together. Long time coming. This is JJ4. Hold on, I'm going back in my computer. I just want to know for the timing of any other items. I think it's really important that we put the neediest items ahead of items that are not. Every item is important in our bond, but there are schools and situations where we are in, where schools and their facilities are in dire straits, and we need to make sure that we prioritize those ahead. I think that, hold on, I'm just going to my budget item. I apologize. I just think that if you got Northeast on this week, I don't on last week ahead of Fox Trail, and quite honestly, if that had happened, we wouldn't be in a situation where where the chart that Ms. Marte presented to us showed the deficit. And so I would just like in the future, just for all of us to be cognizant of the timing of projects and how that's perceived, at least by me and some of the community, and to make sure that the schools that are the neediest are pushed ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no, I'm sorry, who?
It's Miss Good.
Yes, Ms. Good?
Is it my turn now?
It is, sorry, yes, please.
So I just, again, although that we all have to be conscientious of how the dollars are being spent, I don't know how you're going to evaluate what is considered a greater priority from another. Some may be obvious, but I think, as I stated many months ago, if we're going to start to reprioritize projects, it's a greater school board conversation that needs to be had. And I don't want that decision to be made by staff. I want that decision to be made by the school board. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Ms. Korn?
Ms. Korn?
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, I just want to say in this particular situation, I understand what you're saying about you don't want the needy, what's the neediest. Northeast is a roof. The other one was a music and art renovation. We all know the Northeast is the poster child. The whole conversation this morning could have been avoided if Northeast was brought last week.
Okay.
They waited for the costs to be issued for the music and art. We wouldn't have had any discussion. We wouldn't have had this memo.
Okay, I hate to do this. Guys, we are rehashing this. These are the same comments we've already shared.
But I'm saying the group is clearly more important than an art and music. Those are the kind of things.
I'm not refuting what you're saying. What I'm saying is it's now been stated multiple times. We have to be able to move on. You shared what you shared. Ms. Good just shared her perspective. No other actions being taken in terms of making changes other than we need to know whether or not we're supporting JJ4 going forward. So I just need us to be cautious about continuing to make the same statement because we feel passionate about it because we have to move through the rest of this agenda. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I'm just going to respond to Ms. Bartleman and Ms. Good's comments because both of these comments have been made before as well as mine. I agree with Ms. Good. We are not to get into reprioritizing. We don't need to. We have the money. The COPS is going to make it where we have the money. I do not want anyone making decisions what comes over anything else. They are all long past due. And when they are ready to move forward, they need to move forward immediately.
Can I clarify, Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program?
Yes,
Frank. I just want to clarify something. The way we bring these forward is as they're ready, we bring these projects forward. So
Right.
Northeast was not ready for last week's meeting. That's why it went to this one. With regards to Fox Trail, you need to read the rest of that item. The 627,000 we asked for, 450, I believe, was for roofing, and 125 was for HVAC. There happened to be music and art in there, but we didn't ask money for that. The money was for roofing and HVAC.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. With that, I don't have any other colleagues who have reached out. All those in favor of JJ4, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, saying no.
Aye.
JJ4 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ5?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any public input, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair, we've received several comments, and I'm going to apologize up front if I mispronounce any of the public's names incorrectly. The first comment is from Jane Bolin. Her comment from Oakland Park. Her comment is, thank you for moving the Northeast High School bond project forward with agenda item JJ5. I urge the entire school board to approve the second GMP amendment. Northeast High School, its students, faculty, parents, and the community support this amendment as the facilities are in desperate need of renovation and rebuilding. I appreciate your consideration and your leadership during this extraordinary time. The second comment is from Tim Longeren, the Commissioner of Oakland Park. His comment is, I hope that everyone is healthy and doing well during these difficult times. Thank you for your dedicated service to the children, families, and all of the people of Oakland Park and Broward County. We all understand that your job is challenging and at times frustrating. It's encouraging to see the long-awaited agenda item JJ5 regarding the guaranteed maximum price for the enhancements at the Northeast High School campus on today's agenda. Your commitment to the Northeast High School project by funding the $41,130,962 for the new building and rehabilitation of other buildings is necessary and critical. This project needs to be carefully expedited to make up for the time lost due to the complications that created significant delays. According to the most recent information, the renovations are scheduled to begin this quarter, Q2 of 2020, and the new addition to begin Q1 of 2021. Please approve the designated funding of $41,130,962 and do all you can to move this project forward in a timely manner. Even after the enhancements are complete, the Northeast High School campus will still need additional work, but it's a great improvement and good start. The City of Oakland Park, our residents, and I will continue to be engaged, supportive, and vocal community partners, respectfully. The next comment is from Timothy Hart from Fort Lauderdale. I support GMP Amendment 2 for Northeast High School. That completes the comments that we received in accordance with the written directions on the agenda. I will point out that we received a fourth comment after the deadline and it was non-compliant, but anecdotally, it was in support of item JJ5 as well. There were no further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I support this, as do I know all of my colleagues. I was just trying to go backwards. I have my DFP books in the office and are unable to get those where I've written all the notes along the way. So I tried to go backwards and see what the original amounts were and the additional asked for. So just to make this short, does this come in within the original total amount that we had approved with the original contractor?
Ms. Levinson, this is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. So there's a couple things to say there. With the original contractor, the GMP that they brought forward when the board decided some scope revisions would be necessary was over $26 million. That was the GMP to do the renovations on the entire campus. This GMP does not cover every building on the campus because, as you know, we'll have another contract coming forward with the new addition and the demolition of several of those old buildings. But when you kind of try to compare them apples to apples and you strip out the renovation of those older buildings that are going to be demolished in order for there to also be a new addition from the old contractor's GMP. It comes quite close. It gets to be
4.6%.
It gets to be about 5%, a little less than 5% difference, less than $1 million difference between the two. And this is a pretty good comparison, actually, considering the amount of time it's been and the way the market has changed since then. So we're comfortable with this amount. It's
Okay, Ashley, could you, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay.
So
Okay,
when you take out the other pieces that they are not doing, when you add together all the pieces,
yeah.
What is the difference in the total cost?
When you compare apples to apples, the work that the new contractor is going to be doing versus what it would have cost for the old contractor to do the same work, it's very close. It's less than 5% different. We don't know yet the piece.
Less than 5% of which?
For the renovation portion.
Okay, I'm talking about the whole thing, apples to apples.
Right, so the whole thing, we don't know yet. I mean, the new addition is still under design. So based on what we're estimating right now.
If the new addition came in at what was specified, because I remember in the workshop being told it will not be over that. So if it came in with the amount that you all gave us, what is the apples to apples?
Okay, if it came out, if the new addition comes in at the amount that we gave you back then, the whole total project would be 42.5 million possibly, which is more than what was predicted back then at the 41.1.
So it's about $1.5 million more you're talking about now.
Possibly.
Approximately.
Yes, possibly.
And what about any money that was owed the original contractor? Is that included in that? What we paid the original contractor?
The only thing he was paid
Yeah.
was his pre-construction.
Yeah.
How much would that have been?
Well, there was a contract and that was separate from this.
That's all included in this because that's all part of the same, basically P number, the project number. It's all one budget. So it's all included in this.
So when you give me that $42.5 million figure, that's included in that?
Yes.
That's everything.
Okay. All right. So it's about $1 million more, you're saying?
Yes.
For this particular item?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. I gotta say, I don't understand why it's more, why it went up again. I just don't know at what point it stops going up. I just don't get it. I really don't. And you put us between a rock and a hard place because this community's been waiting for this. But we just can't keep adding to jobs. We've had this discussion already. And I don't know what it's going to take to get the bids to come in where we need them to come in.
One thing I can say, the team has done a great job at negotiating this project. The contractor initially started.
Okay, it's not a great job. I don't want to hear how they did a great job. Sorry. When we're paying more than the original contractor was doing it for, that's not a great job.
That, what you're saying, I mean, that was a couple of years ago, so
it was a couple of years ago and things have not gone up. All those increases were already back then. They don't continuously go up every second. And in fact, I think that things are going to start to come down somewhat, and that might be what saves some of this. But I have to say that it's just getting very, very difficult to keep having this explanation over and over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, I just wanted to say that Frank, your data on what you said, the percentages were on Fox Trail is not correct about costs. And I just want people to give correct information in these meetings. That's why I'm saying that. I sent you the picture of the book and how much the budget was, and the majority of the budget is on renovations.
I'm
So-
just saying,
Which
No,
item are you on?
I just can't have, yeah, I just can't leave a statement that's incorrect out there.
Wait,
my statement was the
wait,
600.
stop.
No, we're done,
Stop.
we're done.
Stop. Ms. Bartleman, you're referring to Fox Trail? We're on JJ5.
I'll remove my comment. I sent you the paperwork, Frank and Mr. Muncy.
Are your comments not about JJ5?
It's okay, go ahead. It's just about making sure staff gives accurate information for any questions that.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get a sense of where we are. Do you have comments for JJ5?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say thank you to the community for your patience, because I know that they have been advocating hard for this to come before us and for work to begin. And so I know that the Northeast High School community, as well as my colleagues and I, are happy to have this GMP before us today. I would like to request for staff to address some concerns that were raised by the community regarding the renovations. And I know this was a difficult process to go through, and many things have changed throughout the course of time. So I want to understand that during the July 31st, well, first let me ask a question about the DEFP. And I know Ms. Levinson said she didn't have her books, and I do have a copy of the pages from 2018 and 2019. But during the July 31st, 2018 meeting, the board approved to add alternate 1, which included a base recommendation, and to include AC to both the boys and girls PE locker rooms, and a second motion to add a new flex lab to the alternate 1. And at that time, $41 million, roughly, I don't have the exact number, had been stated as what we would need to allocate. And I know that's the number that's been used at the community meetings with the commission and other community meetings held at Northeast High School. And the September DEFP doesn't include any change in the amount, but from September of 2018, but the September of 2019 includes a change in the amount to raise it to 33 million something, and I don't have it right in front of me right now. And it's noted for the addition, but nothing is noted for the renovations, although we discussed the number, as Ms. Levinson said, we discussed a number. And so I'm just curious about the process. I don't know, Mr. Runcie, if Ms. Marte can address the process for how the DEFP gets updated, because it seemed like it was partially updated after our conversation, and now we're going to be taking an action, and I'm assuming that the DEFP will be completely updated the next time we do it, based on whatever happens today. But I just wanted to get an understanding about the process.
So through the chair, Ms. Brinkworth, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage because I don't have the documents you have in front of me, so I apologize. I'm going to ask for the ability to give you a follow-up, but I can't speak to the process. Generally, any difference between one DEFP and the next would have been the result of board votes in between the two DEFPs. So I'm going to have to track back and make sure that's what happened here, but I certainly will follow up with you.
Okay, I appreciate
that. But the important takeaway for me is that there aren't changes made unless there's a board vote.
Right, and what was troubling to me when I looked at it was the board vote occurred to select the alternate and all the other things that I just mentioned, and there was a dollar figure attributed to that from staff, yet the update to the DEFP didn't occur until the following September. The vote took place in July of 2018. The update to the DEFP took place in September of 2019, and it wasn't for the complete amount that we had contemplated and that has been discussed in the community as the allocation that the board made. So I just want to understand what happened and make sure it's very clear.
Absolutely. If the process was followed correctly, there was a budget amendment that came between those two events. But again, since I don't have everything in front of me, and I want to be exactly accurate because this is a very, very big item, I will make sure we follow up to the board in a follow-up with all of the detail provided.
Is that okay, Ms. Brinkworth? I hear you saying, uh-oh. AV, your connection is bad.
Okay, I think my connection just came back.
Yep.
All right. Okay, thank you, Ms. Marte.
You're
And
welcome.
then, let's see. So questions for staff with regard to, based on the minutes from the July 31st, 2018 meeting, I just want to ensure that everything that was included in the option and all of the things that the board voted on have been included in this GMP.
They will be, Ms. Brinkworth, Danny Jardine, CVRE Heary. Again, when we did the action in the summer of 2018, we're still doing the GOB renovations. We pulled out buildings 8, 9, 10, 11, and 27. We added the 24 classroom addition. We added the flex space, the business lab. We added the renovations for the locker room, and we added the air conditioning in the locker rooms. And that should be everything that was approved, and it will either be in this GMP or the GMP when we bring the addition for approval in several months. But everything that the board raised their hand on will be accomplished within the 2 GMPs.
Okay, I just wanted to ensure that make sure that the community is reassured that everything that has been communicated to them that will be completed through this project is still within the project and will be completed either under the GMP that is before us today or the GMP that will come before us at some time in the future with regard to the new addition.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then the last question that I have, and this is really something that I've already mentioned to Mr. Runcie and to Mr. Girardi, and I believe to Mr. Mogwin, because I asked for a timeline on the Northeast High School project. The community obviously is waiting with great anticipation for a project to start on their campus. And so when I asked about the timeline, some of the response that I got with regard to how long it was going to take to get through some of our school board processes with regard to building permit were a little bit long. And so my ask was that we look to, in any way, shape, or form, mitigate any delays or complications that could occur, and really step up the communication between the entities that are required for back and forth conversation to get the building permit through, so that we can indeed get the project started at Northeast High School. So thank you for everyone who worked to get this to us today. I know that it has been a huge undertaking, and the community is very appreciative and anxious for this project to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. I don't have anyone else for comments. So with that, all those in favor of JJ5, we're so excited to have it in front of us. Please indicate by saying aye.
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 And hip hip hooray.
Those opposed say no. JJ5 passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Can I please have a motion and a second on single K1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by
Ms. Good.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Is there any public input on K1? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item K1.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth, you pulled this one, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you. So my questions were with regard to, and looking at 2019 versus 2020, and actually this applies to both, but I'll just speak to K1 rather than both K1 and K2 because we already passed K2. We have an increase in operating expenditures year over year, yet our number of students are decreasing, and that is the case for all of the categories that I looked at except for the food service. And Ms. Marte, if you could just very quickly respond.
In a nutshell, and if this doesn't suffice, Ms. Brinkworth, I'm happy for additional follow-up. But in a nutshell, the impact of annual raises will increase all categories year over year. And the reason it's so big this year is the $104 million of referendum money.
Okay, I just wanted to,
That would be a big, big increase. And I knew you had to have a question about the changes, so I've been doing a little bit of checking as we're going through the meeting. Some of it is simply timing, but the differences to which you ask are permanent changes because of the referendum is the biggest thing.
okay, great. Thank you for answering that. And then the last question that I have is, and possibly it's something that I haven't picked up on before, but do we always pay the TANs in June?
We always take out the TANs in May or June.
So that we're incurring.
We pay them at various times. So we don't always repay them in June, but we always repay them within the fiscal year.
Okay, and I don't have, unfortunately, trying to navigate all of this, I have my agenda in my hand that I printed, but I don't have the item pulled up, and it takes me a minute on my iPad for it to download. So can you just look at the document very quickly, because I thought what I read was that the payment of the TANs are scheduled in June. Is that not correct?
For this particular year, yes, that is correct. But your question was, do we always pay them in June? And the answer is no, we have not always. To me, I like to, we get charged the same amount, so I want to pay them at the same time. But my staff is texting me, yes, this year we're paying them in June, but we haven't always.
Okay,
They are scheduled to be paid in June to benefit from the interest.
Okay, thank you. That's what I just wanted to have a better understanding of why that was occurring. Thank you.
So we're earning more interest on them than they're costing us, so we're going to keep the money as long as we can.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the only comment that I have. Is there anyone else have any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor of K1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. K1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL 1, 2, 3, and 4?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Murray. Is there any public input? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items LL1 through LL4.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth on LL2.
Okay, let me see what my comment was. I should have prepared better with a light. I didn't realize it was going to start to get dark. Okay, so this is a termination of agreement between the school board and Plant 4 Inc. I looked through the documents and I could not see that the school board had incurred any expenditures associated with this agreement. Can someone verify whether or not we did?
Yes, Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. We did not incur any expenses with this agreement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, that was quick. Any of my other colleagues with any comments on LL 1 through 4? Hearing none. All those in favor of LL 1 through 4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. LL 1, 2, 3, and 4 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL 5?
So moved.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Public input, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item LL5.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I had time to submit some questions to Ms. Brown. The reason I pulled it was a couple of things. One, I think this is a tremendous positive agreement with the city of Miramar. I mean, the list of items that they are going to do for us as far as constructing tennis courts, running tracks. I mean, the list goes on and on. They're going to, I believe, demolish a couple of portables and relocate some others. And, you know, certainly when you have a municipality that steps up like this, it really needs to be acknowledged. So I just, I wanted to certainly thank the city manager, Mr. Hardgray, and the officials. My only questions that I had was all these improvements, if they were going to have to meet SREF, and I did have a chance to go back and look at the attachments, and I think Ms. Brown also indicated, and she could just confirm that they will be to SREF standards and coordinated with our facilities department.
Yes, Leslie Brown. Thanks so much, Ms. Good. all of our agreements with any municipalities, all of the projects they bring forward must go through the building department, as well as any of the construction facility drawings also have to go through our facilities department. So thank you.
Okay, and they will again be to SRF standards, correct?
Yes, they will. Mhm.
Okay. And then the other question I had, and I guess we don't know just yet, is the total value regarding all these improvements. They're very significant, and certainly the schools in the area are going to benefit. The community as a whole is going to benefit. I know that the city of Miramar had contemplated some pretty big plans in the same vicinity, and I had wanted to know if those plans had changed. I believe they have to a certain extent. If Ms. Brown could quickly state what that is.
Sure, absolutely. We have had a great relationship with the city of Miramar, working between three pieces of property. One is H.D. Perry Education Center. There's a middle piece of property, which is the piece of property that will be doing this partnership with the city. And then there's a eastern side piece of the property that the city owns. Originally, the city had looked at all the way across all three pieces of property, and we actually took them on a tour, showed them the just awesome programs that we have at H.D. Perry Education Center. They had no idea how much that school is serving their community, and they were thrilled. They've come on board in supporting that site. So they scaled back, but connected that middle piece of property to their Parks and Recreation program, which is just north of that piece of property. So it's all fitting in very, very nicely in meeting recreational parks needs for the city as well as our schools. And on the eastern piece of property, they're going to continue to build out that whole area as a municipal technology / residential area with that park supporting it.
Well, thank you for that update. I mean, it really is a unique area. You have a youth enrichment center just adjacent to Perry. Then you have, I think, a new police substation too that's going to be right across the street from Perry Educational Center. And then with these improvements and, you know, Perry Elementary, that whole area is going to be really a youth, a bunch of resources for our youth in that community. So I just want to thank you, Ms. Brown, and your team for, I know that it takes a great amount of coordinated effort, and you've attended numerous meetings, I'm sure. And I will end with this. I know that I had seen the city manager at a community event, and the one thing he mentioned to me was how impressed he was with the school leader at Perry Educational Center, the amount of passion and the tremendous educational resources that are being provided to students there. The city was so impressed by it that they wanted to do something that would greater benefit the community and the students that go to school there. So again, thank you. It's a great item. Appreciate it, and I will support it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anyone else listed. Does anyone else wanted to have discussion on LL5? Hearing none, all those in favor of LL5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. LL5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL6?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by
Nora.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. And Mr. Mogwin, any public comments?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment for item LL6.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And this item, I have Ms. Murray.
Yeah, so just a couple of remarks. Hispanic unity has been such a foundation in my community for almost 35 years. The service that they provide for many people coming into this country as immigrants is just phenomenal. I mean, they service the young, the old, and in between. They have their, what we're doing here is to support them and providing the continuing education of their ESOL program. I had the pleasure of being there one night and spoke to the group, and there was over 60 people in the class, and I came unannounced, so it wasn't something that they prepared for. But how enthusiastic and appreciative the people that were there, that were receiving the support and the service that was provided. So again, it's not only are they there at that location, but they're in my schools in my Olson Middle, Apollo Middle, McNichol Middle, at our center in Hallandale, and they have really grown and provided opportunity and support and hope for everyone in District 1. So I just want to say accolades to the leadership at Hispanic Unity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Good.
Hey, you get to
I got that
me
one.
out. I'm impressed.
It's only been like 12 hours and I got it.
I know, and it's almost there. We're almost there. I just wanted to also compliment Hispanic Unity, Josie Bacalao, and what she does to the community. And I really want to concur with Ms. Murray's comments. And the only thing I will add is that they not only provide resources within District 1, but they really provide such great support to the Hispanic community throughout this entire county. They're really angels of sorts, especially with the immigrant population and the many challenges that they face, and the help that they provide our students and the work that they do with our own Eastville department and Ms. Saldala and the whole team there. So I think this is just one of those great partnerships, again, that we need to really thank them for all that they do for our community. So thank you, Ms. Murray, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so with that, is there any additional comments? Hearing none. All those in favor of LL6, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. LL6 passes unanimously. I believe that we have covered all of the items. Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair, I show that the board has disposed of all the items on the agenda.
Thank you very much. That's great news. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting, the school board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no further obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone.
Stay safe.
Yeah.